Morning, everybody. Looks like the after party was successful. Thank you to a handful of you that are up early. Hopefully you got some coffee and you got caffeinated, excited for the beginning.
There's some live streamers on.
There's live streamers.
Yeah.
More live streamers than we have in here.
About equal.
For anybody that wasn't here yesterday and is just joining for today, I'm Dr. Lichter, the director of the Pre-Health Advising Office and a chemistry professor, and the advisor to the FIU Psychedelic Club. And we are partnering today with Cannadelic Miami to host Cannadelic FIU, which is an effort to educate the community on cannabis and psychedelics. So we're glad that you're here. Yesterday, I gave an assignment to start the day, and so I'm going to stick with my professory hat and have a day 2 assignment. If you wish to do it, you will get an A for the day. So those at home, you can also do this as well. We're going to continue with the gratitude journal. So for those that weren't here in the morning yesterday, I showed evidence that gratitude journaling actually has an impact on neuroplasticity, where a study done in 2017 showed that those who were doing gratitude journaling for 3 weeks actually saw changes to their ventromedial prefrontal cortex and also changes in behavior to be more altruistic after 3 weeks. So we're on day 2 today, so I'm not sure you're going to see so much brain change just yet. But I wanted to give you a second, those of you that are here, to take out a phone or just write down a piece of paper. I like the phone because you can go back to it. If you lose that piece of paper, you'll forget what you were thinking of. I'm giving you a prompt too, which is important because you'll see what the connection is with today. So the prompt is, think of one of your mentors or inspirations that you wish to remember today and give gratitude to them. Start with that. Give everybody a second to think of someone. Part of the reason I gave you this prompt was because somebody that I was thinking of came to mind yesterday. I see some people looking down at their phones, so they're either doing the prompts or they're checking their email to start the day. That'd be good. Thank you. As I mentioned yesterday when we were talking about this, the significance of talking about gratitude really was twofold. One is that it's nice to give thanks to others, but we also were talking about finding evidence that things work and how important that is in the discussion with cannabis and psychedelics. So that was why I showed the research on the gratitude journaling, which definitely needs more research. But yesterday at the dinner, after the event, we were sitting around talking, and somebody just sort of flippantly said, "Oh, you know, Anne Shulgin passed away today." And if you are not familiar with Anne Shulgin, Sasha Shulgin is the man here shown on the. You guys see the light, by the way? Okay, good. It does work. Yesterday, the speakers were like, "I can't get the light. I can see it." Okay. Sasha Shulgin was a chemist who Berkeley trained, lived in California. He, early in his career, had developed a poison, a rat poison that was really successful, made him a lot of money, and he basically got out of the professional world of making chemicals for industry, and instead went into studying psychedelics himself and got a DEA license to do so, and was just very curious about things that were similar to mescaline and LSD, and synthesized a lot of new compounds that had not yet been studied, and also revisited MDMA and MDMA analogs that had been not looked at for a long time. And so he's sort of viewed as the godfather of MDMA, and that it was really his bringing it back into the fray in the 70s that led to its popularity. His wife, Anne, was really just as influential in the psychedelic community, in that she was a therapist herself and utilized psychedelics as part of her therapy practice. And she and her husband were just advocates and great speakers about psychedelics. Sasha passed away in 2014, but Anne was keeping the legacy alive and still speaking at events. We were just talking about how she was speaking at MAPS's event in 2017, and she was doing some virtual events recently. If you don't know much about the Shulgins, I thought it would be valuable to start the day, and some of you might have already seen this, and so if you have, I apologize for boring you to death. But I do find that when I teach this material that a lot of people don't even know these names, and if you don't know the name Shulgin in the psychedelic space, it's like not knowing one of the forefathers of the US, right? It's like living in the US and not knowing who George Washington is. So what I want to do briefly and sort of attribute is show you a clip from a film that was made, this was actually made in 2009, I believe, and it's a film called Dirty Pictures, which the title of the film has to do with the fact that the molecules that Shulgin would make, he would draw them on the outside of the bottles.
Wow.
And he called them the Dirty Pictures.
Wow.
Right, so not necessarily. Oh, we lost everything. We're going to show the first 5 minutes of that film. It is over there where it says watch Dirty Pictures. Perfect. We're going to watch the first 5 minutes as a tribute to Anne Shulgin this morning. And this is on Amazon, so if you want to watch the whole thing, please do.
The people who do not know anything about this whole area, they still need to ask, are you on anything now? They think that we go around on psychedelic drugs.
We're not all the time.
Mushrooms, psilocybin.
I know 2CB as being a very,
2CB.
very excellent psychedelic.
Mescaline.
Mescaline. I don't like drugs that get too sparkly. I like the MDA world.
Yeah, I don't like stoning drugs.
Mhm.
I don't like being stoned. It's, you don't learn anything.
I don't like drugs that inhibit communication.
Like, for instance,
2CE. I mean, MDE.
oh, okay, I agree with you. Yeah, I can do without any. 2CI is good.
2CI is very good. The sexual aspects are always very, very positive contributors
If
to
we
my
can't make love on a drug, then there's something not quite right.
Fire in here, we got ample ether in here. Oh, everything out of here. All we're gonna do is we're gonna try to figure out what we're doing there, and if we're talking about medicine.
In 1966, Shulgin quit his job as a chemist for Dow Chemical to devote himself entirely to the study of psychoactive drugs, drugs that alter the mind.
The stepfather of Rave's favorite pharmaceutical lives in the hills behind San Francisco. In the mid-1960s, he re-synthesized an obscure drug that had been patented but then ignored. It was called 3,4-methylene dioxy-N-methylamphetamine, MDMA for short. It would later acquire the street name ecstasy.
Just as LSD, marijuana, and Woodstock unite a generation, ecstasy and the rave scene act as a glue for millions of savvy middle-class kids seeking an escape.
From Bangkok to Bournemouth, Manchester to Miami, if there was one place on earth where it all began, then it's right here in California, in the small home laboratory of a man he's known as the godfather of ecstasy.
No other drug has ever spread so fast.
25 milligrams, no effect. 40, no effect. 60 milligrams, no effect. 81 milligrams, I got a +1. 53 minutes, smooth shift into a light intoxication. Distinct, almost early alcohol-like intoxication.
I first met Ian and Sasha many years ago. I thought about how I would introduce him, and everything I thought about saying, I got so emotional, I started crying.
Hello, this is kind of a personal question. Is there anything that say it does to the brain what MDMA does to the heart?
Alexander Sasha Shulgin, PhD, is a pharmacologist, chemist, and drug developer. 2CT7, 2CI, and 2CB are the most well-known. Shulgin personally tested hundreds of drugs.
New York Times Magazine. It's an article on Dr. E for ecstasy. There's no reason that I should be Dr. Ecstasy. Ecstasy is not the name I gave anything. I call it MDMA. And it's an element of notoriety that does no good.
He didn't even invent it. In his discoveries and his own inventions, he encountered this drug that somebody else had made.
It didn't exist in nature until chemists working for the German pharmaceutical company Merck synthesized it by accident in their laboratories in 1912. No use for the new molecule was discovered, and MDMA remained little more than a formula on faded paper for more than 60 years.
So somebody made it but didn't realize its potential.
Unfortunately, we do not have the time to watch the entire film, but what we wanted to do was to take some time in the morning to tribute to Anne, especially since yesterday she passed on. And with the gratitude journal for this morning, which the prompt was, people who have inspired us, there would be no way any of us would be here having this conference if it weren't for the work of Sasha and his wife Anne. So it's important to know about the giants for which we are standing on their shoulders. Sasha and Anne published 2 books in the 90s that were titled PCAL and TCAL, and which stood for phenethylamines I've known and loved and tryptamines I've known and loved. And those in my psychedelics course know, because I'm a chemist, that I hone heavily in on the chemistry. And those are the 2 structures that really, essentially tryptamines are really the structure that makes the classical psychedelics that are serotonergic. The phenethylamines are associated, but yet a little bit different mechanistically, the way they interact, the way they neurologically are processed. But in publishing the book, what they had published was the full syntheses of all of these compounds that they had made, and then their descriptions, like you had heard him say, a certain milligram quantity, not no effect, and then he had a plus and a +1 and a +2 rating system that helped to explain the level of the effect, intensity. And the rest of the film, how many people here have seen this film, Dirty Pictures? Only the ones in my class. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. This is an absolute must. I wish I had more time to show you the entire film today, but we don't. It is available on Amazon Prime. And what's really unique about this is that Shulgin was doing this work throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s during the period of Prohibition, which we're still in a prohibitive state, but very prohibitive. And you'll see in the film that one of his counterparts, Dr. David Nichols, who was working at Purdue, was doing this work in laboratory, sort of above ground in the fray of the academic community. And you kind of hear this excellent interplay between what did it mean to be a chemist in the laboratory at a university with all of the paperwork you have to fill out, and all the IRB approval, and getting published and following peer review process, and then Shulgin doing the laboratory work in his backyard and sharing it with his friends. It's a very interesting tale of the two worlds combining and how they actually work together at the time. So please, if you have not had a chance to see this film, rent it. We don't have time to watch it today, unfortunately. Maybe the Psychic Club will host some film events in the year, and we'll let you all know about that.
Good idea.
A few changes to the schedule today. I really apologize. We have had a few people that were unable to make it for whatever reason or not, but our opening session on Indigenous peoples has been changed because one of our speakers, Mary Jane Open, was unable to attend. As well, Leonard Picard, I had mentioned this yesterday. Leonard Picard, who's also very close friends with the Shulgins, I'm sure that today is not a good day for him either. He had contacted me on Friday, and his physician had suggested he doesn't fly because he's not physically doing so well. So we have had some changes, but yesterday we had a gentleman, Matt Simpson, who was here, who was going to talk about being a veteran and psychedelic therapy, and that's worked for him, and it's a very interesting story, so we're happy to have him here. But everything else is to be the same. And this morning we're actually going to start with an interview with Jenny Big Crow, who's going to talk a little bit about her background. I want to just add, and I don't necessarily think it's anybody in this room, but please be mindful of the following, and these are really important. No eating or drinking inside here, no smoking or vaping in the campus. If you see somebody too that's smoking or vaping, please explain to them that they're not just breaking the rules, but they're also risking the Psychedelics Club and these students' well-being, and probably my career as well, if they kick me out of here after this weekend. So maybe level with them. Obviously, it should be no surprise that there's no illegal drug use or sale or purchase, but I really want to emphasize that do not put yourself at risk. There are the police in the buildings all weekend. Avoid the areas that are roped off, make sure that you're registered, and there are bathrooms upstairs by that exit sign, and there's also bathrooms right behind you. We look forward to having another good day. There's a lot going on. So I will welcome the president of the club if she wants to make any morning remarks as well. This is Christina. Christina Rivera-Lozano.
Good morning. I did not have anything prepared, if I'm being completely honest with you, but I guess I will follow Dr. Richter's prompts because at the end of the day, I still have a student here. So as far as inspirations go, I'm going to say all of you are my inspiration for the day. I know that's super sweet, but I just want to thank you all for coming, and I know you're here for a reason, whether it's to share, to learn, to network with professionals or anyone here in the building. So you all inspire me to keep this club going, and I'm just very grateful for all of you. So I hope you all enjoy what today has to offer.
So without further ado, let's begin. We're going to start with Jenny Big Crow and Mr. Peter Sessa, who's going to be doing the interviewing.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Good morning. I think the after party did work. It's definitely a little bit thinner in here this morning, but I'm glad everybody made it out this morning. We do have some people watching on the live stream, and it's going to be archived for eternity. So if you guys want to go back and watch it, it actually sounds pretty good. Jenny Big Crow is here. Welcome. You were here yesterday a little bit, right?
Yes. Good morning, guys. Thank you for getting up early. I was here on the veterans panel.
On the veterans panel, right? So you made it here this morning. Unfortunately, Mary Jane Oman did not make it into town. And it was a little bit last minute, so we're doing this interview because I think that the topic we're going to discuss is one that really needs to be discussed. I guess we can start with your name, Jenny Big Crow. That's your real name, your given name, right?
Yes, my real name is Jeanette Big Crow, but that's what the government calls me. But in my language, it's Jeanette Kanji Tonka, which means Big Crow, and I'm from the Oglala Lakota tribe based out of South Dakota. And I was born and raised on the Native American reservation, and at 18 left to join the military, and that's how I became a veteran. So.
Well, thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
And we're at a psychedelic and cannabis conference, and that is basically plant medicine. And a lot of these traditions and a lot of these, we would say, kind of uses for these psychedelics have a lot of roots in Native American culture. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about how psychedelics, plant medicine, actually is incorporated into Native American culture.
Yes, yes. I honestly, Peter, grew up thinking that, like I said in my interview, the panel yesterday, was I thought everybody smoked marijuana or had access to cannabis. When I grew up in my culture, plant medicine was everywhere. To us, plant medicine isn't just cannabis. It's the mushrooms. It's anything that nature has given us. It could be a tree. It could be a potato. It's sage. It's sweetgrass. And so all these medicines we get taught as little kids on how to take care of and what they do for us. So yes, we are it's a lot of part of our culture. As a little girl, I would walk around and pick plants, not realizing my parents were teaching me how to be spiritually connected with the plant medicine.
Right. So I've heard a lot about ceremonies, right? Some type of ceremony that involves peyote, maybe some vomiting, things like that. So I'm really curious as to, these ceremonies, because I see them pop up online, come to this ceremony, this shaman will be there, and they charge a bunch of money. I'm curious as to, are these things legitimate? And what is this ceremony, and where are they getting that from?
One of they are legitimate. Not all of them are though. One example for me, Pete, is how I can just explain to you how I was raised, and I got taught what they call tobacco medicine, and it's just tobacco, and we use tobacco to pray. We use tobacco to lead places. We pray to our ancestors with the medicine. We go into ceremonies as often as we can. They're called inipis, or they're called sweat ceremonies. And Nipi. And it's a ceremony that, it's like a church. You can go once a week, you could go once a month, you can, it depends on what the intent of you going to a ceremony is for, but we do, I go into a ceremony and I don't do any drug, I don't do any plant medicines other than a tobacco pipe. And we go in for reasons. We go in to, heal it's our mental wellness. It helps take care of our mental wellness because we have so much trauma and we go through a lot of hardships as Native Americans.
Right, so you mentioned that there's a lot of trauma in most Native Americans, and there's a higher suicide rate, there's higher rates of depression, and you've been using these plant medicines for generations, right? So I'm interested, we heard a lot yesterday about who's qualified kind of to oversee a psychedelic experience, or or what qualifies someone to be a quote unquote shaman or someone that's a sitter. So what qualifies someone that's, a Native American elder or something like that who's doing these ceremonies or running these ceremonies?
That's a really great question, because that is one of the reasons I'm here, is because there are people that are practicing ceremonies locally in Florida that are pretending to be a part of my culture, and I'm realizing that they're not. And I'm going to them and I'm saying, who gave you the right to do this? And why are you doing this? Because in my culture, when you grow up, we have what I call medicine men. In another word, shamanism or shaman. But for us, our medicine men, my grandpa was a medicine man, and it was a way of life. It wasn't like we went and just gave out drugs. We actually go through 4-day ceremonies. We go through, we have 7 rites of passage as a culture. And one of the drugs that we use was peyote, and that we have access to peyote. And even as a young girl, the medicine men that administer it or go on the peyote trips, they have a responsibility to the community, and they have a responsibility to the person that they're allowing to go into these ceremonies. And so there are shamanisms that are fake. I've also worked on other projects as an Indigenous woman, because we are being murdered and missing Indigenous women all the time. And so I'm wondering why, where, how come? And I'm, coming to terms, finding out that there are medicine men out there and women that are taking advantage of people and sexually taking advantage of people, just like in a church. And it's very upsetting for me as a Native woman, because I'm Native, and I'm like, why am I going to go to a ceremony when I know as a Native woman, this medicine man has a responsibility to take care of me and to help me to get better, not to make it worse. And so we go through a lot of these ceremonies for our mental wellness, because a lot of it cleanses our spirits. And we even do ceremony where if we feel like we lost and we feel like we're confused, we do a ceremony to call our spirit back to our soul, like ourselves.
So you're talking kind of about exploiting this ceremony for, someone might exploit it for financial gain or something like that. Are you concerned about the corporate exploitation of like psychedelics and kind of couching it in the Native American culture? Native American art comes to mind, where you have people that pretend to have Native American heritage so they can increase the value of their art. Are you concerned that companies might do something like that, or?
They actually tried to do that. They came to our reservation about 2 years ago, and they wanted to pass legislation to have a big corporates come and grow and use our land. They wanted our land, and they were charging the poorest people in America. And the reason I'm aware of this is the exploitation is the big corporations. One of my relatives, a little bit of history on me and plant medicine. I got access to plant medicine when I was 9 years old, and I started selling plant medicine when I was 13. And that was my hustle money. Even in school, that's all I knew to do. And so my history with cannabis and my love for cannabis was, as a little girl, my parents gave it to me for medicine and anxiety. I am a rape victim. And so when I was traumatized, my mom gave me marijuana, my mom gave me cannabis, but I had a relative of mine mention they were passing cannabis laws, and they needed my help because I have a business degree in accounting from FIU. So I said, well, let me read over what they're doing in the legislation, and I read over it, and it was terrible. The documents, they were robbing us. They were trying to charge the poorest people in America like $50,000 for licenses. And I'm saying, you guys, we only make about $8,000 to $15,000 a year. A year. How is any Native person in that industry going to make it? And not only that, but I've been a part of this industry on the cannabis side for over 30 years. I'm gonna be 40 this year, so I'm gonna be 40. So I'm like, I've known this since 9 years, and you're gonna come and tell me that it's your job to come to my community and sell this plant medicine to my people? And I said, no, it's not your job. It is our job as a community to keep you guys out because you guys don't know my people, you don't know who we are, and we don't even know who you're selling to, and you want me to just come and buy your products and they're testing. We looked at Oregon and we looked at the testing laws and we were like, nobody's testing your products. You guys just want the money and you have no desire to really get to know the plant and actually ask it to help you. You're really just trying to exploit it. And so all that, we passed cannabis laws. When I say we, it was our tribe. We have one of the best cannabis laws in the world. It's online. It's called, one of the biggest things about it is we legalized, regulated, and decriminalized cannabis all in one ordinance. And so it's possible to change laws.
Unheard of, that doesn't happen.
Right? You do it in a small community, you do it as a tribe, and you do it, and I think that all goes back into, responsibility. The people that are coming, they didn't get access to us. We actually walked it where you had to be fully Native American to even get a license. So, and how does that work? Well, I was able to expose some Native Americans who wanted, quote unquote, Native Americans who wanted licenses, and they told us we were related to like Fool's Crow. Fool's Crow is a very important person in my community. He's along the lines of Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse and Red Cloud.
What's the name again?
Fool's Crow. And so we had a lawyer that was trying to say he was related to him and that he needed access to these laws. And we exposed him. I went and did a family research on who he was, and he actually was adopted a Native kid into their community, but that was about it. He didn't have any direct ties. But the Fool's Crow was a very important man, though, in our community. And that leads me back to thinking, as my ancestors, because I come from the tribe of Crazy Horse, Sitting Bull, and Red Cloud, and again, Fool's Crow and Big Crow. I have a chief Big Crow, by the way. So, for me, it's the responsibility as a descendant of my ancestors to make sure that people are taking this plant medicine and making sure they're being responsible with it. Because to me, they are spirit beings. Like we taught that they have their own help. They help us in their own way. And if we're not administering it right, or we're not taking care of them, when I say them, like you guys can overdose on it. I mean, people die all the time. And one of the examples is peyote. Is I probably will not take peyote unless I'm really called to it, because it's a family cultural thing, and medicine men that are ready to lead us and ready to guide us into the next whatever we're doing, that's their responsibility. And for me, I'm not called to that life, and right now that I'm aware of. But that doesn't mean that I can't pray or go to like the ayahuasca or like think about, right now I'm actually looking at mushroom medicine personally. And thinking about, because they're trying to, that's going to be next after cannabis. They're getting ready to, I feel like they're getting ready to legalize a lot of the mushroom and take advantage of, I guess I'm saying, what I did in the cannabis industry is they're probably going to start doing in the mushroom industry. And it's sometimes all about money, which is for us as Native people is we had to learn to survive without money. All we had was plant medicine to take care of us.
It's interesting you say that they use different plants or use different plants for different purposes and different people who are called to different things. And you were saying earlier a little bit about how some of those plants are indigenous to certain tribes because of where they are located. So it's interesting. Can you tell me a little bit about like how different tribes, kind of have an expertise in a certain plant?
I think that for us, the Native American Church does mushrooms, and mushrooms to us is, I believe, and I can't speak for everybody, but again, it's a medicine man tool and it's grown everywhere, but like peyote takes, I think, anywhere from 7 to 25 years. And so that plant medicine is really being watched right now because they want to legalize, they want to legalize peyote and they want to have access to the plant medicine. But, we don't like to go in and disrespect other people's communities. We don't like to go in and go to, for me, if someone says I'm from Ireland, I'm gonna assume you know what your country's about, you know what plants are in your country, and you know what they do for your country.
Potatoes.
Potatoes, yes. That's all I know. Yes, and it's medicine. So for me, I'm always saying, your own country, your own people have a medicine that you guys used at some point, and I don't know who didn't teach you about them, But my parents taught me a lot about what our people do and what our people in our tribe. So we take care of the Black Hills. And the Black Hills is one of the most sacred places in America. It's where the Mount Rushmore is. It's where Crazy Horse Monument. Whenever the monument from Crazy Horse is done, which it might not ever be because they said there was no picture of him, but it's going to be the world's largest rock monument. And that's in the Black Hills, and that's on our land. And we have gold, but we are literally the poorest people in America right now. If you Google Pine Ridge, South Dakota. And so it's again back to exploiting. And we literally have to go to the plant medicines to heal.
So what are you doing actively to try and help fight these things, fight the exploitations? And I know you're involved with exploited women, which is amazing work that you're doing, because it's really a big problem that nobody really understands the level of what the problem is. But unbelievable work that you're doing there. What else are you doing to try and fix the situation?
So what we're trying to do right now is work with other tribes to see if they'll mimic our laws, essentially, or work with other communities. It's not just our community, it's actually, the whole goal was to help small businesses. At the end of the day, we just wanted to make sure Native Americans had an opportunity to own their small business in cannabis. And so we're still trying to find a way to show people these laws, to say that it is possible in your community. It is possible to get what you want. It is possible to find those lawyers that will help you get what you want. And for me, honestly, we prayed, and my friends were like, "There's no way you guys did it." I said, "Listen, when I have an intimate relationship with cannabis, I call her my wife. I said, this is my Mary Jane. I mean, sorry, the real Mary Jane ain't here, but this is my Mary Jane." And so for me, I pray. I will smoke and I will pray and I will say, this is what I want to happen. And if this is, because cannabis, you are your own spirit and you're everywhere. Like, all I need you to do is give that politician a brownie. What do you guys, some special cookies?
Well, kind of what I'm hearing is that there's kind of a holistic approach to things, where you're healing your mind, your body, and the plants and everything is kind of symbiotic, and with the community, so it's kind of, it's very shared, it's a shared community. And one could make the argument that, we're going in the opposite direction of that lately when it comes to, corporatization and things like that.
It is scary to see, because I think within that context, especially having access to this medicine, we should be able to do it we should be doing it within the community, because we do it as a community, and it's a healing medicine, and it should be a healing medicine. Again, I was talking last night to a lady, and she asked me what type of medicine woman I was. And I said, I'm not a medicine woman in that I go out and practice medicine like that. I said, what I do is learn my own medicine. And I said, everybody should be their own medicine person, knowing what's good for your body, what's not good for your body. Because just like any other prescription drug, there's bad doctors. You want to be responsible with your medicine. You want to think intent of your medicine use. It's not for us, it's responsibility. There are people where I told them, I said, you guys want unlimited grows? That is irresponsible to one person to have so much access to so much mushrooms by themselves. What do you need it for? Are you trying to help the people, heal the people, or hurt the people? Pick one. Because when you're in these roles, and it's scary to watch these big corporates just think about money, 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 money. And I'm going to say eventually it's going to come back and bite you in the butt, because these are plant medicines. These are relatives. In my culture, they have souls. They have, everything has a meaning. Even eating a cow or killing a buffalo, we go through whole ceremonies. It's not like we just, let me go kill a cow or go kill a buffalo. And we actually, in our ceremonies, we do eat dog, and it's called Shanuka. And it's a very special offering that we do once a year. And we don't just go pick up a random puppy, we actually go through a whole ceremony. And so your dogs are safe around me, guys.
Oh my goodness. So I'm actually really intrigued by this kind of geographical component to the types of plant medicine that people use and how it affects them. Because I do know that, genetics and your dietary needs and your metabolisms and all of those things are all closely tied. People from, Central Europe usually do better on one kind of diet. People from further north, Scandinavia, do better on a different kind of diet. Asia, things like that. So it really is intriguing to me how the different plants would affect people on a psychological basis,
And it's important because, again, I won't take peyote in South Texas, from my understanding, and it's just, my body, I don't think is made up for certain things, and I'm okay with that, because I've tried things, and I'm like, okay, this is not for me, I threw up on it, it's just not something my body's meant for, and I think everybody should be, again, be very aware of why I'm taking these medicines and be responsible, even as you give them away, because I do encourage, there are Native Americans that do have mushroom churches, and I would say that's a good experience too, with a safe person though, because you got to remember, and plant medicine is, to me, a responsibility. And it comes with a big responsibility whenever you're holding it, even if you're working with it, because it has its own life, I believe.
I agree with you. I love that we're at a science conference and we're talking about this, because I think that there are a lot of traditions and practices that go back centuries that science is just kind of explaining why or how they work, but they've been working for all these years.
I love this.
So it's that part of it is really exciting to me. So I'm really glad that you're here, and thank you for these are all the questions I have. I would love to have anybody, if anybody has any questions in the audience, we can, Elizabeth has a question. Can somebody grab Elizabeth the mic? Here, there's one right here. Here, I got it.
First, I'd like to say, Jenny, I know it was your son's birthday last night, and you were in the after party, so I appreciate that you did show up this morning.
Thank you.
And I heard you say several times in terms of there are indigenous persons, or as you put them in quotes, so-called natives in Florida who are conducting ceremonies that don't, in your view, have a right to be conducting those. So how do people who are seeking ceremonies, because I also heard you say at the end in terms of there's indigenous people that have mushroom churches and you want those because you'll be safe. So how is someone who's not within those communities, in the native communities, ascertain which is safe, which is real, which is not?
A lot of Native Americans can really identify who their families are. So for me, I come from, again, tobacco medicine, and I know who teaches tobacco medicine in my culture.
No, I mean more for the non-natives who are seeking ceremony.
And that's what I mean. So like for me, it would be vetting them and really calling and saying what part of family, like it's okay to go to them. I would bring my friends. I don't, but I want to take them to a ceremony that I know the person doing it is going to keep us safe and they're not doing things, because that, again, it's finding and vetting and making sure, okay, if you go to a ceremony and call it an inipi or a sweat, well, what is a sweat? What is an inipi? Who came up with these terms? If you cannot actually research that by yourself, then I don't think you should be going to this sweat or ceremony, because you don't know what it is. All you know is they're giving out medicine that somebody told you about.
Is there a place you can go to try and verify if someone is who they say they are?
I actually have friends. I'm on Facebook, Jenny Big Crow. I'm on Instagram, but I do follow pages where I follow men and other people that are exposing medicine men, and that are actually actively saying this is not who and who and who. And so I think again, what tribe are you near? What tribe, like, in Florida, we got the Seminole and the Mississippi tribe. And so I'm saying, okay, out of this tribe, are they doing sweats? Are they doing ceremony? And I don't even have access to them, but I actually got access, when I say I got, because again, we always respect each other's land. We don't just go and take from the Seminoles and the Mississippi because we're native. And then you don't just get to go on because you're native, because you have to prove who you are. And so that's in the native community, it's super tight knit, and other natives know about natives. And so again, my question, my thing is make sure you guys know what these ceremonies are before you even go to them, any of them. And who, how do you, again, all I had to do is do research. You can go on the internet, and sometimes they have people who do expose medicine men on the internet.
You should start a website. Ask Jenny if this guy's legit.com.
One more? No, you're good. Okay.
One more?
First, my question is, how did you find out about a sweat? Because then you have some type of, I want to do this. You're asking questions, you're critically thinking. And so the next question would be, am I near a tribe? And when I go near a tribe, it's so interesting because we're very, very selective on who we allow into our families. And that's why I believe in prayer and ceremonies and things like that, because when you meet other people from other cultures, it's not by accident. And there's a calling that I feel like you have on your life. And so if you really want to get into that circle, I mean, you come and see me, I'll take you to the sweat.
Ask Jenny.
Ask Jenny.
.com. Trademark. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jenny,
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you all. Where's everybody leaving? Where are you going? This is just going to start to get good now.
Thank you so much, Pete and Jenny, for that interview. It is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Raphael Lancellotti comes to us from Ohio State, where they are working on their PhD currently. Raphael is actually from the Miami area, so another native who has left the area but has come back to speak to everybody today. Raphael went to UCF, is that right? Yep, for creative writing, and then went to Wyoming for a while, was a wilderness guide, and then they went to the University of Wyoming to do their master's, and was, if I'm correct, in Colorado. I'm trying to make sure I remember everybody's bios. It's the second day of the event, so bear with me, but I'm pretty sure that Raphael was doing ketamine-assisted and cannabis-assisted therapy in Colorado before going off to do their PhD with Alan Davis in Ohio State. What's really nice about Raphael was that we got connected somehow in the scheme of my teaching of the course, and Raphael has been an absolute pleasure to guest speak and to work with the students. And I'm sure that Raphael is going to talk about some of the stuff that they're doing, which includes a conference of their own at Ohio State for psychedelics called Psychedemia. And I'm going to make sure that I bring it up a few times today as the crowds fill in, because it's another university effort to educate on psychedelics, which is excellent. And they're also involved in the Source Research Foundation, which helps to fund students that are doing this work. And in fact, yesterday, one of the guests said, oh, I didn't realize people from Source were here. They funded my PhD dissertation. So if you see Josh Falcon, I think he got funding from the Source. So that's amazing. We're really happy to have you here, Raphael, and we'll actually be able to hear from you later as you're going to be on another panel, but we want to hear what you have to say about access and abuse in psychedelic therapy. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for that lovely introduction. Is this going to be recorded? Oh, great. I was just, I was spoiled yesterday with the full auditorium during that panel. So today I'm like, oh, okay, hopefully more people will get to see this. I'm really excited to be here today and to talk about this topic. I think that this is something that is not being talked about enough in this space, and I think is very important as more commercial and corporate interests enter into the psychedelic space. So I'm really excited to talk to you about that. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, this is the button. Okay, I messed it up. There we go. Okay. So just really briefly, as Joey said, I am one of the founding board members of Source Research Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization that gives grants to students. We give grants to students who are doing research related to psychedelics. We also have a community grants program where we award grants to people working in communities who are doing work in their communities to support people. So we have funded projects such as harm reduction groups. We have funded integration circles for people in their communities. So we try to move beyond academia to ensure that we're also supporting grassroots community projects. And we also have recently started a travel grant which allows students to travel to conferences, and we try to help offset the costs so that students can attend more conferences. So currently we are doing some travel grants for Psychedemia, which is the conference that's going to be happening in Columbus, Ohio. And we are also starting applications for psychedelic science, which is going to take place in Denver next year. As said, I'm also I'm a PhD student at The Ohio State University, and I'm part of the Center for Psychedelic Research and Education, which is a center that was just put together at Ohio State University. And our first big project is a study with psilocybin for PTSD in veterans. I have been the administrator and moderator of 5-MeO-DMT.org, which is a harm reduction forum related to the use of 5-methoxydimethyltryptamine. I created this forum out of a desire to provide unbiased information about this substance. I think there was a lot of misinformation going on, and there were not very good forums to discuss it. So I created this forum as a way for people to have discussions and for me to be able to help moderate that and invite other experts to be a part of that forum and have discussions that are very easy to access. You can link to all the discussions, and so it's a stable web page that serves as a repository of knowledge on 5-MeO-DMT, so that people who decide to use it can do so. Because as you'll hear throughout this presentation, I believe deeply in the power of relationship and the importance of it for change. There we go. Got it. And I just wanted to briefly show you, this is the team that I work with at Ohio State. All really wonderful people that I'm lucky to work with. And you can check out all of their amazing work and accomplishments. And yeah, just grateful to work with them. So I'm going to start out by defining what access is. And I want to define access as the access to healthcare. And so according to the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, access to healthcare consists of four main components: coverage, services, timeliness, and workforce. So coverage is, how people are brought into the healthcare system. People that don't have insurance, they're less likely to receive medical care, and they're going to have more health problems. The services need to have enough services to screen and prevent certain conditions. The timeliness is to provide the healthcare in a timely manner, and the workforce requires, and this really needs to be underlined, capable, qualified, and competent providers. And we'll get more into that a little bit later. So when we were talking about abuse, I'm talking about the abuse imposed on other people. Some people, when they see this, they're thinking like, oh yeah, people can abuse psychedelics, which is true. But I'm talking about a much more serious problem, which is when people abuse others. And when psychedelics are involved, the potential for abuse goes up exponentially. So we define this by imposing a reality on another person, violating boundaries, taking advantage of somebody's vulnerability, and when practitioners are operating outside their scope of competence. And when we talk about taking advantage of vulnerability, people who are suffering from mental health conditions are vulnerable people. People who are uneducated about psychedelics are vulnerable people. People who are inexperienced with psychedelics are vulnerable people. You may have every intention to help someone, but you need to be aware that these people are vulnerable. And if you are not in a position to keep them safe and to take good care of them, you may be in a position to abuse somebody. These are very important things to know. So I want to go into a little bit more detail about access. So when we're talking about the lack of mental health coverage, this is a problem that has almost nothing to do with psychedelics, but when you add psychedelics into it, it just magnifies our awareness of these problems that are already existing, which is that holistic mental health care is still a luxury in the United States. If you want holistic mental health care, or any health care in this country, you better have some money. The fact that most people who have a low insurance or no insurance are not having access to holistic healthcare, and by holistic healthcare, I mean, can you do acupuncture if you need it? Do you get massage if you need it? Do you have preventative dental care? Do you see a therapist when things aren't going terrible? We don't have that in this country. And the insurance that we currently have is only covering solution-focused interventions, which means that if you get into a car accident and you break every bone in your body and you are put back together, the insurance company is, in your rehabilitation process, the insurance company is only interested in providing as much care as needed for you to start functioning again. That is not wellness. That is not a life to be lived. That is not a life of joy. That is a life of baseline functioning. We need to do better. And I hope that all of you and the people who see this presentation will agree with me that we as a country and we as people need to do better in terms of how we take care of each other. There is a lack of services. Adults don't have adequate screening, and there are very few referral networks for varying levels of care. In the panel yesterday where we were talking about integration, we talked about the importance of being able to refer to various professionals. It is expensive. Oftentimes you lose money when you refer out, but it ensures a higher quality of care. And these are the important things. These are the things that need to be at the forefront of people's minds. And I'm sure there are healthcare professionals here who feel like, oh, I know all of this, which is great, but I also feel this is very important for people who are not in the healthcare industry, who are wanting to invest in the healthcare industry. The problem of timeliness is that People get referred for mental health services when they're in crisis. When you've been in that car accident, you break all the bones in your body, and suddenly, although your body has been put back together, now your mind is not functioning because you are still processing the trauma of that car accident. So the process of healing that trauma it's not a 6-step process, it's not a 12-step process. It is a process that takes as much time as necessary. And I have worked as a trauma therapist working with a wide range of traumas. And one of the first questions that I would always be asked is, how long is this going to take? How long is it going to take for me to not have PTSD? If I do it with psychedelics, what is it, 3 months? 6 months? And I would have to be honest, and I would have to say, I honestly cannot tell you how long this is going to take. I can tell you that it will be hard, I can tell you that it could be fast, and I can tell you that it could take a long time. But none of those things are defined, and none of those things are guaranteed. And unfortunately, we do not live in a society, and we do not live in a culture that supports the fact that healing from trauma takes as long as it needs to. And we need to support that. And finally, we are lacking competent providers. We're lacking a workforce that is able to provide adequate services to the people who need it. So right now, especially with psychedelics, there's a limited testing of different methodologies. So as Al was talking yesterday, there's many different modalities of psychedelic therapy. There are many different theories of psychedelic therapy, and they have not yet been compared. We have not studied the different types of psychedelic therapies. We have not compared them to each other. We are right now just in the stage of finding out if psychedelics can be beneficial. And there are some promising results, but we still need much more research in order for us to say that we have an evidence-based intervention. And so it's very important to keep that in mind, especially for people who are thinking about investing and thinking about getting involved. This is the stage that we're at, and we need to be realistic about that. In addition to that, the hype of psychedelics is bringing in lots of people who are not taking into consideration any of the things that I've just been talking to you. And the result is these problems that you see here. These are real headlines. These are articles that were published in the last 2 years. There was a person participating in an MDMA clinical trial who was sexually abused and assaulted by her therapist during a clinical trial. And psychedelic therapy done improperly can re-traumatize people. And this is what I'm talking about with imposing your reality on somebody else. And this is why, for me, it's very scary to see integration coaches and seeing people who are assuming the role of a therapist that have zero clinical experience. And I feel very strongly that if you are supporting somebody in processing a psychedelic experience, and that person has any sort of mental illness, I would hope that you have had serious supervision, clinical supervision. I would hope that you've seen many people with mental illness, not just your own, many people. I hope that you have made mistakes under supervision and learned how to correct those mistakes. That is paramount to being a true helper in this space. And I say this with so much care because I care deeply about the people who are wanting this help. And if we do not have a high level of care, we are going to hurt people. And psychedelics are not going to solve it. So I know this is not fun to talk about, and this is not fun for me to say. This was one of the hardest presentations I've had to put together. But I feel like it's something that needs to be talked about. So how does this happen? And mean for comedic relief. So there's several factors here in terms of that we need to think about. The potential for abuse in psychedelic therapy. And at the center of it all, I want to just say, like, not learning from the mistakes of the cannabis industry. I think the cannabis industry has done some very good things, and it has also failed miserably in other things. And some people may agree with me or disagree with me, and that's okay. One of the big mistakes of the cannabis industry is the overstating of benefits and the overuse of cannabis. And so essentially the benefits of cannabis are actually, they're overstated, and people are losing the appropriate use of cannabis for its benefits. So there's an article that my supervisor, Alan Davis, recently published, which offers some really great perspectives on very specific things in the cannabis industry that can really be applied to the infrastructure and the scaling of psychedelic therapy. So I really suggest that you look into that if this is something that you're interested in. In the case of psychedelic researchers, the research practices need to be held in a very high ethical standard. And as we've seen in news, that hasn't always been done. So it's incredibly important that those ethical research practices are complied with, and that there is no tolerance for deviation from those ethics. There also may be psychedelic researchers who are, similar to people in business. They're enthusiastic about the growing interest in psychedelics, and they want their research to be on the headlines, and they want their research to be at the forefront. So they may actually not have much competence, either in their clinical population that they're studying, or with the psychedelic that they're using, or with the type of intervention that they're using. So these are some things that, as a research community, we have to keep in mind. There are some great research teams that exist. The team at Johns Hopkins has done incredible work, and I feel very lucky to have collaborated with them. There are teams in the UK and Maastricht University who've been doing a great job. But these are some things to keep in mind going forward. We also have the pressure of the pharmaceutical industry, which is wanting to find the new Prozac to treat depression, and really not looking at the causes of depression and what are the, as Albert said yesterday, what is the matrix? What is the circumstances that people find themselves in? A pill is not going to change someone's circumstance. And I know that, some people may say, well, you just manifest a new reality, and I'm sorry, but I don't care how hard you manifest. You're not going to manifest your month's rent every month. So, there is this pressure from the pharmaceutical industry to develop a depression intervention or a mental illness intervention that essentially cuts out the human connection. And that is also tied in with the biotech industry, which the biotech industry is essentially trying to meet the desires of the pharmaceutical industry by discovering the next Prozac that will essentially cure all depression and cure the anxiety and the problems that we face. And finally, we have the facilitators and therapists, which, for me, as a licensed counselor and as someone doing clinical research, this is probably the one that I get most passionate about and most activated about. But that is, that a lot of, there is no empirical evidence, there is no evidence-based practice for psychedelic therapy. So all of the protocols and all of the things that people are doing currently, it's all experimental. And a lot of people are not entering into it by saying, hey, this is experimental, so we can try this. And these are the skills that I have in order for us to try this. But it's also important to know that there's a lot that we don't know. And so it may work, but we might not know exactly why it works. And that's okay, but it is important in the process of informed consent, and it is important in the process of having people engaged in their process of healing. The other two issues that we see here is that there's an overconfidence in the efficacy of these drugs to treat mental health conditions. There are lots of people who would say, oh, you're depressed? Eat some mushrooms. Oh, I heard ketamine cures depression. All you gotta do is do some ketamine. Or whatever, insert psychedelic here. These drugs they don't cure anything. These drugs help us work with the things that we have in us and we are experiencing. They give us opportunities to look at things from new perspectives. They give us opportunities to feel when we have never made space to feel before in our lives. They give us space to contemplate where we have not made space to do so. These are things that are helpful, but these are not the cures for our problems. And finally, the overconfidence in ability. And I don't know how many people, raise your hand if you know about the Dunning-Kruger curve. Anyone know? Yeah? Great. So the Dunning-Kruger curve is essentially a curve that shows that when people are learning something, they very quickly enter into a phase where they think they know everything about it, and they think that they are experts. And they are in this sort of delusion for a little while, and then suddenly something will happen, and they suddenly realize, like, oh shit, I actually know nothing. And then over time, as they continue to work in that area and do the thing, their level of confidence goes back up. And it essentially reaches a more moderate plateau where, the expert is not saying, I know everything, but the expert is saying, here are the things I know, and I still have much to learn. So, especially in this burgeoning field where, there is limited training, there's still protocols being developed, the research is still not conclusive. It's very easy for people who jump into it because there's not that much more information and because there's not that much training and supervision. It's very easy for people to stay in that trance of, I got this, I am good at this, and this is what I do, and I will handle everything well. And for those of you who have worked in the healthcare setting, when you work with enough people, you realize that you eventually have situations where you don't got this, and you need help. So it's really important to keep that in mind. So, and I just kind of want to talk also about how access, abuse, they are both mediated by power and privilege. So the access to psychedelics and the abuse of psychedelics are functions of power and privilege. The way that somebody uses their power and uses their privilege really defines whether somebody is getting access to the care that they need or if someone's being taken advantage of. And so this is where I think that the concepts of power and privilege are incredibly important as we enter into this space and enter into these dialogues, because this is at the core of what is happening in our country, and I would say that this has a lot to do with the mental illness that's happening in this country. There's rooted in an imbalance of power, an imbalance of privilege, and people not being able to access the care that they need. So I want to end on a positive note here, and I want to end with some hopes and dreams that I hope that will be seeded in all of you, and hopefully will continue these conversations going forward and start to be creative in how we can address these complex problems. So, like I said yesterday, it's not the drugs, it is the people. Your recovery, my recovery, the wellness of all of us is dependent on one another. It is dependent on how well we love one another, how well we care for one another, how well we can help someone when they are in need, and how well we can ask for help when we are in need. So for psychedelic therapy, it needs to be evolving. We need to recognize that more evidence is required. We need to integrate that evidence, and we need to continue to realize that this is something that is in progress. We can't stand uncertainty. It needs to be person-centered, which means that we need to put people first over profit. We need to think about how are we delivering the best level of care possible before we start thinking, am I going to make money off of this? That should be your last question. If you want to help people, if you're doing any sort of health care, if you are helping anybody who is ill, your very first question should be, how do I deliver the highest level of care and make it accessible? This is your biggest problem, and this is the number one problem. Everything else follows. It needs to be sustainable, which means you can't just say, well, we just got a donation for $15,000 and we're going to be able to sponsor some people. That's not sustainable, because then what happens when that $15,000 runs out? Then you are no longer able to provide therapy. So we need sustainable models. We need to get involved in, sometimes we need to get involved in policy and politics to ensure that we start to change some regulations around healthcare. It needs to be integrated, which means that we need people to get plugged into their communities. We need to make sure that people are engaging with one another and getting involved with the world. We need to also be connected to other healthcare professionals and make sure that we're making those inroads to make sure that there's wraparound care and that the care is holistic. The care needs to be collaborative, which means that the patient should be informed and involved, and the provider should also be talking to other providers who are working with those individuals. And finally, it needs to be patient. This is so new. I know that there was research done in the 60s and 70s, but we are basically starting almost from scratch, because there are so many ethical problems with a lot of that research that it's like, well, thank God they made those mistakes now, but we are really, we're really starting in a new place. So it also needs to be patient. We need to realize that, you know, it'd be great if we could legalize it all right now and everybody could have it and then we go, but also our culture needs to be able to move with these changes as well. So finally, I have some questions for you to consider as we go forward. The first one is, you know, what are my intentions? Why am I here? Why am I doing what I am doing? How can I cause harm? Really contemplating the potential for harm to be caused. And how might harm come to me? And I say that both for providers, and I say that also for patients. You know, as a provider, you should be thinking about, well, like, how could this go wrong, and how could this really mess me up? This is an important question to ask. And also, simultaneously, like, you know, How could I hurt other people? Do I have the skills and training to anticipate and minimize that harm? Because sometimes we don't even know what we don't know, and we don't even have the capacity to assess those things. So it's important to find out that piece. Do I actually know what I'm doing? How do I know what I know? And are there people who can and will hold me accountable besides me? Are there people that I am talking to about the work that I'm doing, about the research that I'm doing, about the way that I'm conducting myself, that if I were to act unethically or do something wrong, will they hold me accountable? Will they give me an opportunity to learn from my mistakes and grow from them? Those are very important. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for sitting through that. Yeah, I'll be around. Are we doing questions now? Oh, great.
Just making sure we have a microphone for the audience. Thank you very much, Raphael. That was definitely a tough topic to discuss. We're going to take some questions from the audience.
Here, we have our first one.
Hey, Rob. Hey, Raphael, how are you today?
Good.
And thank you for the topic. Sometimes, the elephants are in the room. Sometimes it gets uncomfortable, but you have a great way of making an understanding out of the scenarios. I want to ask a couple of questions. One is, I have a couple of veterans that are close to me that I love. How would they be able to participate in any of the studies that you have going on? And my second question is, regarding the news article out of British Columbia, how was it determined that the person or patient was actually abused by the physician or the professional?
Sure. So to answer your first question, one of the best resources is clinicaltrials.gov. This website has every single clinical trial that's happening in the United States and oftentimes in other countries as well. And it will have, if you type in, let's say you type in psilocybin, it'll show you every single psilocybin study that has been completed, that is recruiting. And so that's one of the best resources in terms of if somebody wants to be in a study, you can find out about them through that website.
Clinicalsurvey.com? .gov?
Clinicaltrials.gov.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add, there's also in South Florida, there's Siegel trials that do a lot of studies with respect to depression, with veterans, with PTSD. And a lot of these are clinical trials that you can find on the clinicaltrials.gov, but it's local. So look up Siegel trials. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and then for the second question, there's video evidence of this. So there was a video camera running during the session, which is part of the research protocol. So there's video showing that happening.
So that's all protocol.
Absolutely. Yes.
And part of that discussion was that the video had been recorded years before and had not been noticed that had happened, which really talks about who's watching the videos and making sure that the assurances. I wanted to ask a question about this, which is somewhat related. So the first paper in our psychedelics course, and my students can attest to this, is an opinion piece by Griffiths and Yaden about the risk of the psychedelic renaissance going off the rails. And in the 60s, the public overconsumption combined with a political situation created an opportunity to scapegoat all the problems on psychedelics as public enemy number one. We're now in a new era where the abuse that we're seeing, which are popping up as you showed, which are terrible and need to be addressed, there's also a risk that this could, in some ways, bring negative light to psychedelic therapy that has the risk of reaching another moratorium. So my question is, what do we do in this space to ensure that we don't go off the rails on a different route, which is to cancel culture of psychedelic therapy? And again, with complete respect to the fact that anybody who's ever been mistreated in a trial is given support and attention to what happened. I'm curious what you think, what needs to be done to move in the right direction? And I know you just gave a whole talk on it, but is it a combination of education at the schools? Is it a combination of these kinds of events? What do you think?
I mean, I think it's a combination of education as well as safe access. I think that if there are safe avenues to do this that are regulated with people who are, properly trained and licensed, using training that is based on evidence, and people are educated as to why that is important versus, Joe Shaman on this corner says that he can do it for free or whatever, which sometimes that works, but it's educating people on the gamble that is. And then also, I think also like having very clear, ethical violations happen all the time in helping professions, which is really sad and unfortunate, but, we also have things in place to address those. I think we need to start doing more of that in the psychedelic therapy.
And I think it's really important to listen to what you're saying for anybody who's a consumer in the black market, that going to see some shaman in some foreign country because you were told by a friend could lead to these unethical practices, and so that needs to be cared for. There's a question here and then over.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Rafael. So I work with an indigenous community in Colombia.
Sorry, can you speak up?
Yeah, better?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you so much for your lecture. I work with an indigenous community in Colombia, and something that was really relevant during my fieldwork was the access for this community to medical attention. So access is a big thing for this community. So I was thinking if you have considered within your research that cultural competence is relevant for access to different communities in the States.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as in one of the slides I had there, that cultural competence is one of the major pieces of access. So absolutely, cultural competence plays a big role, and I think that also plays into appropriate training and having culturally competent. And I like to say like culturally humble people because I also think this idea that like I'm culturally competent sort of assumes that I know everything, whereas for me, I would rather, I have some background, but I think what I think is more effective, and I'm open to feedback on this, what I find to be more effective is learning how to approach people in a way that allows them to sort of teach how they interact and what they need, right? And so then I can, I can adjust easily to be like, okay, this is your culture, it's a little bit different, and I can respect and accommodate that. Does that make sense? Okay.
Just curious, is there a way to measure the potency of organic mushrooms, with how much psilocybin they have? Do you easily measure it? I know the stem is less potent than the capsule. Is there any way to measure the organic?
Yeah, there are analytical chemistry ways to do this. Yeah, I mean, that's
You're looking to me for that one.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there are ways to do it with things like a GCMS, but easily, I don't know that there's any colorimetric test that you could do other than the old ticket and see if it's blue.
Yeah, there's not a way to do it at home.
With synthetic psilocybin is very expensive. I'm just thinking in the future.
we had a big conversation yesterday about analytical testing for cannabis and how unregulated that is, and that needs to be something. So I would imagine that there will be an industry that's gonna, piggyback off of the psychedelic legalization that will look at things like analyzing psilocybin content in mushroom. And again, there's a lot of tryptamine derivatives very closely similar to the psilocybin. Right? Psilocin is the active one, but there's a whole slew of other similar structures that would be.
System, Nordic system, right?
There's a question back there, right?
Thank you. That was a fantastic talk. I think the three of us really enjoyed that. I hope that is broadcast far and wide. There are a lot of really important concepts there that a lot of people need to know. And you're right, that was...
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Peter Hendricks.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
I think you met Cynthia yesterday.
Yes.
We're at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. Anyway, what was I saying? So, thank you. That was really wonderful. I have two questions. The first is, I wonder if there's any data on abuse in the world of psychedelics relative to just the mental health care in general, because we know there's an unfortunate, long and storied history of exploitation just in mental health. And it's typically with older male therapists exploiting younger female clients. So that's one question I had. And then the second question, I know this is a hard one too, but you've already shown the courage to address some, so I'm going to kind of put you on the spot. But I'm sort of thinking to the future where psilocybin has an FDA indication, so we see its use in sort of medical contexts. And the question is, what are the required qualifications of those who would serve as therapists or guides? And we're biased. I'm a clinical psychologist, and Cynthia is a clinical psychologist in training, so we've often landed on, we'd like to see licensed mental health professionals there, social workers, psychiatrists, psychologists. But as you probably know, in some of the sort of training programs across the nation, we also see those who may not have quite the right qualifications, like anesthesiologists or physical therapists or even pharmacists, thinking, well, this is something I can do. And we feel uncomfortable telling them, hey, you can't play, but yet it also seems like maybe the qualifications aren't quite there and there's potential for harm. So I'm curious what you think about that too.
Yeah, great. Wonderful questions, thanks. And I'd love to connect with you later. I've been reading your research for a long time. So the first question, sorry, you have to say the first question again. If you just prompt me, I'll.
Yeah, sorry, I was just rambling. So is there any evidence that there is more abuse? Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Yes, so there hasn't been any research on this done yet, and I'm working on a project to hopefully start to do like a prevalence study. So I'm in the process of working with that, and I'm collaborating with a few people who specialize in sexual abuse research. So, trying to utilize some of the methodologies that they've used to understand the prevalence of sexual abuse, and then, hopefully trying to, do the same thing, but, specific to the use of psychedelics. So yeah, to answer that, both answering and offering some direction forward with that. And then, does that answer your first question? And then your second question, so yeah, I think I would lead by saying that I also have the bias of being a licensed mental health professional, and I feel strongly that, that as of right now in the system that we have, like, that is a very important qualification for a number of reasons. One is that, being a licensed mental health professional means that there is a licensing board that you are accountable to, which means that if you do something fucked up, there is a way to track you down. There's, there can be legal action taken against you. If people who do not hold a license, there's no way of holding them accountable. There's no way of keeping track of them. There's no way of knowing how long they've been practicing or what they know or what they don't know. There's no record. So, but if we were to, entertain the idea that people who are not licensed mental health professionals are going to be certified to hold space for, facilitate psychedelic experiences, and I've had a lot of this conversation with the folks in Oregon. My opinion is that there needs to be a very strong supervision component to that sort of profession. Those individuals should not be doing therapy. Those individuals should be trained very heavily on how to assess their scope of practice, and they should also be having like a supervisory relationship with someone who has extensive mental health, clinical mental health experience in order to continue to assess that scope of practice. Can those individuals trip sit, legally and officially? I think so, especially when we're dealing with healthy people. I think that that's perfectly reasonable, and I think it makes sense that like if somebody's just like, hey, this weekend, instead of, I want to go get a massage and then, take psilocybin at this really nice like meditation center, and there's a person there who's certified to trip sit. Oops. I think that's fine. My concern is more when there are people who are suffering from a mental health condition and, maybe they, maybe they don't know that there's something there, and they go do this retreat or meditation or whatever, and something comes up, and that person may not be qualified to work with it. And if that person, so if the person does have training, right, they're not qualified to deal with it, but they are trained to sort of help the person through that experience and then refers them out, then I think that's really a best case scenario. I think that it really gets both things where, those who don't want to go to school or aren't, for whatever reason, they're not going to go to school, but they still would like to hold space for people, and maybe they are born caretakers, then I think that makes sense. But in terms of the shorter answer to that for me is, I do think that they need to be a licensed mental health professional with clinical experience and supervision. And for me, like, the education part for me is the smallest piece. Like the biggest part for me is the hands-on experience and the supervision and the process of, at least for me, that was the biggest thing when I was in my, clinical program, was the process of, working with patients and clients. I worked both at a community mental health clinic, and I also worked at the crisis unit of a hospital. So the process of like seeing all sorts of people, doing the best that I could, and then going to my supervisor and being like, please help me, that experience is really helpful for me, and it really helped me when I went into private practice and I started working, with less sort of, intense crisis situations. So I think that I really, really feel strongly about that, and I think most people who have experienced a wide range of conditions, whether it's in mental health or, in the physical, medicine, I think that often there's agreement there. So hopefully that like offers a middle of the road kind of solution. And yeah, I'd love to talk more about it because I have been following the process in Oregon quite closely, and it's definitely given me ideas in terms of like, how can we do this better somewhere else? Because I think they did a lot of things really well, but it's been interesting also to see the way that things have conflicted. So yeah, thank you so much for those great questions.
We probably have time for maybe one or two more questions. While they're handing the microphone, I'll say that I had a conversation. You mentioned Maastricht at university, and I had a conversation with Kim Kuipers, who's teaching a course out there, and she says that regularly there are therapists that want to get trained and they're coming to the universities, and the universities don't have the training. It's really, MAPS is doing the training, Fluence is doing the
So
training.
we will, Ohio State University will be starting a training program in the next couple of years.
That's excellent. Yeah, we talked about the quality assurance in the university where MAPS and Fluence and some of the other training centers, they have an agenda. MAPS's agenda is to try to, get these compounds in the system. So their training is likely to train in maybe a somewhat
Medicine forward.
slightly biased, to like you said, it could be more about the drug than the people, whereas the therapy programs at universities may have a system in play to really look at helping the people first. Questions?
Yeah. I know, it's tricky talking on this, that you're talking about abuse and things of that nature, but I wanted to ask in reference to kind of in that vein, but also the panel yesterday. I know that you had touched on as far as like accessibility and things of that nature. I don't know, I guess I don't really have like the direct question, but just in terms of improving access to care for suppressed populations, and also like accessibility, not accessibility, representation of varied, of those suppressed groups, having providers represented as like seeing a disabled provider that holds space for others, or is a mental health counselor, people of color, things of that nature. I like your point earlier as far as like you're talking about sustainable models. One thing, honestly, I really disagreed with yesterday was, and maybe it was just the wording semantics, but someone had asked, is there a difference between the optimization, like someone microdosing in Silicon Valley versus someone in a very trauma-induced, say poverty or chronic illness or something like that, and is the integration the same? And it was said yesterday that it was. And I would say that no, in my opinion, it's completely different, because one is a privilege, which was mentioned yesterday, and one is not. And honestly, the biggest thing that moves me in this entire space is accessibility and people having access. That being said, now, like, I don't know, honestly, I would just like your thoughts, if you're familiar with intersectionality, because I found that post-George Floyd, we are lifting up people of color, and there are certain programs, like if you're familiar with Fireside Project, and the Affinity Cohort and all of that. But that said, like, for example, the disability community, the chronic illness community is completely left out of that. Like, we're like picking and choosing who we're lifting up instead of lifting up all vulnerable populations. So like, the question would be, what efforts would you like to be seen done to have more diversity of providers? Because like we've heard it from different research groups, like Johns Hopkins was primarily white participants and things like that. Like I said, the two-part is, how can we increase accessibility within providers, and also increase more diverse facilitator program? Because to your point with the Oregon thing, I'll just say quickly, it's like 20 grand to become a facilitator, So like, how do these people in these populations, or somebody on a fixed income, be able to serve those groups? And like, you can't get those people to involve in a study unless they have a provider that they trust. But yeah, any thoughts you have on that, I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to thank you so much for your passion around access. I think it's so important, and it's really wonderful to see. So thank you. Yeah, and I guess to your point about the conversation yesterday, and just to clarify what I meant, because you were saying maybe the wording was what it was. I think I was just saying, like, the integration process is the same in terms of, like, as a clinician, if somebody's integrating, somebody who's well is integrating versus, somebody who has PTSD, integration as a concept is the same.
Yeah, my only, if I may real quick, sorry. To to be honest, like really what came up from that point is like, it's a privilege to have an integration coach.
Absolutely.
It's a privilege to be able to have access to a mental health counselor. So that's where it's a big difference in my opinion.
Right. I don't know if did you hear me talk about that yesterday? Because I did mention that.
Yeah, I remember you saying the word privilege specifically, but and I'm not saying for you, I'm just saying whatever, in the panel overall it was discussed, and I would, that difference, and you did mention privilege, that's what I was saying, but yeah, that was the big difference for me, because I know, like I said, to be able to have an integration coach in itself is a privilege that many people cannot have, and I wish that was emphasized yesterday, not you directly, just saying in general.
Absolutely, no, thank you for clarifying that. To answer your questions today, in terms of how do we get more diversity, so I can tell you right now, like in the clinical trial that I have been working on developing the protocol for, I have been, part of my role in that team has been to develop a way to recruit a representative sample of the population. So it is a veteran population, but I specifically have gone through the most recent statistics on the veteran population with PTSD to determine, what is the ratio of male and female. Unfortunately, they don't have any non-binary genders listed, but making sure that there's the appropriate ratios of male to female, and then all the different racial classifications, so that when we have our sample, we have selected a representative group that matches the demographics of that PTSD sample in veterans. So what's interesting, like if you look at the veteran population, and then you look at the veterans with PTSD, the veterans with PTSD is actually a very different demographic than the whole veteran demographic. So that's one example, at least for me in research, this is one way that I am working to ensure more diversity and more representation. Our research team also has a pretty diverse group. We have like one of our medical students who is going to be one of the therapists working with our veterans is a person of color. We have another PhD student who is from China who is going to be working with clinicians. I'm Cuban. We have a pretty diverse gender identity group and sexuality representation in our team. So in that way, I think we've really worked hard to have a diverse team. So I think they're part of the answer is having intentionality about who you're bringing in, not just because of their identity, but also because of the skills that they have. Part of what Source Research Foundation is doing, like one of the reasons why Source Research Foundation exists and why we give grants to students is we want to diversify. We want to see more people of color. We want to see more LGBTQ people doing these. We want to see people with disabilities doing this research or getting the training that they need in order to do this work and to do this work well and have good training and be good leaders in this field. So we do want that. So these are some of the ways that we are working extremely hard to fight for diversity and to move that step forward.
Can I jump in?
Sorry, yeah.
I just want to add that his research mentor, the first time I had heard Alan Davis present was at ICPR in 2020 and was presenting exactly on this topic of inclusivity in psychedelic research. And that was before Raphael joined the group, but you were just about to join, I think.
What, in
2020?
Oh no, I had been part of that group for a long time.
But I will also say that now in organizing this event and in organizing ICPR this year, this is always the intentionality of the organizing team. We, Pete, Colleen, and Christy and I tried our hardest to find a diverse group of speakers on this material because we understand how important it is to put people that are Cuban in front of other Cubans to talk about research in psychedelics instead of putting somebody who may not necessarily culturally have as many similarities. So there's a lot of efforts in this space to do that.
And then I would also say, like, I mean, you're also speaking to some systemic problems, right? So like, I mean, I can say like, here are the things that we're trying to do within a system of oppression. But there are also, you know, these systemic problems that need to be addressed, which is, you know, the cost of trainings and the, you know, the cost of therapy and so on. So.
This is really an important discussion, but we do want to move forward because we have another speaker that's already behind by 20 minutes. So do you have a quick question? Can we make it quick, or do you want to maybe ask him separately? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Lazo, thank you so much. It's very important conversations that we're having, and I absolutely do not want to ever stop people from speaking. Raphael is one of the folks that are coming from out of town, and I know that a lot of you would benefit from listening to them. So please reach to Raphael when you can get more information. Up next is a colleague of mine. So we are going to welcome to the stage Dr. Dina Golden, who's going to speak about Kratom. Dina Golden is in the, I want to say the nursing school here, and she's going to present some work of hers.
Good afternoon, everybody. So today's talk is going to be on Kratom. It's going to provide an overview of use. I want to also let you know that today's talk on Kratom, I have no conflicts of interest, and it's a neutral talk on Kratom. So it's going to be also to recognize salient aspects of Kratom's history, review Kratom's psychoactive effects and pharmacological action, and identify potential risks and side effects related to Kratom consumption. So this talk is also aimed at targeting the primary care clinician. That's what I tend to publish a lot about, because usually primary care clinicians are the first point of contact, and they're not familiar with certain plant medicines that patients may be wanting to have conversation about, or maybe having some adverse effect, or also when they're prescribing may have interactions that could be very important that they're aware of. So that's where this is, the angle of this talk is today. So what is Kratom? Mitragona speciosa, M. speciosa, belongs to the Rubiaceae family, which is part of the evergreen plant, which is a cousin to the coffee plant as well. And it's a psychoactive ethnomedicine that's indigenous to Southeast Asia, mainly Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, also other parts of the world as well. And it's been used for centuries throughout Asia. And it's been used because of its properties of the leaf, meaning that the leaves produce both coca-like stimulant effects and opium sedative effects. So it's been used for medical purposes. It's been used for the people that work in the fields to keep them more tolerant to the heat, and laborers to help them with their pains and to give them more energy so they can be more productive. And it's also used for recreational settings as well. Over the past 20 years, Kratom has become much more popular in the West, and it's been mostly due to the internet and being marketed as a herbal and natural dietary supplement. And there's some areas that do publicize Kratom as a natural or legal herbal, or they all. So what are some of the positive and negative effects of Kratom? So again, to enhance productivity, increase work output, pain relief, reduces fatigue, improves motivation. It has some euphoric effects. It's been used for multiple medical purposes, such as a cough suppressant. There's some literature on its use in diabetes, hypertension, GI type problems, and also its antidepressant effects. Most commonly, it's used for antidepressant, euphoric, and its analgesic effects. And it can also be used to enhance sensory experiences as well. Some negative effects are nausea, vomiting, dizziness, drowsiness. Some people experience withdrawal symptoms that can be quite problematic for them, and irritability, agitation, and so forth. So the history of Kratom, there's some differences in the literature. Somewhere between 1836 to 1839 is probably the first it's been mentioned in the literature, and it was first used and grown in Southeast Asia. The laborers would chew fresh or dry leaves. Typically, people that chew leaves chew about 3 leaves at a time, and then they swallow after the leaf after they chew it. And it was to help them, again, with the heat and to improve their productivity. It's as an anti-diarrhea substance, used often to help people that were withdrawing off of opium. It was also used for that for centuries and to replace amphetamines. And there's some areas that have used it as well in religious ceremonies, and in the US here, it's mostly used to treat opioid withdrawal symptoms, pain, and mental health, primarily antidepressant, as an antidepressant. So there's different names for Kratom. I say Kratom. I'm from New York. I don't know if that's, but Kratom. But in Thailand, Kratom, you'll hear it called that. You'll hear other names. And I just put this here. Another name that I've seen is the powder that's mixed with water. They'll call it like green sludge. There's just all different kinds of names that people use for it. So what are the products? The products come in different formulations. There's again the fresh dried leaves, fresh or dried leaves. You can crush them, chew them. There's concentrated extracts. And before I continue with the different ways and formulations that Kratom comes, it also depends on what types of additives, depending on the formulation, will contribute to the person's subjective experience taking the Kratom. And so, it's not exactly dose equivalent, every product and every formulation, or every supplier. So there's also capsules, tablets, liquids, gums, resins, and mostly, almost 100% of the time, I would say that it's taken orally, and sometimes it is smoked as well. Due to Kratom's it's known to have a very bitter taste, so often the Kratom powder is mixed with water or lemon. So lemon helps to extract some of the alkaloids from the product, and also it's because of the bitter taste, it's usually chased or mixed in with something sugary, such as honey, sugar, or something like that. Some people talk about using chocolate milk after they drink Kratom because it helps with the bitterness in the back of the throat and so forth. Kratom's available in smoke shops, gas stations, over the internet. in the US. As far as the dosage and the cost, the dosage of kratom varies. So in lower doses, meaning from 2 to 5 grams, usually that's around where people would start and they get more of a stimulant type of cocaine, amphetamine type of response. And kratom also has, there's literature on its tolerance, right? So maybe somebody would start with a certain dose, and then as they continue to take it, depending on how regularly they take it, they may increase to get a similar effect. That doesn't happen for all, but that's just something that can happen. So higher doses range from 5 grams to 15. I mean, there's even higher, but this is what I found in the literature to be somewhat of the average, and this is more for the analgesic, pain relief, calming, sedative response, the effects of opioids. So powders typically contain 3 to 5 grams, concentrated extracts, which would be drops. People utilize kratom differently. Sometimes in some of the kava kratom shops, or they'll once in a while they'll go and they'll have, they'll have kratom, and it increases their social ability, they feel good, they're relaxed. And then there's people that are utilizing kratom multiple times a day, and there's different, so people usually take it about 3 times a day or so if they're a chronic user, and sometimes to have more of a lasting effect, there's literature on how they'll take kratom, and as they feel it coming out or coming off of it, they'll take a lower dose after. So it just varies based on the person's pain, or if they're using it for a stimulant and what effect they're trying to achieve. The cost can vary, but about 5 grams is from $35 to $45 typically. So the pharmacological principles of kratom. So the pharmacokinetics of what the body does to the drug, there's still a lot of unknowns. So that's because of the different alkaloids that are within the plant, and there's just and that's what's been so confusing, or the differences in the literature, just due to the there's a lot of research that needs to be done. So typically the onset of action is 10 to 15 minutes, and it lasts about 2 to 4 hours, and sometimes can last longer, just depends on the grower, the person, there's a lot of variables. Again, there's more than 40 different alkaloids within kratom, and the main compounds are mitragynine and 7-hydroxymitragynine. So mitragynine is the most abundant alkaloid within the plant. That was discovered back in 1921. And then 7-hydroxymitragynine is the most potent of the compounds. And that was discovered later during research for pain medications. So how does this work, or what do we know so far of how this works as far as it's a stimulant and it's also a mood enhancer? So as far as the opioid effects, we know that it works on the mu receptor sites, which the mu, kappa, and delta opioid receptor sites, which the mu receptor site especially is one of the receptor sites that is where opioids give their effect. So it also works on serotonin, alpha-2 adrenergic agonism, dopamine, and possible adenosine antagonism and calcium channel blockers. So there's multiple theories, because it's still not fully understood, how this plant can have this stimulant and opioid and have all these different types of impacts on different individuals. So interestingly, the 7-hydroxynitrogynine, that is again the most potent of the compounds, and it's been found, there was a study on animals, and that's been found to be 10 to 20 times more potent on the mu receptor than morphine. So that's an interesting concept that they're still looking, but they haven't done a lot of human studies yet to give us more information. So metabolism. Kratom it's believed that kratom is primarily metabolized through the liver, so it's hepatically metabolized. And why is this important? This is important because it's thought that kratom is metabolized through the cytochrome P450 enzyme. And what it does, if someone's given a medication by their primary care clinician and they're not aware that somebody is using something that might compete to be metabolized through the liver, it could potentially negatively impact and cause that person to have toxic or dangerous amounts of whatever other substance has been prescribed to that person, right? So it's important to discuss anything that herbally or prescription medication that anyone is taking, so that it could be, you know, not easily, but like discussed with, you know, the primary, so that a choice to be made of what would be prescribed would not be putting the person at risk. And most fatalities that have to do with kratom, nothing has been shown that it's actually kratom itself that caused the problem. It's the polypharmacy, what else the person has been taking, or what the person has been mixing with kratom. So additional adverse effects, long-term use, might have dry mouth, hair loss, excessive tearing, jerky movements, and for serious adverse effects would be seizures, arrhythmia, liver failure. Liver toxicity has been probably the most relevant finding that they have found with adverse and fatality cases. It also impacts the pituitary gland, which is the master gland of the body. It's been shown to also cause hypogonadism and other hormonal difficulties. So the clinical assessment. So as a primary care clinician, there's no hallmark sign. Somebody comes in, their liver enzymes are now elevated, and let's say they don't know why. So it's so important to, when working with patients, to make sure to be asking about herbal supplements, prescribed substances, and what they're taking. A lot of patients don't feel that they need to disclose or to discuss herbal supplements. They just assume that they're safe. Or others might have shame, embarrassment, other types of reasons why they aren't discussing why they're taking herbal supplements or any other supplement with their primary. So it's important that the primary care clinician ask specifically in a non-judgmental way what it is their patients are using and why they're using whatever it is. So it's important to screen patients that would come in, or if they're coming in with some sort of adverse effect, you want to test their cognition, level of consciousness. You want to get a thorough history of any polysubstance use, whether it be acute, chronic, any type of mental health medications that they might be taking, or mental health conditions or issues that they're experiencing. And again, you want to be very careful as a prescriber to be cautious about additive or synergistic effects. So for example, if somebody is having anxiety, agitation, and giving them, let's say, a benzodiazepine or something like that, and then they go home and then they're using kratom, they might have, you know, a different, you know, more heightened response to the benzodiazepine. So kratom is not detected in regular standard drug screenings. It can be added on to an analysis of the mitragynine, and it does take 5 to 10 days typically in the urine to get the result back. So if someone's coming in to your practice with a acute type of response, it's not going to be that helpful at the moment. So it's suggested that to treat the patient is if they're having an opioid adverse response. So what are some implications for clinicians? It's important to be able to understand and also have communications with your patients regarding regular use and potential dependence, withdrawal symptoms, cravings, tolerance types of, you know, and needing more and more to get the same effects. Lethal amounts of kratom are unknown. There's no amount that in the literature that is the lethal amount. Again, most deaths are due to polysubstance use. And typically for dependency to occur more than 5 grams daily, 3 times a day is what's been shown to, you know, increase risk for dependence. And then the withdrawal symptoms from the drug can last 3 to 10 days, and they vary in presentation. So overdose or management adverse, if you treat the symptoms, if someone's having a seizure type of adverse reaction, benzodiazepines have been shown to be effective. Naltrexone, if they're in some sort of respiratory depression, or if they have nausea, vomiting, or GI type symptoms, you want to give them fluids, maintain airway, antiemetics if they're vomiting, check blood levels, especially liver function, electrolytes, drug screen. You want to check the EKG. Kratom has been known to cause fatal arrhythmia. That, again, they don't know if it's the kratom or if it's the polypharmacy, but if it's suspected, then to check an EKG, maintain vital signs, and inquire always about any other co-ingested substances. There have been some case reports. Case reports are mainly due to liver toxicity, again, not fully understood. If the toxicity to the liver, depending on where the kratom has been grown, who the supplier is, what types of contaminants could have been mixed in with the kratom. And liver injury has been shown usually in 2 to 8 weeks from starting regular use. And it usually begins with the liver enzymes will start to increase. They'll have, they might have itching, dark urine. Interestingly, kratom also does something with the melanocytes of the skin, and it's known to, chronic use causes darkening of the skin. And they're not really sure why, but that's another result that they found from it. So you might see increase in bilirubin levels, and if you should see rising, obviously, liver functions in anybody, it's always important to always ask about any kinds of herbal supplement or something additional that somebody may be using. Corticosteroids has also been shown to work, and again, There has been cardiotoxic effects, maybe due to the calcium channel block. They're not sure, but it's always important to EKG, check the patient's heart rhythm as well. So the prevalence in the United States, this isn't, Kratom's not on drug surveys. So the reports come from Kratom organizations where people self-report use. There's about 3 to 5 million people that reported that they use it. In 2010 to 2015, the US Poison Control reported a 10 times increase in usage. And in 2019, 68,000 adolescents have reported use. There's been about 152 unintentional deaths between 2016 and December 2017. Again, they're not sure if it's the polypharmacy, contamination, kratom. There's still a lot of unknowns. Most people, again, self-treatment of chronic pain, depression, anxiety, and interestingly, with the demographics, it's mostly males 31 to 50 years old, married or partnered, and they're employed with health insurance. They're working, and it's just an interesting demographic. Legal status. So this is also very interesting. 2015, it was legal in the US. The rise to the poison control centers, FDA issued a warning. August 2016, the DEA recommends kratom to be a Schedule 1, but there was no use for it in humans that would be helpful. And then due to concern that people would then resort to street drugs, they turned it, and after there were 5 million protesters that protested the Schedule 1 warning indication, and in October 2016, they withdrew the scheduling. So today, kratom is legal in most states without any federal regulation, but it does remain a drug of concern, and that is current. There are some states where it is illegal within the US, and then there are some counties within states that are legal, but the counties have it as illegal. Broward County, I wanted to say, there was a documentary and a whole thing that they were trying at one point to make it illegal in Broward County, but to date, it's still legal. And then there's some countries, excuse me, that have banned kratom, and Thailand and Malaysia have also, where this is one of the places where, from back where it all started, they are no longer allowing for kratom use. Indonesia, though, does still supply most of the kratom plant today. So what's a gas station drug? So it's a drug that's a non-prescription drug of potential abuse or a drug of concern that can be conveniently found, gas stations, smoke shops, over the internet, and it's sold without regulation. I mean, you can drive on US 1 and there's people that advertise kratom and anyone can purchase it to date. So what are some of the future implications? We need additional studies. We need to learn more. We need these studies to help us guide labeling so we can inform consumers. And we also need the studies to examine kratom's potential as a therapeutic resource. I mean, this has helped so many people get off of opioids, has helped people with chronic pain syndromes. We also need to improve understanding of the drug interactions and to discover the risks among chronic users, and we need additional investigation on the people that use it, why they use it, and what are some of the outcomes, their clinical outcomes, and develop an accurate and reliable sensitive screening detection. We don't have one yet. And also this would be helpful, future studies, to help us create behavioral and pharmacological interventions as well, and guidelines. Some key points: it remains currently a drug of concern that's not federally regulated. It's available, again, at the internet vape shops, tea, coffee shops. Gained popularity due to the perception being advertised as a safe, natural, and being easy to obtain. It's important to note again how supplier vary in amounts of exposure to kratom products and also potential exposure to contaminated products. Due to unregulated market and surveillance and poison control, emergency departments and substance use treatment facilities are needed, and they are reporting any fatalities or adverse cases that come in so we can learn more. And anything in kratom in Florida is legal, and anything labeled as a legal high or legal opioid, continues to fall under suspicion. And then this is the FDA has a place to report if anyone here is practicing and comes into contact with someone that has something that needs to be reported to the FDA. And this is, I know that I learned of kratom. I'm a practicing primary care and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. I practiced in both. And I had someone come in that could not get off of kratom. And, but then I've had people that are able to socially use it. And they go and they go with their friends, they go to a shop or whatever, and they, have a perfectly fine experience. They feel like they're social, they're able to engage, and then they don't have any dependence on it. So I've seen both. And then from the primary care aspect, I just see how it's important as a primary care clinician that we are able to have dialogue and inform our patients of potential uses and potential risks of herbal supplements, and also for our own ability to prescribe, how important it is to have understanding of these types of herbal medicines that perhaps are not being disclosed to us. There's so many clinicians out there that don't ask and go deeper into what are patients taking, what are you using, why are you using it, what's the experience behind that. So I really encourage everyone to really take the time to the art of history taking, right? It's so important and it can just help so many people. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Golden, for your talk. We may have, would you like to take a question or two?
Sure.
Okay, if anyone has some questions. Before we get to the audience questions, I just want to ask you myself, I remember in 2016 when the FDA was talking about, or DA was talking about scheduling it, there was a lot of uprising. I'm curious, is there anything that you know from doing your research as to what led to the rise in use? This thing's been around for so long. We saw in the early 2010s that there was a big online drug market, the Silk Road, that kind of brought a lot of these research chemicals like N-bomb and things that were dangerous into the fray. But kratom kind of, it seemed like it's been here forever, then all of a sudden it's on the rise. Is any cause of that?
Well, also, the access is easier through internet, and also where we have more awareness because of the internet.
Yeah.
So
it was probably connected.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what the research has shown, that yes, people have been using it for centuries.
Is anybody trying to isolate the mitragynine to solely, like, with psilocybin, there's all those studies solely with psilocybin removing the mushroom. Has there been work to study mitragynine by itself, or not so much?
There's so much work that needs to be done, and they are trying, but it's still like, the research is, there's a lot out there, and it's all over the place.
Yeah, thank you. Questions from the audience?
Yeah, hi, I'm Dr. Camlet, and I appreciate the lecture. But I have to tell you, I know exactly how kratom got here, and I have to tell you, I'm not sure it belongs to the psychedelic conference, this stuff is the devil. I have detoxed hundreds of people off of kratom, and who kratom originally showed up a decade and a half ago when some people were running some less than ethical Ibogaine clinics in the detox business. Weren't able to make money, and they put kratom online as a way for people to detox themselves off opiates. And what we found out was having a lot of kratom-dependent people. And when they went into narcotic withdrawal, they looked like full-blown heroin and fentanyl withdrawal. This is a nasty drug. We do know why it affects the liver through cytochrome P452B6. So take kratom and erythromycin, you have toxic points. But this is not a drug anybody should try for fun. It's not psychedelic, it's not a plain teacher. And it's mostly used by people who have opiate habits who buy it online. They're not going to be able to slowly take a little bit of less kratom tea or kratom powder every day. And, that doesn't work very well at all. So I think this caveat needs to be put in there. This is a drug, stay away from this. This is nasty stuff, and, because it's available online, and the other thing that's been available online that's been causing problems is unwashed. People can buy pounds of unwashed poppy seeds, and there's loads of raw morphine on there. So poppy seeds, that's also being sold as a way to self-detox yourself of opiates, but nobody's able to do that. It's like just take a little bit less fentanyl every day, It's the same thing with kratom. They're unable to taper the kratom because they get fully addicted, because it's full antagonist of mu opioid receptors, and kratom overdose is reversible with Narcan. So it's a full opiate.
Yeah, Dr. Campbell, just to be clear, we welcome Dr. Golden to present on the risks and dangers of these substances, because sometimes people who are consumers or wanting to learn need to know about the risks of things.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, the conference, we want to be very clear, we do not condone any illegal drug use at all, and we're here solely to learn about risks as well as benefits of anything. So I appreciate that you indicated, because we were just talking about, she fully agrees with you.
Yeah, I agree, maybe somebody should try like psilocybin, because this is not a plain teacher.
And we're glad that you're bringing that up. And your talk is next, so we hope to hear a little bit more about Ibogaine. And today especially, we're trying to cover substances that sometimes get lumped together in the psychedelic term. The classical psychedelics are the serotonergic ones that have a tryptamine, chemical structure, but sometimes people don't know that. And they hear ketamine, they hear Ibogaine, they hear kratom, and they think, oh, that's all psychedelic. Today we're learning that the kratom, attacks the mu opioid receptors, which are totally different than the HT2A ones. So I'm glad that was brought up.
Yeah, thank you.
We have probably time for one more question, and then I want to give Dr. Camlet an opportunity to present his talk. Any other questions from the audience?
I was just curious what your, and forgive me if you mentioned this, what led you to be interested in shedding education on this? If you have a practice, have you personally, I don't know if you, I know you've I don't want to speak to your credentials, maybe if you could reiterate, but if you have a practice and you've seen, I'd just be interested in your personal experience with people, whether it's, because I've mainly heard of the addiction side of how addictive kratom can be as well. That said, I've dealt with 10 years of severe chronic pain. So I also know people that have talked about its positive benefits and have experimented with it. So any of your clinical or whatever your background is with people coming to you with the experience, I'd be interested in hearing.
So as a primary care nurse practitioner and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, practicing again over 21 years, and I'm a professor here as well at FIU. And I have seen in practice I've seen people unknowingly try something because the assumption is herbal supplements, healthy, safe, legal, easy to obtain, and then they go, oh my God, like this is, great, and the tolerance, and then they can't get off of it. I've seen people in my experience that don't disclose what, so I've published a lot on different substances, and I aim at primary care clinicians. Informing them. I published on ayahuasca, kava, ashwagandha, all different medicine, all different herbal substances where the primary clinicians would encounter people that utilize herbal substances and they don't have either the knowledge, confidence, they don't have the attitude, time, whatever it is, to engage in dialogue with patients, which is so important when it comes to caring for them. So that's where my angle is to inform primary care clinicians as to likely or perhaps life-threatening situations which they need to be informed about what is a potential cause.
Just lastly, so where would, like, if I knew a physician that was interested in learning more, or like, how do you help them? Like, how can they get in touch with some of that work that you're just referencing? Because I feel like a lot of times, like, physicians don't have, like you said, the bandwidth or the education at the time.
So I completed a fellowship out of the integrative psychiatric a program out of Boulder, Colorado. And so I'm also certified in integrative psychiatry. So that's, you would look for somebody who has some type of integrative type experiences, or that's what I would suggest.
Can they email you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, I was mainly saying for physicians that would be interested in learning more, like you were sounding like, I thought you were helping educate other physicians,
Yeah.
right? So how would those physicians get in contact or to learn from, like, the published material that you had mentioned?
Oh, I can share my publications if you'd like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Of course,
Yeah,
absolutely. You can email me and I'll email you.
Dr. Golden's bio and information is on the Cannadelic FIU webpage, and
Yeah,
I'm sure she'd be happy to share. It's interesting that you asked, what her interest in this is. Dr. Golden and I actually were on a book club together here at FIU on exercise, and there was another member of the book club who was talking about some of the supplements they were taking, and that's where it came up that we really need more people who have the understanding and education on this to help educate others. So, Dr. Golden, thank you so much for being here today. I know we're running a little bit late today, but that's okay because we're probably going to be able to have a 30-minute lunch and then get into the documentary on Lamar Odom at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Jeffrey Camlett, who's going to present to you today about ibogaine. And again, I want to emphasize that though this is a conference on cannabis and psychedelics, we have welcomed experts on substances that sometimes gets lumped together with the interest of these experts helping you to better understand how they work and what they do. So welcome, Dr. Camlett.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for staying during your lunch and showing up on a Sunday. I'm a physician, internal medicine, cardiologist, board certified in addiction medicine for 27 years, pain management, forensics psychiatry, a bunch of things. I've done over 20 clinical trials for major pharmaceutical substances. And one of the main reasons I went to medical school is literally on my way to medical school, I got dosed with some LSD, immediately saw its therapeutic effects. Coined the term in 1982 in neuropsychiatric immunology, the power of someone to heal their own brain. Went to live at the Huicho, went down to the Amazon searching something called Iage, which was ayahuasca, decades before it reached the United States. And came back to the United States thinking I would become a psychiatrist, and did my first psych residencies and says, I can't do this is a sin against God. And I spent the next decades or so running emergency rooms in South Florida. It wasn't until 1996, 97, the circle closed, where a woman from the University of Miami says, I have a psychedelic plant that comes from Central West Africa that stops opiate withdrawal in 12 hours. And I was extremely skeptical. Like, yeah, and I have ice to sell in Eskimo, you could not believe it. She said, bring a patient, we're starting a trial in St. Kitts. And I saw nothing short of a miracle. I need to state conflicts of interest before I give this lecture. I'm the medical director of TriStar Wellness in Miami Beach. I'm the medical director of the Ketamine Lounge in Miami Beach, where we do high-dose IV breakthrough ketamine treatments in an extremely safe environment under a copyrighted protocol. I'm the CMO of eHave Inc., a publicly traded psychedelic company, and I'm the CMO of www.beyond.us, which I believe is the first ethical science-based IBD treatment clinic for addiction and mental disorders that's ever existed. So I put up a lot of slides here. This is a 2-hour lecture. I'm not really, these slides I pretty much put up here. So if people want to access them and really learn about IBD, look at these slides. I've seen an interesting phenomenon. I've been speaking at lectures for 25 years. And I kudos to this conference, because we had a conference in Miami recently, which was called Microdose, Wonderland. And it had nothing to do about science. It had nothing to do about efficacy. It was all about turning a profit off psychedelics, okay? Now, is this the ultimate, if the correct word is oxymoron? Plant teachers that teach ethics and now, how to make money off plants, psychedelic plants. I mean, something didn't sit well with me. Left the conference with a very bad taste in my mouth. And there's a great book by Albert Hoffman, The Discovery of LSD, where he wrote in the 80s called LSD, My Problem Child. And he saw this coming, exactly what would happen in the psychedelic renaissance when psychedelics bumped up against capitalism. And it's a very scary time because, if Big Pharma gets his hands on this, I'm not a great believer in microdosing, okay? I think the greatest oxymoron is the microdosing of psychedelics, because there's nothing psychedelic about microdose. And at the end of this, remind me, I'd like to give you some references to some of the articles that I wrote, because one of them is called Heroic Dosages. I'm also on the board of a charity called Awake.net, which has a 501c, has a program called FEAT, Funding for Entheogenic Addiction Treatment Programs. So we can fund people who can't afford IBD treatment and are opiate dependent to get these treatments, by donations. It's a huge thing. And now we're finding that ibogaine, aside from its anti-addictive properties, and it's very, very special, it's different than other psychedelics, which are eyes open, nothing is happening. Nobody's going to a rave on ibogaine. You can't walk on it. You're pretty much in a bed for 8 hours at least, and you're extremely ataxic. So I want to talk a little bit about the nature of the psychedelic experience and what's so special about ibogaine. Why do I think ibogaine is the most important psychedelic? And I'm setting my timer, if you'll excuse me, so I know when to get into that part. Why I think ibogaine is the most important entheogenic drug right now. So let's talk about the nature of the psychedelic experience. We're in a paradigm, all of us right now, that I like to call womb to tomb. We're born, we die. No matter how much psychedelics you take, you will not get the answer to what happens when I die. Okay, you might think I have an ego death. I think, somewhere on ayahuasca, I believe I might have died, and everything that happened since then is just continuation of that trip. And it raises the question, then why are we here at the most interesting time in history? We're the only species that records our history, and yet we're at a time where there are 12 existential risks which say 40 years from now, there's nothing left. There's no chance that this planet exists. So in womb to tomb, we're subject to the physics of womb to tomb. We perceive it with our five senses. It's linear. You think you know how you got here. You think you know where you're going in the future. For 3,000 years, Pantanhali wrote, Buddha wrote, this is the veils of illusion. Nothing is real except right now, okay? That's history, and that's guilt, and that's a mystery, and that's anxiety. And the key to sanity is being right here and now. And every great philosopher has talked about being right here and now. So sacred plant medicines and theogens versus ibogaine. So what's so special about ibogaine? I was hoping this would go a little bit faster. So what's the lessons to be learned from plant teachers? If you get this lesson in heroic, all about heroic dosages, our lives are not our own. From womb to tomb, we're bound to others, past and present, and by each crime and every kindness, we birth the future. A single act of kindness may literally change the future of the world. This quote comes from a tremendous movie called Cloud Atlas, that if you haven't seen it. So what's happening in psychedelic space? I like to say that we're sitting here right now, and there's magnetism going through this room, there's sonar going through this room, there's infrared going through this room, and we can't see it. But other species in womb to tomb can. Birds will migrate with magnetism, and dolphins can see sonar, and bats can see infrared. Psychedelic space, the place where you go to on acid, the place where you go to on psilocybin, the place where you go to even on ketamine, and the place where everybody goes on ibogaine, is no different than, for me, than it is for you. There's commonality to those visions. In the 70s, UCLA did a study interviewing thousands of people who took LSD and found commonality in the visions. I've done thousands of ibogaine treatments in the last 27 years, and the commonality in what people see just amazes me. Every psychedelic has its own wavelength, its own color spectrum, its animal animase, and its geographic intent. So ibogaine is a very, very African drug. And people who don't know anything about the origin of this drug come back that they saw African things. So that ability to tap into universal consciousness, that ability to see that, I'm connected to every plant, to every rock, to every living thing on this planet, is a valuable teaching experience. And we're relating to microdoses. If you look at every study that's ever been done, it seems that taking a microdose of psilocybin or LSD every day came back to be as good as taking a Lexapro, which is a typical SSRI that your doctor prescribes to you. And my point is, if that's as good as it gets, what do we need it for? But Big Pharma will love this, because no drug is a good drug unless you have to keep taking it, okay? Everybody in the world knows that ibogaine is the cure for opiate dependence, not the cure for addiction. Addiction is something you do afterwards. First, how do I get off this drug without being deathly sick and going to hell for 90 days? And then how do I maintain my recovery, are two different paradigms. So thus we've talked a lot at this conference for the need of aftercare and 12-step meetings, something has to be done. ibogaine gives you a 90-day window of opportunity where you become extremely teachable and open. But if people get well disease after a flood dose of ibogaine and think, oh, I'll never use again because I feel so great, more likely than not, they will relapse because they haven't done anything in that 90 days to fill up. I like to say I'm giving them an empty toolbox, and they've got 90 days to fill that toolbox up with cognitive behavioral skills to maintain their recovery. So we tend to think we're the master species on this planet, and I thought about this. This is an insight that came to me under LSD, that we're not. DNA. Why are we programmed to do the dance we do? What is fashion about? What is, sex about? What is our cravings to hook up with other people, regardless of what your sexual orientation may be? It's so that DNA constantly reproduces itself, and it's the same DNA that's existed since mankind. And yet we think we are actually in control of something, Raymond Kurzweil, the guy who discovered how we talk to computers, the reason you talk to your iPhone is directly related to Raymond Kurzweil. And he talks about the age of artificial machines, and by 2040, a single robot will be smarter than the combined intelligence of all human intelligence. And he says he's calling that event the singularity. He's got a mathematical equation that happens by 2040. And I started to think, what makes us think the singularity hasn't already occurred? That we are not these robots, okay? It's called the brain in the vat theory. How do I know I'm not some brain in the vat that's running some computer program called life, Nobody gets out alive, and it raises the question of why are we here? And I think psychedelics will teach us ethics and then to do the next right thing, so I can, I think how comfortable and how ethically you live your life will determine on how comfortable you're going to be after you pass over. So I'm going to go through some slides very quickly, if this thing could work very quickly. I'll talk a little bit about Ibogaine and why I think Ibogaine is so important. So I'm a big proponent of psychedelics, and I've pretty much done them all. I've had amazing experiences, I've had some difficult experiences, but I saw their value. Then I became an addiction doctor, and I saw how incredibly difficult, especially with opiates. I can take the most difficult alcoholic and get him comfortable in 5 to 7 days. When somebody has an opiate habit, it's not 3 or 4 days of detox. It's 90 to 180 days of abject hell. Thus, the success in this U.S. system of going to detox followed by 90-day residential treatment has a success rate at a year of approximately 3%. We are facing an opiate pandemic in this country. I never thought 20 years ago that I'd be saying I wish the heroin was heroin. I wish the cocaine was cocaine, not contaminated with levamisole. Everybody's talking about when you do psychedelics, right intent, right setting, right sitter. What they left out was right drug. You don't even know if the drugs you're getting today are what they're supposed to be, and that scares the hell out of me. I recently testified in a forensic case where somebody took some lauder acid and died, and that acid turned out to be NBONE, which is psychedelic but causes seizures, and the kid had a seizure and died. I don't know what evil entities would, make fake LSD, but it's out there, and be very, very careful what you're taking, that you're sure you've known somebody who's taken it before, it had the desirable effects. And even these drug testing kits that you get now, may show you that there's some LSD in this product, but it doesn't tell you that 90% of the drug could be NBONE. I'll give you an example. At Florida Ultrafest, where everybody thinks they're doing ecstasy. You will then pay $25 to anybody who said they did ecstasy, drop your urine in the cup. And let's see what's in there. None of it was ecstasy. Above 93% of it was cannabinoids, very potent stimulants. Ephedra, methamphetamines, they were just stimulants. So everybody thinks they're doing ecstasy, and then nobody's doing ecstasy. For some reason, South Florida does not have, it's like the epicenter of fake and pure drugs. Very hard to get a pure dose of LSD here. even when doing psilocybin, there are mushrooms, is it cubensis or is it some other form of mushroom that may be 5-6 times more potent? So if you do 5 grams and it turns out I've actually done 25 grams of something, you're gonna have a really very different experience. And it bothers me now that you have to worry about what somebody's giving you isn't actually the drug it's supposed to be. So what makes ibogaine so absolutely important? Years ago, before COVID, before the war in Ukraine, every day in the newspaper, we were talking about the fentanyl epidemic, the fentanyl epidemic, the fentanyl epidemic. We've had it, when I moved to Florida in 1988, we had 12 opiate overdoses in the state of Florida per year. The dope being sold in Florida was so weak you couldn't overdose on it if you wanted to. By the time I'm done with this lecture, 12 people will have died in the United States from opiate overdoses. Last year, 112 to 120,000 deaths in the United States, prospected to be increasing by 30% per year, strictly because the heroin is not heroin, it's all fentanyl. And every time you buy fentanyl, you don't know what you're buying. It may be 100 times potent than the drug you bought yesterday. So people messing with fentanyl now are really messing with their lives. So I didn't believe that ibogaine would block opiate withdrawal at all. And I remember that first patient I took in 1997. He was in a very famous rock band, and he was married to a woman whose father is actually one of Johnny Cash's daughters. And they had a massive habit, crack cocaine and opiates. And we're maintaining them on liquid morphine until we clear them and make sure. Ibogaine has inherent risk, okay? Don't mess around with ibogaine. Like, there is no lethal dose 50 for LSD and psilocybin. 200 mics of LSD or 20,000 mics of LSD, you're not gonna overdose. You can't overdose on psilocybin. You can overdose on ibogaine. Ibogaine has some extreme cardiotoxic effects. And people ask, well, the weed tea have been using this for thousands of years as a rite of passage. Does every once in a while some weed tea in the bone drop dead from ibogaine? Yeah, and the answer is yes. It's still in general a very safe drug if you use certain screening protocols. Just yesterday, I had to rule out a potential client because his liver enzymes were 3 times normal. Ibogaine has to be metabolized in your liver. It has to be taken orally. It won't work intravenously because your liver converts it to a substance called noribogaine. Now, many drugs are converted to its byproduct. Epinephrine becomes norepinephrine, Denwell becomes, normeperidine, and ibogaine becomes noribogaine. Ibogaine is the visual onerous part of the drug. And unlike other psychedelics, with your eyes open, nothing is happening. You're lying in a bed with eye shields on, much like we do ketamine treatments, listening to music, having a life's review. It's not necessarily thousands of dollars a second in colors that don't exist, like LSD or psilocybin. It's very different, but I like to say nothing washes your soul clean like ibogaine. A flood dose of ibogaine is something remarkable because aside from being the antidote for opiate dependence, it's also the equivalent of getting 10 years of perfect psychotherapy done in like 12 hours. People relate having a complete life's review, closing thousands of traumas that have to happen to them, in therapy. All of us, even if you have the best parents or whether you were molested by your father, we all have trauma, okay? The first time maybe mommy and daddy hit you when you were a little kid and you said, well, that's not love, Gabor Mate seems to think all addiction stems from trauma. I believe that is in conjunction with the genetics of addiction. We know now, while we were in St. Kitts, we did some research on alcoholism, and we got hundreds of monkeys addicted to alcohol, And then one day we allowed these monkeys to drink or not drink, and interesting thing happened. 10% of the monkeys never drank again, 10% of the monkeys drank themselves to death, and 80% of the monkeys on a monkey Friday night would drink to excess. The next day there'd be monkey fighting, monkey rape, they'd be shot from the paw, and then they wouldn't drink for a while. And Frank Irwin, endowed professor from McGill, brings me the statistics, and I say, those are the same statistics for human beings. 10% of anybody of the world is addicted to something other than nicotine at any time. 80% of everybody abuses something in their life, and 10% of people, we call them the knockout mice in science. You can't get them high if you want to. These are monkeys who inject cocaine in their brain and they stop, and I don't know who they are. I wish I was one of them, but I'm not. But they have no desire to do drugs. I call them the naturals. So in the face of an opiate epidemic, the slides aren't working so well. So I'm going to go off slides here because I have a very short time to talk. We know that psychedelics may have great value in the treatment of mental illness. We run a ketamine clinic. I'm here to tell you, ketamine is not a true psychedelic. It's a dissociative, but there's some. I don't think you're getting the same mystical spiritual experience as you would be with other entheogenic drugs. I hate the word hallucinogenic drugs. Hallucinations are what's happening to a schizophrenic when the dog is telling him to kill people. The stuff that's happening under entheogenic drugs is just as real as this right here now. So for decades, when I've been giving conferences, not to people who are interested in psychedelics, but at addiction medicine conferences, at chemistry conferences, to an audience who's never smoked a joint, they have no idea what I'm talking about. When I tell them there's commonality to the visions, that everybody goes to the same place, that everybody is meeting the same benevolent entities, they say, no, that's bullshit. This is just random stuff that's going on in people's brains. So I raised the question to the audience. If you really believe that, then tell me, what's the most psychedelic substance on the planet? And everybody raises their hand and they start to go, it's harmaline, it's 5-MeO, it's DMT, and they name all these obscure chemicals. And I wait for them to calm down and I say, no, it's oxygen. Because if I take away your oxygen, this hallucination disappears, okay? What happens under entheogenic drugs is just as real as this. Just like sonar, infrared, microwave is right here all the time and we can't see it. Cosmic consciousness is right here all the time and we can't see it. It's just not subject to the same laws of physics of Wundt Tutun. The essential spiritual principles that it teaches, whether it's 20,000 years in the past or 20,000 years in the future, will always hold true. And this is the key to, these being sacred plant teachers. It's interesting now that everybody in the world of psychedelic capitalism, like Hoffman wrote about, what happens when psychedelics bump up against capitalism and Western civilization? Now I have plants that are teaching me ethics, and those ethics may say, it's okay to make all the money you can. Money is a valuable tool to enjoying life, and my higher power says, have the best life you can while you're here. Money is also a very powerful tool in helping other people, and charity and helping other people is what we all should be striving for. There's only one caveat here. You can't make that at any other person's expense. You can't sell it. Now we have people selling psychedelic water, or I'm going to make new forms of administering psilocybin. And this is what I'm afraid of. The way these drugs are going to find their way into the U.S. pharmacopoeia is by telling people to take 10, 15 milligrams of psilocybin a day ever. I've done many clinical trials. As a matter of fact, our clinic TriStar, we just got FDA approved to do a brain mapping study for ketamine, giving patients 4 high-dose IV treatments of ketamine and looking to see if there's any consistent EEG, electroencephalographic changes. This is a lot of work for a small practice to get an FDA study approved. I hope we actually get the funding to proceed with that study. So I believe there's a lot to be learned here, but why from the day I saw, being an addiction doctor, I've been detoxing people in the US system from opiates for decades. People don't know this, and it's not showing up in the news. Prior to 12 years ago, if you had a heroin habit, I could put you into detox, and I could use drugs like methadone, dihydromorphine, dihydrocodeine elixir, and slowly taper you down 10% per day for as long as it took you to get clean. It was still extremely difficult. It was still extremely uncomfortable, followed by, if you were lucky, 90 days of post-acute withdrawal. Thus, make 90 12-step meetings in 90 days because studies have shown, long before PET scans showed if it takes 90 days to change the behavior, these guys who wrote the 12-step programs 50 years ago noticed if I can hold on to somebody for 90 days, one day at a time, more likely than not, they have a chance of staying clean. Now, the government changed the law that says, I'm a board-certified MD addiction doctor. Even if I put you into a hospital or an agency of healthcare and certified detox, I am no longer allowed to use class 2 drugs, which would be legal narcotics, opiates, to detox you off class 1 and 2 drugs. That makes opiate detox in the United States impossible. The only drug I can legally use now is Suboxone. And why is this so? Because Reckitt Benckiser, the makers of Suboxone, make billions of dollars. And they're saying now the best any opiate addict can do is stay on Suboxone for the rest of their life. Now that just brings me to tears when I have a 24-year-old come into my office with a habit and saying, oh, just stay on this crap for the rest of your life that makes you depressed. It's like changing seats on the Titanic. And yet the United States public doesn't realize that opiate detox in the United States now is 100% ineffective. It doesn't work. And even if it did work, having an Ibogaine experience causes instant detox. Literally, there's no taper. You get your last dose of opiates at midnight, 9 o'clock in the morning, you take your oral ingestion of Ibogaine. And because this carries inherent risk, we have an IV in place, you're on a cardiac monitor, there's an ICU nurse there. Because if you go through these slides, and the slides are downloadable, I'm giving them away free. If you want to know what these risks to Ibogaine are, get the slides and look at them. But it's important that nobody ever dies from Ibogaine. And Ibogaine itself is a pretty safe drug, but maybe in untrained hands, 1 in 300 people will die during their Ibogaine treatment. So the big pharma advocates, those people who are anti-psychedelics, use these reported deaths as the reason to say, we don't want to look at Ibogaine, that drug kills people. Yeah, so there's been 30 deaths in 10 years, when there's 12 opiate deaths an hour, 120 opiate deaths last year in the United States alone, expected to be 30% higher this year. We're facing an opiate pandemic. Everybody, including Big Pharma, NIDA, the FDA, knows that Ibogaine works. In the 2020 Journal of MAPS, I wrote an article called The Commercialization of Ibogaine in the United States. And I use this example. In the psychedelic world, somebody does ayahuasca, Many of you may relate to this. You had your first psychedelic experience, and the next day you said, oh my God, everybody in the world would take this, the world would be a perfect place, and I want to work with the medicine. If you want to work with these medicines, I highly suggest you get some credentials, get a PhD, get an MD, get a teacher, and then be the very best at what you do. So I use this analogy. You wouldn't have a colonoscopy done by, say, I'm going to have a colonoscopy done by my friend because he had a colonoscopy. And it's the same thing with psychedelics, okay? You don't take Ibogaine from somebody. I can give Ibogaine because I took Ibogaine, okay? These drugs, when done, I'm not talking about when done on healthy people just for fun because they, you know, LSD and psilocybin can be done recreationally in the right settings. As long as you don't put yourself in a situation where you're going to bump up against reality. Ibogaine is different. It takes tremendous amounts of training to give Ibogaine properly and to get sustainable results, especially for addiction. So it was interesting. We knew Ibogaine was the antidote for opiate dependence, making it nothing short, in my mind, as the most important substance in the psychedelic world on the planet. We could save 120,000 lives a year in this country alone. And can you imagine, those are the people that die. What about the burden of untold suffering of those people? You know, our office gets calls every day from couples that seem to be normal people like this audience here, and they've got $300 a day fentanyl habits, you know, and they can't get $10,000 together to fly down to Cancun to get an Ibogaine treatment. It's about as cheap as we can do it and still, you know, stay in existence. Be very careful if you choose to do this drug. Do not believe web pages on the internet. They lie to you. There are ethical people who run clinics, but they don't have the expertise to do this. There are people who run clinics strictly because they take advantage of sick and suffering addicts, and they're doing this for financial reasons. The whole Kratom thing was brought out by some people who were running Ibogaine clinics. They couldn't make any money anymore, and they decided we're going to start selling Kratom online as a way of detoxing off opiates to make money. I knew what they were paying for that Kratom, and they were marking that price up 40 times higher than they were paying for it. You know, really unethical behavior, and all people were doing were getting addicted to Kratom. So, how am I doing on time?
You've got about 5 more minutes before we're going to do questions.
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
We can go straight to questions.
Okay.
The clicker's tricky because the actual computer is over there, so you got to aim it at that thing that way.
Thank you. So Ibogaine is very, very different than other psychedelics in the nature of its experience. With your eyes open, you don't see anything. We call the experience being oniric or rhemogenic. It's kind of like having a waking dream. And many people report having a complete life review. From their earliest memory, it moves forward, and you get to those sticky points in your life, those traumas, and you work through it. And it's the way of closing tons of traumas in a single session. When you go to therapy, I think no matter how healthy you are, we're all subject to thousands of traumas in our life. You know, could be somebody didn't say hello to me, you know, and I think addicts are the most sensitive people. Somebody doesn't acknowledge them, and they get depressed over this. Thus the need to possibly numb these emotions with drugs of abuse. So these are some of the, it's not going very quickly, but this goes through the reasons why Ibogaine is a little bit of a risky psychedelic. It's not something that if you want to try, I don't recommend going online and buying, you know, root bark and trying it. It's a very difficult experience. There are a lot easier psychedelics. So it was interesting. We noticed this was a cure for opiate dependence. But what happened if I gave it to an alcoholic? Serious alcoholics. They had to be alcohol detox first. But then if I gave them Ibogaine, single dose, blood dose of Ibogaine, the typical serious alcoholic did not have a drink again for 3 years. That's a remarkable statistic, okay? They lost the craving to drink. So I started to wonder, and then we noticed it seemed to work for methamphetamines, it seemed to work for crack cocaine, it seemed to work for a broad class of drugs. It seems to have a very potent effect on reward areas of the brain, except it does not work for sedative hypnotics. So if you're addicted to benzodiazepines, Ibogaine doesn't stop that withdrawal. So I started to wonder, because I've seen in indigenous cultures, when the shaman relapsed, they give him ayahuasca, they give him peyote, he'd be okay again. So is it the psychedelic experience that's keeping these people sober? Now, any other psychedelic, if I give an opiate addict ayahuasca, he has a spiritual experience, he wakes up the next day in full-blown narcotic withdrawal. If I give him Ibogaine, he wakes up the next day, and if I put fentanyl or heroin in front of him, he wouldn't want to touch it. Now, that's nothing short of a miracle, and I believe makes it the most important psychedelic substance on the planet right now. Yet, Big Pharma never wants to see this drug come out. They think at best it will cut into their profits by $8 billion a year. If we got 10% of people off the pain medication and 10% off Suboxone, that's $8 billion loss in profit from them. So they literally, I've met with all of them, and they say to me, you know, is there a way people can take a little bit of Ibogaine every day? And I said, as a relapse prevention drug. And I said, I don't know. Do that study for $500 million. The average cost of bringing out a new drug in the United States is $1.5 billion. A new antibiotic, a new asthma drug. And this is what allows drug companies an 8-year patent to charge $400. There's a new migraine pill out called Nurtec. Really good migraine pill. It's $100 for a single pill. And they can charge $100 for 8 years legally, and that's just criminal. So we did a study versus ayahuasca against Ibogaine for alcohol abuse, and given, you know, who went to meetings afterwards, who went to therapy, who did nothing, the Ibogaine group did better in all cases. Then we started to notice, recently about a decade ago, we had a case of a man who had extreme Parkinson's disease, started microdosing Ibogaine, and says his Parkinson's was greatly improved. I also was the first person to write about it. I noticed that Ibogaine has some antiviral properties. A lot of our original patients had Hep C and HIV. And after regular US detox, all of their viral loads would be up because detox was so stressful on your system, and your immune system was just screaming. And after Ibogaine, their viral loads were dropping. So Ibogaine itself had some effect on the immune system. Now we're doing a study at Stanford University. I can't say much about it because it's an ongoing study. On the NDA, but I'm the gatekeeper for this study. And we are using Ibogaine to treat Navy SEALs who have traumatic brain injury. And the results are remarkable. Okay? So what's happening here? From ketamine to Ibogaine, not all psychedelics do this, but we were taught in medical school that nerves are unrepairable. If I cut a nerve, that nerve cannot be reconnected. This is why people who have spinal cord resections remain paralyzed. But these drugs are producing large amounts of something called glial-derived neuropeptic factor. It's actually growing healthy brain tissue. So we know ketamine works as an antagonist of NMDA receptor, possibly mitigating depression and PTSD. We don't know where Ibogaine is working, but we do know it produces a lot of GDNRP, GDNRF, and we're actually producing healthy brain tissue. So that, the possibilities for ibogaine are so broad and require so much research, and yet we're facing so much resistance. And it really bothers me that this opiate pandemic now is not even a newsworthy story. There was an article appeared in the Miami Herald 2 days ago that last year Florida had its largest opiate death count in the history of Florida's existence, and that was a 4th-page news story. Okay, so we have currently today we have more people dying from opiates than we have from COVID or cancer or heart attacks, and nobody's paying attention about this. And everybody tends to think these addicts, these are the homeless people, they're the people on the street, and they're not. The patients I get are a lot of them are functioning addicts. They're just stuck in this mess and they see no way out. The US system will no longer serve their needs, even though that's long, painful with a disastrous success rate. And the problem is, if people look up ibogaine on the internet, they're going to find a lot of clinics that are less than ethical and less than safe. So I'd like to end this with a couple of things. I was lucky enough with some investors who had an interest in opening up the world's first scientifically based medical grade treatment, exceeding US standards of excellent with ethics, ibogaine clinic in Cancun, Mexico. That is www.beyond.org. And we're trying to also affect this racial disparity that exists because poor people don't get to ibogaine. I can think of 27 years of treatment, how many people of color I've treated, and it's usually disproportional. This is treatment for the wealthy, but so is rehab, I just checked the patient into a program in California. I think it's called Cliffside Malibu. It's $110,000 a month. I mean, really? That is kind of absurd. I ask you, if you do a search, Dr. Camlet and heroic dosages, I wrote an article for a 501c corporation called awake.net, and it talks about microdosing versus of taking a needle dissolving dose, so many entheogenic drug, and why I believe that is really where the emphasis should be. And please refer to that MAPS article in spring of 2020 about the commercialization of ibogaine. I wrote, this treatment, if done in the United States, would be a 23-hour admission in a hospital at a cost of $3,000, and we'd be able to detox these opiate addicts. So this is not a lot of money to save a lot of lives. So my job is to get this information out there. Psychedelics have a huge place in treating people with mental illness. But how many lives are we saving at the end of the day? I don't know. Ibogaine has a direct correlation to actually saving people's lives who will literally have jumped off a 20-story building, passing by the 15th floor, going so far, so good. If they're using fentanyl or illegal narcotics or even oxycodone, things are not going to end well. We say this, the ends are always the same: jails, institutions, or death. And facing that, people see no hope. Ibogaine is new hope, and very happy to see that a clinic is open that's doing this up to, US grade standards to set the model. Hopefully it becomes brandable and scalable. And this is a problem. How do we get the message out to all the addiction experts in the world and let them know that ibogaine exists and that we have a perfect safety record? Unlike any clinic, we've been doing this for 27 years and we've never killed a patient. So we wanted to do a TV commercial. We wanted to take out print ads. And the US government came back and said, you cannot advertise a Schedule I drug in this country. You mentioned the word Ibogaine in your ad and we're going to put you in jail. So this is what we are fighting. We're fighting Big Pharma. We're fighting a for-profit criminal justice system. I can't tell you, we have Joe Biden talking about his son, who's a clean addict, and I can talk about this because he makes it public. He took Ibogaine. The President of the United States' son took Ibogaine to get clean. I've treated senators, congressmen, very important people, and they won't come out publicly and state that Ibogaine works, and you ask why. Because you can't get elected without a big war chest, and you can't get elected without taking money from Big Pharma. And even though their own children's lives were saved by this drug, they won't come out publicly and tell NIDA, hey, why aren't you looking at Ibogaine? Why aren't you doing some research? Back in the early years of the 2000s, NIDA called Ibogaine the most promising drug in the addiction pipeline. And then all of a sudden it was shut down for no reason because Big Pharma wanted it shut down. Hey, John, nice to
Dr.
see you.
Camlet, I hate to cut you off, but we need to cut you off.
I'm going to end here.
Thank you very much for this enlightening discussion that you're.
I'd like to give one shout out to Mr. John Giordano, because John is an icon in the field of addiction medicine. He was there in St. Kitts with me for every single one of these treatments. If you doubt a thing that I'm saying, speak to that man there. This is nothing short of a miracle. Thanks for hearing me out. If anybody wants to contact me, I am really easily findable on the internet. If you have any questions, if you have any friends that need this treatment, please feel free to contact me. I take every phone call.
Thank you very much, Dr. Camlet. We are going to give about a 5 to 10 minute break because we have not stopped since 9:30. So if those of you who have been in this room, we want to allow you to go ahead and use the restroom. We will begin with the film in close to 10 minutes. So thank you all very much.
Sorry,
We went through it all.
Marcus tells me I got 2 choices. He was supportive of us.
You find it? Awesome. Big day. Yeah, I'm psyched.
Well, from another level. I'd love to eventually learn how to write those lyrics. So, John, aside from that, those guys, John is very much against some kids out there. And I keep because a large percentage of patients who before I began treatment, 100% said I began, so many post-acute collected doctors treated
mushrooms are bad and they're not available to you even if you're in crisis. And we just don't accept that reality. And a lot of times people will say, well, the FDA, they need more, diligence on this thing. It's already been 55 years, but maybe they need more. And I say, well, that doesn't really make sense, because if that were the case, this is a Schedule I drug, ibogaine, which means it has no medical benefit and could be highly addictive. That's how it's classified. And ibogaine is completely non-addictive. It was scheduled improperly. But if you think about it, if the FDA was really into doing the right thing, then cigarettes and nicotine would be on Schedule I. No medical benefit, highly addictive. Somehow it's not there. So the whole thing is basically bullshit. And we're not accepting it right now, given that we're in a mental health crisis. And so we ask everybody to check out the Mind Army, mindarmy.org. And we're fighting for legalization, and the first thing our attorneys are doing is descheduling ibogaine, which never should have been scheduled because it's not addictive. So we're going to get that descheduled as quick as possible. And I can't imagine any other way to disrupt an opiate or a heroin or crack or meth addiction other than ibogaine. So we really have to fight for this right now. And hopefully when the movie comes out and Lamar wanders around the country with us, that we can get that done and get the education out there so that people, understand that, people have been told that ibogaine's dangerous and it could be cardiotoxic and you really have to be careful. But the reality is there have been 39 ibogaine deaths in the last 50 years. Most of those people shot heroin in the bathroom before they did the ibogaine, but 39 deaths in 50 years, when you compare it to 100,000 overdoses and 100,000 suicides and depression, to say that we have to be more careful is just ridiculous. So that's where I'm coming from. And any other questions, happy to answer them. But this is really, hopefully, if you guys have ever seen my first film called The Reality of Truth with Michelle Rodriguez, that's about ayahuasca in San Pedro. And we're hoping that this film can be for ketamine and ibogaine, what that film has been to, inspire a lot of people to come to the medicine.
And I also want to say you have one of the world's most prolific ibogaine providers right here in Dr. Cannadelic, who has more experience than most people on the planet, if not the most experience. And that's a lucky resource we have in Miami. So just wanted to point him out because he's a real hero in this field. So.
And I just really want to give credit to these two heroes sitting next to me. I think a lot of people don't really know all of the work that Warren and Zappy have done behind the scenes.
And Greg as well. We got to
And Greg, thank you so much for making these introductions and bringing this forward, this information. I said this yesterday that if you're here in this room, we're really early. This is the medicine of the future, as you see, but there's still a lot of stigma and a lot of misinformation around it. And people like Lamar, who are willing to share so openly their story and help to break the stigma, is what is going to help change the laws and help bring this medicine forward to, really heal a lot of people that are suffering, and there's nothing else that works. But I want to just brag a little bit about Zappy and Warren. Since 2015, they have really been helping Miami become this hub of the new psychedelic renaissance. Zappy opened the very first ketamine clinic here in Miami at a time when there were less than 10 ketamine clinics in the country. And then, met Warren through Warren's incredible healing with ketamine, and the two of them traveled around the country consulting with doctors and people who were starting clinics all over the country. And, now there's hundreds of ketamine clinics, and these guys were really behind a lot of that. If you've heard of like Justin Robinson, who works with a lot of psychedelic companies, they introduced him to psychedelics. Dr. Michelle Weiner, another very prominent ketamine researcher here in the Miami area, they introduced her to ketamine. Colleen and Pete, the organizers of Cannadelic, Zappy and I were able to help them have their first ketamine experiences and really see the connection between cannabis and psychedelics and how important it is to bring this information out in a way that's informative and research-based.
So, you know, our company, MD, came about at a time during this pandemic when people couldn't access going to clinics and getting this treatment. And also the cost, you know, is very prohibitive for a lot of people. This treatment is so effective, but if it's too expensive, then that's only helping a small amount of people. So these guys, they started a nonprofit, the Ketamine Fund. They gave over 500 free treatments to veterans dealing with PTSD. They started KetaMD to bring ketamine treatment at home over telemedicine, guided by nurses. They are real superheroes in this industry, and this movie, you know, when we can start to show it widely, I think it's going to open a lot of people's eyes, thanks to Lamar being so willing to share his story, that these treatments are nothing to be afraid of, but yet to embrace as the medicine of the future. So thanks, you guys.
I would just quickly want to say something about trauma, and I think it's just evident in this movie, and I don't know, you know, how much we pay attention to it as a society, but we're all dealing with trauma, and it's manifesting in different ways. Some of it's depression, anxiety, some of it's in ways that you can't see, and it affects your relationships. And for the very lucky people out there who don't have trauma in their childhood, I don't know if it exists. You know, it doesn't have to be the capital T trauma that we think about. You know, it can be these little incidents while your emotional system is developing that lead to these releases of cortisol and just cause a little haywire in the hardware. Compounds like ketamine allow you to start rebuilding neural pathways around those traumas. So I just see this as a way to really heal society. It was more difficult and more expensive 5 years ago. You know, now we've created something to make it much more accessible, and I think it has a bigger component to our future lives in Western society and probably the world, is this collective healing of trauma. And I think it will bridge some of the divides that we're just experiencing in society that are just, you know, they're taking away from the joy of life. And, you know, it's not just healing depression and anxiety, it's about restoring joy and restoring fun, because I think that's what life is about. It's not to suffer and just trudge through it. It's about, you know, finding joy again. And I think that's a big part that, you know, maybe we don't discuss, but I want to just focus on that and focus on the fact that this is the pathway towards a bright future. I don't see other ways. I've been looking for them. I've suffered from, you know, terrible depression myself, and I, you know, have looked for every way to heal this. Luckily, I found ketamine on time, but yeah, we're on the precipice of a very exciting future. You guys are the first adopters, but we need to spread the word, and we need to get everybody on board for this, because this is our way out.
Yeah, I'm just going to share one piece of science that I think is important on ketamine. There's a recent article in Nature magazine, and it basically says that you have this area of your brain called the default mode network. And in your default mode network, there's a mechanism called your lateral habenula. And your lateral habenula is recording all the stress you've ever had in your whole life. When it becomes too much, your brain goes into burst mode, which is a completely different brain state. And when your brain's in burst mode, it shuts off your dopamine production completely. And that's your happiness and your motivation to do things. The first time you do medical ketamine, it takes your brain out of burst mode, and you immediately start to get your dopamine back. So we always laugh because we get the call from the husband or the wife the next day, and the wife says, "Oh my God, he just cleaned the attic. Wow, you know, he was claiming he was going to do that for 5 years, you know, keep doing it." So, you know, you see that these shifts, they're so quick, and they, you know, of course, there's, you know, a lot of build up that you need to do if somebody has treatment-resistant depression, and you need to stay with the program and get all kinds of therapy after. And there's a lot of resources here in Florida for that. But, you know, I just bring that up because I think, like, this is a miracle that we're finding these things out in this time. And we're all really early as potential patients, but also, you know, the opportunity financially for everybody. I know there's a lot of students here thinking, hey, and they've come up to me in the last couple of days and said, hey, how do I become a psychedelic concierge? What's that all about? And so we're putting a training program together for that. You know, again, you have to try the different compounds yourself to really be of service to somebody who you're guiding. But, you know, the basics we're going to try to teach people. And then secondly, the financial opportunity that I talk about a lot is we're so early in this psychedelic revolution that there are great companies being spawned here in Florida and around the world where you actually can get involved right now. And with the stock market being down and all the bioscience companies and the psychedelic companies being way down, this is an incredible place for you to own a psychedelic stock, put it away, and these are going to be some of the pharmaceutical companies of the future, the biotech companies of the future, and you're able to buy these companies right now. And so that is my advice, is get educated a little bit, because there's some opportunities that if you just buy a little bit, it could literally fund your entire retirement one day.
We're not looking at that as clinicians. That's the problem. There are medical components to depression and anxiety, and it's not just in the brain. The gut, we're now finding out for years, is the second brain. We're not paying attention to the gut. All we're doing is treating people psychologically, and that's a big mistake. Psychological is very important. Trauma, you're right. There's acute and subacute trauma. You lost your dog. You got the girl cheated on you, the guy cheated on you. That all colors the way you look at life. So all these things I think we need to consider looking at in a more general term, not just a one focus. So that's just one thing.
This is John Giordano. He's been taking people for ibogaine for 20 years, working with Dr. Nash and Dr. Cannadelic for decades, bringing this about personally. And what he's basically saying is that after the fact, you should look at some things like your gut, where a lot of problems can be coming from. And yeah. There's as Dr. Campbell was saying, there's a big medical workup that happens before somebody does ibogaine, because there are all kinds of factors. But as John's saying, when somebody has a ketamine treatment and it's transformational, or an ibogaine treatment, I've noticed that after that, they come to me and say, hey, I'm interested in meditation. I think I want to change my diet. It's like they want to live. So they want to enhance themselves at that point in a way they never have. And looking at the gut is obviously now being recognized as a huge place of healing. And so, yeah, this is, we have to make it legal, because that's like the, I think they say the tie-dyed elephant in the room is that none of this is really legal except for ketamine. So it's our job right now to really educate people and fight for access, because if we don't have that, then we're never going to be able to study how much the dosing should be and who and what. Yeah, comprehensive, absolutely.
I think, we're all in alignment there. It's just like doctors have very little education on nutrition. So we need to change the laws, change the education, so that medical practitioners who are looking at people who are suffering from all different kinds of things have this as part of their holistic approach. And then, of course, they're considering diet and gut biome and all the other factors, and then they're knowing how to put these treatments in as part of the holistic approach. Obviously, the whole medical system needs to shift in that direction, and this is a big part of it. So, yeah.
And just so you guys know, Kaya is the chief experience officer at CannAMD, so she's developed the experience, the protocols, the music, the coaching, and her and I have been doing something really interesting, which has been going out to Silicon Valley, to the top companies, the Google, the companies that you would know, sitting with their executive teams and having a group, what we call a meditation, which is ketamine enhanced meditation, where we clear everybody with our doctor, they get their own prescriptions, but we do it as a group, like a modern day plant medicine ceremony. We, put an intention on it, we listen to the same music, and then when we come out, we have incredible sharing sessions. And so setting is always going to be a critical thing. Always want to tell people, try to put yourself, in the right headspace before you do things, and put yourself with the right people who have the experience to guide you. If you have those two things, I really have never seen anybody go bad when they've had the right setting. So, hopefully CanMD, we can bring that to everybody in the nation. So not just people who live in New York or LA who can access ketamine treatments, but now with our telemed, where all our nurses have done ketamine sessions themselves and been trained in our protocol, that regardless of where you live, you can do it. And we've pushed the prices down, dramatically. We're trying to get this as cost effective as we can, and to give it away to veterans and first responders and people like that. So that's the goal.
Yeah, well, I mean, our goal has been and will be, and John, you guys do such a good job of giving this holistic, comprehensive approach. On the other end, it's a reduction of barriers to entry, and that's been the biggest problem that I've seen. And anyone that can work with John and Dr. Cannadelic, 100% do that. I'm spending so much time with veterans and families of veterans and people that they need to enter, they need to get started on this journey, and the prices have been just so high. And I'm talking about in the ketamine world, and I don't know, as much about some of the other places, though I've experienced them. I just don't know the economics. But right now, it's about getting as many people through that are suffering and starting to build that critical mass that we need. But yeah, if you can go, what?
Can the volunteer bring the microphone? Because I want to make sure everybody can hear the questions. If you have questions, raise your hand and she'll bring it around. We'll take your question right after this. Thank you.
Here's the problem that we've been running into all these years, for the last 20-something years, actually. People giving Ibogaine in the hotel room and no real good supervision. We spoke about that, Zap. That's what caused it, and people died, they said, from Ibogaine. It probably wasn't from Ibogaine, they probably had something else on board, because they come in very depleted when they come to go to Ibogaine. They're volume depleted, protein deficient, and of course, look at addicts, our diets suck, So the bottom line is, we gotta make sure we standardize what we're doing, and it's under medical supervision. Otherwise, if we're just gonna do ceremony and not really checking people out properly, and not do heart monitors with them, making sure that what's on board, because some of the drugs on board today can cause cardiac problems. So we have to really be careful of that. And that's what you guys are doing. That's what Dr. Cannadelic does. And it's so important, because there's other outliers that want to really help people, but they're not really helping people. I just want to let you know that.
You're dovetailing right into what Zappy was saying, and this is what the Mind Army's vision is. And this is why we actually need donations. If people want to actually get involved and put something forward, is to move that legislation forward so we can study it here in the United States. It's amazing. It's so wonderful to be able to afford to go elsewhere to get it done. In order to study these things and start getting these things standardized, we need to start doing it in the colleges and universities in the US. The only way to do that is to push funding. So if anybody feels like going to mindarmy.org and actually donating some money, because that's the hardest thing, but that's the way this country moves, is pushing some money around. And we have the people to do it, we just need to push the funds towards them. So that'd be a help that anybody in here can do to move this thing forward.
And also, I think, practicing what you preach, it's important to do the medicine on a semi-regular basis. Kaya, who did Ibogaine a couple of years ago, did Iboga. She's headed down Tuesday down to Dr. Camlet's place called Beyond down in Cancun. She's going to be doing Ibogaine in a couple of days. So, we do these meditations all over, and I think, Warren, myself, Kaya, maybe once a month or so, we'll wind up being part of a ketamine treatment, and we'll do it ourselves. And it's every time I do it, I come out of it and I go, wow, like that was worth $1 million. That was, if I gave this to Bill Gates and I charged him $10 million, he would be nodding happily on the way out the door. So this is transformational medicine. Really, incredible. I just want to tell one really quick story, just to tell you just how far out this opportunity is for everyone. I was guiding a woman who came from California to do ketamine treatments over a 2-week period. And the second or third time I was guiding her, she asked me to sit and just meditate while she was in the treatment. So I sat there and I meditated for about 45 minutes while she was in the treatment. And at the end of the treatment, my stomach started to growl. I was getting hungry, and I started thinking about dinner that night. And then I started thinking about going with my kids, and I was going through the menu, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to get the French fries. I'm going to get the baked potato and play it safe. I'm going through the whole thing. And the lady comes out of the session after 45 minutes. She pulls up her eye shade. She's like, wow, Zachary, that was incredible. Best one ever. She's like, I went from one dimension to the next dimension to the next dimension. She's like, all of a sudden, this giant French fry showed up. And she's like, what do you think that means? And I was like, oh shit, like you really got to watch your thoughts. You know, this is real. And I've had some other incredible ESP type experiences that. Did you tell her? I told her, I did. I fessed up. Yeah, I put it in her head. But you know that these things, that's I think like for me, psychedelics, they really reconnect you to the miracle. You know that we're 93 million miles from the sun, so we can have an atmosphere. And I'm talking on the phone in real time video to China. Like these are miracles. If you did this 200 years ago, they would think you were a wizard. And we just are like, oh, I wish there was miracles. There's no burning bush. Life sucks. It's like, no, you're in a miracle. And then when you have the psychedelic experience, it reconnects you to that. And then you go forward in your outer life with that awareness. And I think that's the power for me of these compounds.
We're going to have time for about 2 questions, so I want to go ahead and be sure we get to yours. And then one more. Andrea's got the microphone here if you want to look for whoever's got their hand up. Mike.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think thank you suffices for how I feel about you guys and what you're doing in our world. My family has been serving the community for the last 40 years in Fort Lauderdale and in South Florida, primarily through kids ministries in religious background, Christian background. That's where I come from. And I'm a very odd man out in that particular genre. And partnering with pastors now, educating them about cannabis. And I want to ask you guys, because my heart is for the voiceless, for those who don't, the differently able, the children. My children have used psychedelics, not pharmaceuticals. They're 17 and 19 now, and to watch them go from the possibility of suicide to not, I'm watching a miracle happen. So I want to ask what you guys are doing for the kids, where we're at with that, how, I mean, I'm very impressed that we're already thinking of standard operations, because that's incredibly necessary for us to be taken seriously when we approach children's medicine. So I would like to know where that's at.
Yeah, I'm just going to say our goal is to push the age down lower and lower with education, because I think a 12-year-old now with the information and the technology is probably like an 18-year-old 15 years ago. Yeah, so we really need to push it down. I have a personal experience where during the pandemic, one of my daughters who in her mom's family, they have suicide addiction. And I noticed in her that she was in one of those modes where she was saying, life sucks, every day's the same, there's nothing to do, you can't see your friend. I was like, wow, like this is scary. I need to expand this person's consciousness right now. I brought her to Dr. Michelle Weiner in Hollywood, Florida, who, even though my daughter was 14 and a half, she was willing to do it. And my older daughter, who was 19 at the time, in solidarity, did the ketamine with her sister. And I saw the change immediately. I don't want to call it like a magic bullet, but I did see that her consciousness was expanded. And here we are, a couple of years later, she's got a boyfriend and her life's back to normal. It's like, I feel like I might have dodged a bullet there because of the knowledge that I had. And I think we have to continue to push the age down here because,
to that, I'm going to share a name. If you've never heard of Loretta Bender, she was a psychiatrist in the mid-20th century that was working with children. This is when LSD was still legal, and she had actually done some studies using LSD with children with autism to see if it would be beneficial. And there's not too much that she has reported. She's sort of a one-off on that particular thing at that point in time. But Loretta Bender is an interesting person to look up. We probably have time for one more question because I want to make sure the next panel I see is ready. So, Sonia, please.
Regarding the gut health that
Oh,
you're talking about, I've been microdosing with psilocybin, and I noticed that it does help my pain. I was wondering if the other drugs would help more, because I can still get an attack.
Sure. I'm just going to weigh in that, we have to study these things. That's the important thing. Ketamine is definitely, because it's an anesthetic during the treatment, obviously it helps with pain and after. When it's effectively able to microdose, I think that's going to be a pain management opportunity. And then lastly, I was going to say that the ibogaine does do a powerful reset on you physically, in addition to the mental. And so that's where Lamar was, in a position to go back and play basketball despite all those strokes and heart attacks. And they say, and this is anecdotal, but I'm throwing it out, that when you do a flood dose of ibogaine, that's usually like 1,000 milligrams. But I'm told that when you do a small amount, like a microdose, it can reverse Parkinson's disease. So these are neurogenic things that are happening. So I think pain as well.
And one other question, have you used the Quest headset at all with the TRIP program or anything like that? Yeah. There's a meditation program on the Quest that's like mushrooms and...
We test a lot of things, and we are familiar with that one, and we're always looking for what are the ideal frequencies and the ideal music and to interact with technology or not. It's very individual, what works for people. With our CannADelic platform, we tested with hundreds of people, different things to develop what we believe is the ideal experience for most people. But I think for some people, they find that to be a great benefit as well. So it is, a psychedelic experience for those of you who've had it and compared your stories to others, know two experiences are alike.
There's a microphone there as well, and
everybody in the world is ethical, and there are 16 states that allow not even doctors, anybody, to do telemedicine visit and send you Cannadelic trophies at very high dosages. It's 20 years since I had detox people on Cannadelic drug, and now I'm sick to the end because companies that are less than ethical are sending 30 doses of Cannadelic trophies to people, telling them to do it every day. Rapid tolerance develops every condition. Ketamine is curative. It's curative for depression. We're getting 2 years remission after 8 treatments. Some people may be getting a booster every 4 to 6 weeks. But these companies that are submitting ketamine and what's going to be all as much as they want.
They're super dangerous. We're very, very upset about this. I personally am. Ketamine saved my life. There are people that are wholesaling ketamine, like Skittles. They're kind of like that version of the pill mill. Our director of medical operations is the world's leading psychiatrist in mood disorders and depression. He wrote the international guidelines to ketamine. I follow those guidelines. I suggest everybody follow those guidelines. Going out on the street and buying ketamine and trying to do that for depression is a stupid idea. It's not going to work, and it's just not. Nobody should do that. There are certain people that are following the guidelines. Cannadelic, again, is directed by the world's leading psychiatrist in depression. Very important to me. Very unfortunate that people might do something to the name of ketamine in society when it can save. No, I know. There are companies that are operating like pill mills. It's unfortunate.
And let me just say lastly, because I feel like they're clearing us off the stage, but I think just to go to the future, I'm really excited because I've seen it already that the future of psychedelics are digital psychedelics, frequency-based. You're not going to have to take any medicine in the future. Right now, there's already a company that instead of taking vitamin C, they give you a vitamin C frequency. Your body acknowledges it, sends the right signals as if you had eaten an orange. And so Kai is wearing a patch right here. This is a patch that has no medicine in it, but it has the frequency of psilocin from mushrooms basically put onto the patch, the frequency. And when you put it on your skin for 48 hours, it releases like a battery, the frequency of psilocin. And these are really effective. We've had hundreds of people try them, and a lot of the people who don't even like the idea of it have to acknowledge that there's something real to it. So that's the great news is, you know, they can never outlaw frequency. So in the future, we're all going to have access to this, and it's going to be a beautiful world. So thank you.
I think we want to thank our panel for a wonderful discussion. I just want to say, I never want to get anybody off the stage. There's so much to talk about. So thank you so much. And please hunt them down and ask them questions.
Let me tell you where you can find us. I would definitely encourage you to follow Zappy Zapplin on all the social media channels, and LamarOdomReborn.com. You can find out more about the movie. Warren Gumpel, you know, really watch what's happening with CannAMD. Warren is the CEO. I'm Kaya Roman, author on Instagram. I wrote a book called The Joy Plan. So please stay in touch. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being early in this.
Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I want to just point out we have a few more things today, so definitely don't leave because I think some of the best stuff is still coming. We have a panel now on cannabis marketing challenges. Afterwards, we're going to be hearing from Peter Hendricks. Actually, we'll be hearing from Matthew Thompson, then Peter Hendricks, and then a panel later on about the direction forward, which will have Al Garcia coming back, who's from Hopkins, and Rafael Cancelado will be coming back as well. So we'll have a lot more to do throughout today. So I want to welcome to the stage Oswaldo Graziani, Mandy Harlan, Zach Fleming, and Cheryl Murray Powell for their panel.
All right, hey everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying the talk so far today. You know, everybody's moving around right now. What'd you guys think of the movie? Pretty good, huh? So this is the Cannabis Marketing Challenges panel, but I like to call that also the Cannabis Marketing Opportunities panel, because I see them as kind of one and the same. So I wanted to introduce our panelists. To my right, I'm going to start with my right. We've got Cheryl Murray Powell, who's the cannabis attorney extraordinaire. She does a million things. I couldn't fit them all on the slide for you. There's so many different things. And then we have, moving down the road here, Mandy Harlan from both Sunnyside and the Florida Marijuana Mentor. Zach Fleming, president of Cetero Wellness, and Oswaldo Graziani, actually Oz, director of marketing and creative for Fluence. So I'm going to give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves really quickly, give your little introduction, and then we'll jump into the questions.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I just flew in from New York. Super excited. You know, South Florida, that's my home. I go back and forth between South Florida and New York. I went to law school here at FIU. Go Panthers. So it's always good to be in a space at FIU. Super excited to join you guys. I am a cannabis, agricultural, dietary supplement, and trade attorney. I am the COO of a nonprofit which focuses on legacy operators, people who built the existing industry, both in the cannabis side as well as the psychedelic side. Some people call it illicit, some people call it, black market if they're uninformed. But we're here to bring those operators into the legal space. I graduated from FIU with a business management degree and a minor in marketing. And I've worked with a number of CBD companies, the largest CBD retailer in the world, actually, your CBD store, I was their in-house counsel. Green Roads, I was their in-house counsel. So a lot of information that we're going to share on marketing. I work on license applications. Marketing is a huge part of licensing applications and how you present your brand. So super excited to be here. For Broward County, I'm the chairperson of the Medical Marijuana Advisory Board. I sit on the ASTM International Executive Committee for the Committee on Cannabis Standards. So thank you so much.
Hi everybody, my name is Mandy Harlan. I always start by saying first and foremost, I'm a patient. I'm a patient, I'm an advocate, and I started in this space because I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease and I hated cannabis. I wanted nothing to do with it, but when you can't drink alcohol and you're 23 years old, you turn to the next best alternative, which was cannabis. But then I learned all these things and I realized it was doing something to really help me and my health and my nausea and my appetite. And so I started doing research and I started learning. And I remember all these little parts that I was like, oh my God, why didn't I know this? Why is no one talking about this? Why is no one sharing this and shouting it from the rooftops? And so I started a social media channel to be able to do that and to share it with the public, to make people not afraid to approach the plant. And then that grew and I realized there was such a need for that. Marketing in this space is education. So through my social media channel, I was hired by One Plant. Used to be One Plant. We were acquired by Sunnyside. I'm the manager of their community outreach and events. Sadly, I will be done with them this coming week, and I'm moving on to be the director of community outreach for a new dispensary coming to town soon called Sunburn. So I'm all about education and advocacy, and then marketing. How do we make that fun? How do we bring in the heart and the passion and the soul of cannabis to these spaces to make it approachable for everybody? Thank you for having me.
Hello everyone, Zachary Fleming. I first became involved with cannabis in '95. I feel like I did some of the work, as many others, to help bring a legal market to fruition, and make sure we still had a market to serve. I took a brief stint for about 15 years and got into opiate addiction treatment. I really became extremely passionate about that. And like I said, I did that for about 15 years, and that was all my education and training. I moved to Florida specifically to get into the cannabis space. A lot of the polling was showing Florida was getting ready to make that turn, and I wanted to be here early for that. Became connected with Surterra Wellness about 5 years ago. Actually, I first became connected with them in 2015, conversationally, and kept touch as they got licensed up and the market came to be. So spent my initial part of my time with Surterra in retail operations and building that out, meeting a lot of amazing folks. A lot of bright minds have been attracted to this space, and it's a a pleasure to be able to work with so many bright folks. We now have 45 dispensaries here in Florida. Kind of started here. This was our home base. And happy to be here today to talk about the challenges we face in this industry and how we can market and bring awareness to what it is we do. So thank you guys for having me.
Hi everybody, I'm Oz. I'm the creative director and marketing director of Fluent Cannabis. We have 27 dispensaries here in Florida, plus 3 dispensaries operated right now in Pennsylvania. My background is on entertainment and content creation. I work basically creating content for TV networks like HBO, Sony Pictures, and then I went to digital creation, stuff like that. And in 2016, I believe, I was called to commission a documentary on cannabis industry in Florida. And I started working with this company at that moment called Knox Medical. I was basically following them to see what it was. And I was so impressed at that moment. I was just a consumer that loved the product, loved the plant, but didn't really have an understanding of how this industry was exploding in the States and in this particular state. So, as you say, one thing led to another. I met the CEO, and then all of a sudden, I turned out to be the creative director and marketing director of the company almost more than 4 years ago now. So I basically decided to leave all that amazing industry because this is an industry that is just extremely exciting, and there's a lot of future in it. And that I saw that, and I thought the timing was right to make the move. And the first thing I did to Knox Medical was completely rebranded to Fluent Cannabis. So I came in trying to bring a little bit of vision on not necessarily the industry, but the market. One thing I was noticing is that the industry itself was actually underestimating the potential of this market. They were thinking on heavy users all the time. And I was like, man, I see yoga moms, I see senior citizens, I see everybody can benefit from this. So a lot of my work at Fluent has been broadening a little bit the target and understanding that this product can be an excellent empowering tool for many people. And that's what I do at Fluent Cannabis right now. So thank you for having me here.
Quite a diverse panel. I love it. So I want to jump right into these questions about marketing because this is kind of my wheelhouse as well. This is what I know the most about in the space. So the first thing that comes to mind when people think of challenges in cannabis marketing has to be regulatory restrictions. Is that a real thing? Is that a real concern? Is that something you wake up, in the morning thinking, how am I going to creatively solve this? And what are some of the ways that you've creatively solved some of the regulatory challenges that you faced?
I'll start from a legal perspective. It's making sure that you work through your organization as an ecosystem. And as lawyers, we make sure that we prepare our marketing teams, prepare the leadership so they make good, responsible decisions as far as how they market. When it comes to regulations, a challenge for multi-state operators, and again, multi-state operators can be, in the hemp and CBD space, those who are operating in legal psychedelic spaces, as well as the cannabis space. The laws are different everywhere, so it's really staying up to date. I have probably 160 to 200 Google alerts that I read on a regular basis. I usually get up 4 or 5 in the morning to read and find out what's going on, just so I can prepare my clients and their various teams for changes that may impact how they present their brands. Also, really considering diversity issues, but thinking about focus groups, how things land, that's also important. But when it comes to straight regulations, one, we want to be able to influence regulations and build strong relationships in the markets that we serve. And then once regulations are finalized, really making sure that there's a stakeholders, corporate governance stakeholders process for change to happen and for marketing execution to take place. It should never be just one person deciding, hey, this is how we're going to roll things out. You really have to look at the organization, understand the stakeholders. And I cut my teeth on this when I was working for T-Mobile in the UK as their marketing interface manager for 3 years. And that's how they operated, as far as there's a corporate governance structure with the right stakeholders in the corporation. No one just pulls the trigger. We have to have, go, no-go decisions, which I don't see a lot in our space. So those are some of the things from a regulatory perspective. I did want to add one thing, which is from, just the introduction. I want to recognize you, Pete, for the work that you do. Congratulations on this conference. And my first speaking engagement was at a Florida Cannabis Coalition event. So no matter where I am in the world, I will fly to support you. So I'm sorry to change the topic, but I wanted to say that in my intro, and I didn't, because I appreciate what they do so much. And when nobody knew my name, they put me on a stage. So please continue to support them.
Now everybody knows your name. One of the high times, most influential people now. I saw that.
Thank you, Pete Sessa, Cannabis Coalition.
Does anybody else want to take it?
Well, to answer the question, yes, it's in my mind all the time, and it's just everyday struggle. But somehow you come to the realization that it has to be that way. At the end, we're selling cannabis. It's highly regulated. It should be regulated. And I think sometimes, we're trying to figure this out as a DOH. So if you turn it more into a conversation, and it kind of works a little bit better. And the other side that I'm always, with my team, the marketing team, I'm pointing out, is that we need to also regulate from the other extreme, right? Not only, you know, when you see this illegal market products like Skittles and Nerds and like literally targeted to kids in a way that is so obscene, you say like, yeah, that's why you need somebody to regulate it, because this makes no sense at all, you know? And I have a 7-year-old, so I'm thinking about that as well. So I think we need to be responsible, but on the other hand, it's a constant struggle where we're trying to push and push and push, because we, on at least the marketing side, we think where this is going and we want to take it there, but we still need to kind of meet halfway and sometimes just comply, you know, and that's important. Sometimes it needs a little bit of challenging and pushing the envelope. I think if you just settle with the DOH is going to tell you no, then nothing's going to happen. But, you know, Florida is a perfect example of a market that has rapidly evolved. When I started in this industry, it was only oils, no flour, no edibles. Branding was very restricted. It still is in some components, packaging specifically, but there's other areas where you can do pretty much whatever you want if you're responsible. So, you know, I'm trying to see a little bit of glass half full and understanding that we have a privilege of being able to hold a license to sell cannabis, and that has a responsibility that we have to, you know, be compliant. That doesn't mean we're not going to fight back, but we understand that it's a privilege, you know.
One last comment. I know I talked a lot, but what I appreciate about the operators on the stage is they don't look at regulations as, you know, how do we find the loopholes? How do we do the minimum required? That is just part of the strategy, and they aim to be leaders of industry, and that's really, really important. You don't want to be the queen, what I call the queen of pigs, which I learned again, 1990s call center language, but you don't want to be the queen of pigs where, you know, you're leading, how do we get away with things? You want to be like the people on the stage where you're saying, we want to lead with integrity. We're focused on the long-term play. We want to make sure that we're focused on our patients, but we're building a brand that will stand the test of time, like the greats of Coca-Cola. And, you know, that's what's aspirational for the companies that are going to be around in the long term.
I actually have a comment about that. So I agree with what you say, but I think it's our job to blaze trails, and I think it's our job to be creative. That's what cannabis is all about. And so I actually say cannabis is all about finding the loopholes. It's not the foundation of what we rest on, but a lot of times, you know, in Florida, we're held back so much by what we can do. We can't advertise on billboards. We can't even wrap a van. We can't put anything in publications. It only has to be private publications. So our hands are tied. But not all the laws have been made yet. So that's where I find those loopholes. That's where I find those gray areas. And oddly enough, that's when legislation will come to us and say, well, shit, that wasn't in our legislation. And maybe we either need to adapt to it or let us work with you to figure out a way to make it adaptable for everyone to be able to do that. So for me, the loopholes are blazing the trail. They are looking at things creatively and differently to figure out how we can still market and get it out to those patients and educate and teach them what needs to be taught when that law may not exist or they may not have thought a part of it yet. And if I can be the person that makes them think of it and I can work with that lawmaker to change that rule or to modify it, then I will be that person that puts it in front of their face and points out that loophole to them.
And I still think that's leading with integrity. I think I'm more talking about pushing the envelope with marketing to children and things like that. So that's really the direction I was going in. But I appreciate the creativity, for sure.
So Mandy, you touched on something that's interesting, and the restrictions when it comes to marketing and media in general. So like social media, Facebook advertising, things like that, even mainstream traditional media, you know, radio, television stuff is pretty much off limits to an extent. There's some ways around that. How have you guys been able to leverage things like social media with the restrictions that are in place there? What ways can you get kind of around those?
Yeah, I want to start with that one. That one is it is a frustrating one, right? I mean, you have not only issues with the platform providers, you have the ability for others to report a post that then, once enough people report it, it can get a post shut down, which kind of makes it difficult to understand what's the standard. And it's also a frustrating thing when you can't engage with your consumer base when they're asking to engage with you. So that one is a frustrating one, and knowing that a lot of traditional market sales are still taking place via Snapchat posts, it's a frustrating one because I don't see those same kind of things being taken down when it's a blatantly illegal sale. So for us, that is a challenge. I would even say the SMS issues are even far more frustrating. And that's when somebody's asking to subscribe. Please give me the messages. And I kind of, for me, it's like, where does creating an obstacle between a patient and their medicine start, right? Because when people want awareness, they want to know what you have, they want to know what pricing is, they want to know more about you, the provider who is giving them medicine, and they can't, at what point does it start to become a major obstacle for patients and educating themselves with what they're taking? So it is a big frustration for us. We kind of have accepted it for what it is, those no-go decisions. We have a lot of those processes, and we kind of operate within, I think we've all figured out what you can and can't do, or, using emojis instead of spelling out letters, things like that, to still be able to get the messages out. So you do adapt, but it's a major obstacle.
I was just going to say, it's kind of been a rebirth of print media as well. Again, High Times kind of set the tone with the print media, and there's some great magazines, periodicals on the cannabis side that has come out as far as like being a place where we can advertise. I've always had like some type of radio show podcast since I've been in the industry. So, having on, again, leaders of industry with integrity on my show gives them another opportunity to showcase their brand. So I did Cannabis Life Radio for 4 seasons from 2016. I have a podcast now in its 2nd season, Terps in the City, and that is like, my chronicling my journey right now, which is doing a lot of work with legacy operators, but I have a lot of lawyers on, I have other people on, other players on who understand that there's a balance. So I think really looking at the old school ways of getting messages out, that's how we're creative as an industry, and we have some really iconic things that we've created, especially on the print media side. So really explore those options and look at, again, social media, but looking at creating a podcast. It's not difficult, it's not expensive, and then you can kind of showcase the brands that you really love, and they'll appreciate that as well.
I know exactly what that's like.
Another way that I've done it, so events, that's why we're so grateful for events like this, because we can come and we can set up and we can sponsor and we can have direct relationships with the patients and educate about our dispensaries and who we are. But also it goes beyond that. When you are one of 16 dispensaries in the state of Florida and you're all at an event, it all starts to look the same. So something that I did is I went out into the music industry and we started sponsoring live music, from anything at a brewery and your local restaurant all the way to Fortunate Youth or national acts and reggae bands. Where we know what goes better than cannabis and music together. So it's like we knew we were going to find patients there, and it also set us apart from all the other dispensaries because they weren't there yet. And so that was a creative way for us to do it, is to get out. That's why outreach at dispensaries is really important, because it is such a big part of the marketing, because we are limited in so many other ways. So it's just being creative in how you're getting out to the community as well.
That's extremely important, for sure. I will add, on the social media side, our Instagram account got shut down 2 weeks ago with almost 30,000 followers. And thank God we got it back after a week fighting back and making the calls and calling Mark Zuckerberg or somebody to help us out. But that's heavily frustrating because there's no guarantees. We put a lot of effort on our social media to put content and create content for it. sometimes you lose it and you lose it. There's no insurance, there's nothing. So, what? They're very vague. They usually say you're not under the policy guidelines or whatever. But as Zachary mentioned, sometimes it's just people, flagging the post, and it almost sometimes gets the companies to fight against each other. Like, oh, the other companies do it, and it's like it's not really. Don't point the problem at the other companies. It's the social media and the fact that they have to report to a federal government, so they're also under a lot of constraints to understand what they're doing. But the point I'm saying is social media and cannabis in this case are organically drawn to each other. Like those posts of this beautiful flower, it's like so natural, pun intended, that they belong to each other, but they're not really working out right now. It's complicated. Even if you got the account, you're gonna get shadow banned, so the engagement numbers are gonna go down. So then you're gonna start, tracking KPIs and performance and say like, what am I doing here? Like this is not really making the impact that I want. I want to be relevant. I want to communicate with my customers. I want to tell them things that I'm not allowed to tell them. So then is, as you mentioned a little bit, going back to basics. So one thing that happened to me, I came from an industry where social media, Twitter, Facebook was everything, to promote your content. And then I come here and it's like my hands are tied. So we were like, you know what? Let's try emails again. That at that moment seemed like a very counterintuitive thing to do. Go back to the email kind of marketing. And we were like, okay, this is gold. Because customers appreciate that direct connection with no filter, no censorship, where you can tell them whatever you want, of course, responsibly and everything. But so we started building our databases with emails, thinking about retention with texting. It's a nightmare. Yes, it is. And it's got a little bit better, but it's still really effective. Even with all the problems and all the open rates and all that stuff, it still brings the customers in. So we are very focused on let's do our best to all those customers that are coming into our stores want to come back, because it's gonna be so difficult to reach them out and acquire them just because of all the constraints, that value of them walking through the door not only once but ideally twice, that's where you want to be. So we're, in the case of Fluent, we're very focused on that, on retention, trying to keep them happy, coming back, and and that sounds easy, but of course it brings a lot of other complexities to it.
There's no more friendlier platform than your own when you can bring them to your own platform. And while it's great to have these resources that are generally free, and these audiences that you can build, like you're saying, getting shut down, years of effort, like for someone like me, years of creativity is just gone in a flash, and it's something I worry about daily. They shut us down last week, and I had to write in, and they brought us back up. I was shocked. They let us back up. But we're still shadow banned, so.
Yes, exactly. Even if you're out there, it's almost like a mirage. You think you're talking to everybody, but then you try to write your name on, and you need to write it completely. Nobody's gonna find you. Somebody's gonna find you if you literally give them the link, and usually that's more retention. That's not, So anyway, I always say, like, I'm a fan of social media, but put your resources somewhere else. Outreach, you can do a lot of branding and stuff, kosher stuff, but there's other places where you can really get a little bang for your buck.
So one of the other challenges specific to this state is it's medical, right? And you need to have a card. So your audience is kind of limited to, I think we're closing in on 800,000 patients around there, which is a lot bigger than it's been. So it's been a small pie, it's getting a little bit bigger, but it's still just a little slice of the general population. So how much of your marketing efforts or your branding are looking to the future, like Mandy was mentioning, like concerts and like the general audience, and how much are you trying to target those specific patients, those specific 800,000 people that can actually buy those products?
I'll just say that when you think of a patient and their sphere of influence, you have to look at the physicians, you have to look at possibly hospice care. You have to look at, diversity-related issues. You have to look at health equity issues. You have to look at the caregivers. You can't just think about patients and think about the numbers around patients, because it's really like who's getting them to if they're ill, very chronically, seriously ill, who's getting them to the locations, who influences their medical decisions, what does health look like to them? What does wellness look like to them? And really have those things impact your marketing strategy. We were talking outside, and we're talking about the senior population and how you have to customize your approach for your seniors and things like that. So it's one, you have to overcome stigma. There's stigma associated with chronic illness, and then there's stigma associated with cannabis use. So you want to make that easier for the patients. So you're tackling stigma and how you position your brand and position what we do, who we are as an industry. But beyond that, the people that care about patients also need to be influenced and feel good about what we're putting out with regards to these brands. And they may be the one to say, have you thought about cannabis? Have you tried this? I saw this ad, or I heard this, radio show or whatever. And then it's really expanding, which I don't think we focus enough on as a state, the recommending physician population and educating physicians, so that people's traditional regular doctor, they start going through the course and registering to be a recommending physician, because, it's challenging to have two different doctors. It's how our industry works. A lot of our patients do have two doctors, but I would love to see a world where the majority, or we're looking at that metric of how we increase the recommending physician population, so that people can see the same person, even though part of it, you can't use insurance for the cannabis-related activity, but they've developed a relationship of trust with their regular physician. And we'd also, and it's challenging for patients when they feel like they're hiding information from their regular physician. So if we really put more focus on the recommending physicians, growing that as a metric so that patients don't have to have two doctors and feel like, again, what about the working patient? You have a doctor's appointment one day, you may be taking half a day off from work. Let's think of it in those terms. Like, not everyone can take time off for their regular chronic illness issue and then take another day off or half a day to go to the physician for a recommendation, and God forbid they have kids, or they may be a caregiver for someone else, they have to take time off from that. So if we really step into the patient's shoes, I think we'll, as a result, see market expansion.
I think so. We have, like Pete said, we have close to 800,000 patients in the state of Florida. We have 22 million residents in the state of Florida. So that just shows you, yes, we have a lot of patients, but we have a lot more that could become patients. So that's why I always say marketing is education, because at Sunnyside, we educate to the person that's already a patient, but we are also educating to everyone out there in the general population that is curious and has no idea how do you become a patient. I didn't realize we had a medical program here in Florida. So we made these little quick business cards that you just scan a QR code and it takes you to a step-by-step on how to become a patient. You enter your zip code, you find your doctor, and it just less barrier to entry. So you're getting the education. Hey, I was at a reggae concert and I got to learn about how to get my card, and now it's really easy. And now you have same-day certifications as well. It used to take up to 3 months. People died before they got their cards. Now you walk out of the doctor's office and you can go to dispensary on that same day, which is huge. And we were also saying this outside, telemedicine played a huge part in increasing our patient count. We increased 13 to 14% per month when we had telemedicine. When that went away, that number sharply decreased again. So I think it's also working with legislation to get that back. It exists. Speaking to your point, it's hard. Patients have chronic illness. They are immobile. It is difficult to get to a doctor. If there is any community that needs telemedicine, it is the cannabis community. So I think fighting legislation to get that back will also greatly increase our patient numbers again. And educate, share your story. I never told people I had Crohn's disease. I became very vulnerable, and as soon as I did, everyone, oh wait, hold on, that's the thing I can relate to. And then next thing you know, people are opening up and sharing their stories. And then you're having a conversation, and then you're building trust. And then when that happens, that means someone's gonna walk in and get their card, and they're not gonna wait till it's their last resort. So it's a story, it's being vulnerable, and it's fighting the fight because you know it's something that you believe in, no matter where you are. It's wearing your cannabis t-shirts, it's wearing your hats, it's wearing your pins, whatever it is that you are comfortable with to start a conversation. Yes, it rests on us, but it rests on all of us as patients as well to build that database up.
That sounds awfully a lot like how we get laws passed. Sharing our stories, and I used to tell people, share your story in your circles, around your dinner tables and stuff. And if you come to these events, I'll say it to you now, if you come to these events, share your story with people that wouldn't come to these events. It's like, it's an exponential effect when you leave here, which is why we like doing these things. So I have like a list of 50 questions. We can be up here forever. I don't think I can stand here forever, but I think we could be up here forever. I have all sorts of questions about ethics and all sorts of things, but I do want to give the audience a chance to ask any questions. If anybody has a question in the audience, I see Marvin over here has a question.
I think that what could really help you is to treat this more as a medicine. I only see one dispensary down here with a terpene shot with what each of their items do, what they help. So I think you need to do that. Also, I don't know if you could do any pre-ordering, but I know me personally and the chef over there like particular strains, and we have to wait every 8 or 9 weeks for the grow season. We'll order it now, if we know we can get it. We don't have to stay online and look for it every hour when we know it's the 9th week. I mean, you could make money like that, and if you do it as a club system, and if you know that people are going to keep buying it, you could do some sort of personalized medicine where it keeps going, and you just do it every month.
It's a great idea. I love it. I honestly love
Great
it.
idea.
I'm like taking notes.
You're hired.
Over here.
It's so good to have you guys up today because you get a chance to give us insight on what we as card holders have to look forward to, and anybody pursuing a career in the industry would have to look forward to in Florida and maybe in other states that are progressive. I'd like to make a statement about Fluent. I'm pursuing Ganjier, and I'm just about to take my final exam in 3 weeks. So I basically got it down. I just got to take my last test. I've been to all of the dispensaries because I have to get my experience, i.e. Ganjier sommelier. And so Fluent does a real good job at providing, I think that when I talk to an employee at the Fluent dispensary, I get a wealth of information backed up by knowledgeable bud tenders, backed up by documented paperwork where I can easily see I don't have, the lab results are consistent with the product. I think that I don't know the politics of what labs are doing with businesses, and I won't make any accusations like that because I don't know. I spoke with Mitchell over at Acacia Labs, and I think he has integrity, and I think that any question that I asked him and the information he provided to me was very sincere about their procedures of business. So I'm going to leave that alone, but I like the way Fluent really does represent. I've been to Fluent and I didn't think I was happy with their product selection. As I became educated with terpenes and cannabinoids, of course, that opened my perspectives and to give other things a try. And I'm just to say I'm satisfied with that. The other question that I have now is for Cheryl. I heard you mentioning legacy and things of that nature, Terps in the City. I'm assuming New York City, or?
I started Terps in the City when I was here on Facebook, going Facebook Live. So that was the first season, and now I'm with PodConnect and on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and a number of others. So yeah, you can go on terpsinthecity.com and you can see this season's episodes. But it's not, this season is more about New York because of my journey back and forth, but it covers a lot of issues. But the Justice Foundation, which is, you know, you can go to Justice, JUSTUS.foundation.
Okay.
We are primarily focused on legacy operators, and how it works for us is we work on the legislative regulatory advocacy where we don't lobby. We've applied for a 501c3, but we help legacy operators understand the regulations first. Then from there, we look at preparing them to do an application cycle. We build our partnerships with attorneys, consultants, accountants, and get them to give pro bono hours. Even law schools we're approaching now so that they can help legacy operators present a viable application. And then post-licensure, and we haven't gotten there yet for the state of New York, but post-licensure, we help them keep their licenses. So there's a lot of efforts in getting legacy operators, we'll say more social equity or regular applicants getting their licenses. There's not enough emphasis on how do they keep their licenses if they don't have the budgets to have true HR teams, true marketing teams, et cetera. So it's really getting them in touch with discounted compliance software like Procana. They do free registration on their compliance software for social equity. So it's really about giving them a consultation or a consultant feel without, and giving these services for free or heavily discounted. And how we support those efforts is through donations. So thank you so much.
Are some of those people like Branson, people like that?
Similar.
Okay.
We have had a specific donor who I'm not going to name, who's given a significant amount to get us started, but we're doing a lot of crowdfunding as well. If you go to legacy2 with the number 2 legal.com, you can donate whatever amount you want. And I think it's the industry that's going to contribute and really support these guys as they go from us having a dual market where there's one industry that's licensed and another that's not. And some people have concerns about testing and things like that, but we want to create a unified industry where people are valued and appreciated, where you have a good variety of product, and then there's multi-generational economic benefit. So if you want to donate, legacy2 with the number 2 legal.com, and then we also have an auction going on as well, justiceauction.com, and then our general website is justus.foundation. And we're also going to do a fitness challenge in honor of National Nonprofit Day.
And would you say they have a need for gynecologists in that area up north?
Absolutely. Because the legacy is, and I'm not going to take too much time, but we operate around the 4 legacies. First legacy is legacy cultivation. Second legacy is legacy distribution, which includes retail as well as transportation. The third legacy is the legacy community organizations that have always supported our industry. And then the fourth legacy is the legacy consumer. So some people have only transported and they want to get a license. They're going to need that other support depending on the license type they go for. Thank you for your interest. I appreciate that. Thank you. Blessings upon blessings. Thank you.
We have time for one more from the audience. Anyone?
You picked me, thank you. Of the 800,000 or so people who can access the medicine now in the state, what do you think that is compared to what the actual potential total amount of people in Florida who could access this medicine is? And what do you think the main challenge is between bridging those two numbers is? Is it necessarily a marketing challenge, or is it some other type of obstacle?
Well, so that's a difficult question to answer because it's difficult to figure out how many people really are consuming this product, because some people don't want to say that when somebody comes and answer that for survey them. But the numbers are around 50%. That's kind of the number. Between 10, 15, can be a little bit higher, that the total population is consuming cannabis. And a lot of them are consuming cannabis frequently, okay? So we talked, Florida probably have, just rounded up, 20 million adults, a little bit less, I think, probably. So do the math. We're talking a lot of people that are not in the system that are smoking weed every day, or consuming cannabis, or whatever you want to call it. So that's a challenge because I think it's part of medical. This is a medical market. A lot of people that barrier is more than enough to not even think about it. They don't feel that they need to have a condition or be sick or something to consume this product. So they don't go that route. And the incentives on the illegal market are still there. It's not that we're talking about it a little bit. It's not that they're not struggling. They know we're here and we're fighting back, but it's still out there, and a lot of people are sourcing from the illegal market. So I think that's going to change. It has been changing. One thing I say all the time, when I started at Knox Medical a little more than 4 years ago, the median age of our patients was 60 years, 65 years. It was something crazy. But you basically had to be dying to be able to get a card in Florida when it started. Now, you don't need, it's easier, let's call it that way. It's not, extremely easy, but it's definitely easier. So things have been moving, a little bit in the right direction. My biggest concern is honestly that, the Department of Health publishes the numbers every week, and they publish the number of dispensaries that are in the market. They publish the amount of physicians that are in the Florida market, and they publish the amount of THC oil, CBD, low THC oil that is CBD, and then smokable flower. And of course, the amount of patients, that's the other number that you want to track. So when you compare all those numbers, you see that the amount of product that is going to the market, the amount of dispensaries is growing at a much faster rate than the amount of patients. And that's a problem, and that we're perceiving it at the beginning, maybe a problem for the companies, not necessarily for the patients with the price war and prices going down. And that at the initial stage, it feels like, oh, everybody's getting better pricing. That's great for the market and the patient. But at the end of it, that affects quality, that affects a lot of things that go down the line that it eventually will probably affect the market. So, how do we expand that? We were talking a little bit about reciprocity that will help make a step in the right direction. And eventually will be just the criminalization in adult use. Eventually, I don't see any other way. It's fairly easy to get a card right now. What else that we can do? Maybe getting all the companies together and doing a huge marketing campaign for people to sign up and go to the legal side. But that number is not growing as fast as it should, at least from my perspective.
I want to just add to that because it is something that I've recently started challenging our marketing teams with. I think there is a disconnect between sometimes who the MSO thinks the customer is versus who the customer actually is. And I think the marketing sometimes is off, or maybe not off. It's, we have to ask, right, well, we have to ask, do we have the consumer base in Florida because that's the consumer base, or is that what all the marketing was and that then created the base and we may have left some of the legacy market behind? So it is a challenge I'm making to our marketing teams that we have to start doing more in terms of getting active in underserved communities and areas that we know benefit from cannabis, are currently using cannabis. Because I don't know if any companies here in Florida are really tough. I just don't know if we're being as serious as we need to be with it, because I see a major gap. I do see a major gap. You go in dispensaries. I'm somebody who's been using cannabis more years in my life than I haven't been, right? And so sometimes the dispensaries don't necessarily match the circles I'm used to smoking in, right? And so I think we have to ask ourselves, what can we do to connect, one, more with the culture? Yes, there's a lot of regulatory challenges, there's a lot of hurdles, but getting more in touch with the culture of cannabis and consumers who still haven't been able to capitalize in a legal market, and actually making strategic marketing efforts and not kind of one-off campaigns, but true campaigns that are trying to educate people currently using it.
And I'll just make one quick comment. I think that's a really good point about that disconnect. Thank you for sharing your experience as someone who's used cannabis for so long. But I'm going to answer that question from a perspective like the work I've done in Jamaica. So you have the local market, you know, which is a medical market. So is Jamaica. Jamaica's medical. So you have your local market, which requires a recommendation, whatever. And then you have the levers that you can push as far as reciprocity. Then there's the tourist market. That's another lever we can push, like medical tourism and things like that. And then you have federal legalization here. Even at a medical level, federal legalization might allow for state-by-state intervention and cost savings for the MSOs as well. They can centralize cultivation and production and not export, but and have business throughout all the states. And then the last one is exportation, getting to the point that we have regulations and laws around exportation of our cannabis to other, whether it's medical, whether it's in a research environment, or whether it's other adult use states, and when I say state, I mean, or country sovereign nations around the world. So when you're asking a question about what's that potential, it's really limitless, but it's going to happen in the stages based on how do we maximize the potential in our local market, how do we try to get reciprocity, and also look at federal legalization and how we can impact and centralize to cut costs down. And then looking at the tourism aspects of it, both domestic tourism and international tourism. And then beyond that, looking at exportation potential.
Wow, tourism. Didn't think you were going to go there. Awesome. Thank you so much to our panel. Thank you so much, Cheryl, Sandy, Jeff, Oz. It's not often I get these minds on the stage to ask some questions, so I'm extremely grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete, for moderating that. Thank you to everybody that is still here. I know it's been a long 2 days, and we are still going strong. Thank you to the panel for a very insightful conversation. I want to say that I mentioned this yesterday, I mentioned this earlier today, and if you didn't hear it, then I want to apologize that William Leonard Picard is not with us today. On Friday, I spoke with his assistant, and he was advised not to travel because of his health. He should be making a recovery. It doesn't seem like it is dire, but Leonard Picard actually, we became friends when I started teaching the course on psychedelics. I had read his book, The Rose of Paracelsus, which if you are looking for a book that will take you through about 6 months of reading, have a go at The Rose of Paracelsus. It's a really interesting story about an underground, a potentially fictional, maybe not underground, clandestine LSD synthesizing international group, and also a little bit of a storyline about his life, all combined in this really interesting book. And I had read it, and I reached out to him because he had just been released from prison after 20 years on compassionate release, and told him about the course, and he was so excited to speak to young people about his life and about his experience being incarcerated. And he speaks to my class regularly about the challenges that he lived through, like 20 years being behind bars for allegedly synthesizing LSD. It's a shame that he's not here, but I'm sure that if you're interested in knowing more about Leonard Picard, you can definitely Google. I know he was just on the Psychedelics Today podcast. Probably the most profound thing he said, it was on Bicycle Day this year, and probably the most profound things that Leonard said was the thing that he has learned the most from psychedelics is just how wonderful life is sober. Right? And just how wonderful life just is. And psychedelics can sometimes just help us remember that, which I think it's a really important thing to take away. For the rest of today, we have 3 more sessions, and I just want to point out that after this one, Peter Hendricks, who's from the University of Alabama and has been speaking on some panels, he will be presenting research on psilocybin in vulnerable populations. He does a lot of research on psilocybin, and so he's going to be presenting his work, which will be really exciting. And then afterwards, we will have a panel on the direction forward, which will include Peter, and will also include Dr. Garcia Romeo from Johns Hopkins, and also Rafael Lancelota, who spoke earlier today about abuse and access. So please stick around. We have a treat instead, and it's sort of serendipitous being at this event. Yesterday, Matthew Simpson came up to us and said how thankful he was that we had this event and how he just moved down to the area and shared his story with the organizers. And we told him we would love to give you the platform to share your story, because his story is also one that it touches on the important things in this world, which is how can we help people who are looking for help in ways that maybe are not necessarily as prevalent or as common now. So his story is published in the book Worth the Fight, and so Matthew's going to present on his work. So thank you so much for being here, Matthew.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good. We still got energy left? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, as Dr. Lichter said, my name is Matt Simpson. Super great. For FIU, for Dr. Lichter, for the FIU Psychedelic Club, for going out towards this edge and having this event. It did feel serendipitous. I just moved down to Miami recently. Late January, I was in Chicago, and I just said, fuck this. This is the winter. I don't know if you guys know anything about the winter in the Midwest. It's brutal. And, so I had a lot of curiosity about Miami, and never been. The psychedelic conference that was 3 months prior, Microdose Miami, which was last November, perked a lot of interest. And yeah, super grateful to be here, and this definitely feels like the right place to share Worth the Fight. And again, I'm so excited to share my life's work with all of you today. What I'd like to accomplish, well, first off, I just want to disclaim, I'm not a cannabis user. I did have about 6 to 8 deep trips back in 2015. I was deep in my healing with some psilocybin and some Michigan homegrown that was so instrumental to my healing, and I believe that it is such a powerful medicine. But I will tell you, although I'm not a cannabis user, I've done a shit ton of psychedelics. From 2014 to 2018, I was deep in my journey. And that ultimately informs my book, Worth the Fight, Acting for a Better World, A Guide to Spirituality, Psychedelic Medicines, and Overcoming Trauma. So what I'd like to accomplish today is to go out towards this edge together. I'm going to be sharing and shining light on a lot of things that don't get much voice in the psychedelic renaissance. First and foremost, you guys might be wondering, Michael Pollan's a psychedelic author. He's got 8 New York Times bestsellers. Like, who the heck is this Matt Simpson guy? To be putting out work, it's my earnest hope and prayer today that we can push this edge, and I can impart to you a lot of hope that I have in my heart about better days forthcoming. I've done a lot of work, a lot of research. In addition to being an author, I'm also a psychedelic podcaster. Had a half dozen to a dozen psychedelic thought leaders on the show. And the Worth the Fight mission and message of hope and healing, 10x expansion, is boiled down to integration, flow, and love. And again, I hope to expand your perception of what is possible as we push out towards this edge together, and I hope to impart to all of you some actionable tips and strategies. I've been working as an empowerment life coach, psychedelic integration coach for the last 4 years, so I have a novel way or a different way of looking at psychedelic integration. So again, I'm hopeful that all of you can glean a few tips, strategies, hacks that might be beneficial for your health and well-being. I also want to address, we're going to cover a lot of ground today. There's two threads that we're going to be working on. There's two revolutions that are happening right now. There's one that's happening inside of all of us, and there's one that's happening on an external level. So I just, again, in advance, it might seem like we're all over the place, but I'm going to try to bring everything together by the time we're done together. Sound good? Yeah. Okay, awesome. All right, so my journey, a little bit about me. Grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, home of the Milwaukee Brewers, which, geez, it's in our sports team, in terms of how much alcohol is a part of the culture in Wisconsin. By virtue of a 2018 study that showed that Wisconsin had 10 of the top drunkest cities in America, it's my belief that Milwaukee and Wisconsin are ground zero for trauma in the free world. And, when I was a teenager, I'm a sensitive type, of course, most of us that are into alternative medicines are sensitive. I was expressing any kind of emotions as a teenager. The way that we dealt with it, here's a 12-pack. You can handle it. Go take care of it. And that is, there's countless friends and family from Wisconsin that are on the medicine path. And there's a lot of deep-rooted trauma in Wisconsin and Milwaukee. I think each year we're in the top as far as the most segregated cities in America, the wealth disparity, and so on. But as we'll be talking about today, kind of reframing the darkness, reframing pain, finding the opportunity in that. I did the corporate America thing in Chicago for 15 years, 16 years, followed all the rules, and the more that I followed the rules, the sicker I became. The more I became, the more reckless my behavior was, the more I would drink. I would definitely have qualified for alcohol use disorder. I was drinking 30 plus drinks a week since a teenager. That's just what you do in the Midwest. And we had a lot of fun and no regrets. Everything has informed this path that I'm on right now. But ultimately, it became too much. And then 2014, I'd sold a business. My 35th birthday, October 16th, 2014. I sold a business I was working with in Chicago, and while I was supposed to be out and hollering with the brass and this national business, this national company, all I could think about was this path of service that I'm on right now. And 2 months later, I was down in the jungles of Costa Rica having deep healing with ayahuasca. And it allowed me to confront my demons and confront the childhood sexual trauma that garbled up my nervous system, nearly killing me, really pushing me to the brink. And I had some deep, profound healing, visionary experience. There was a night where I didn't go to sleep. My inner shit talker was completely offline the whole night, and I could see all the different ways that I was sabotaging my health and happiness, the ways that I was hurting my loved ones, the ways that I was not acting in integrity, and in that vision, I saw a way out of this kind of soul sickness, rat race that I was such a big part of, and that ultimately led to me coming back to Chicago, and after I'd sold this business, and I worked, all of 2015 to leave on good terms. There was a buyout involved. I wanted to make sure that I get my money and so on. And December 9th, 2015, I walked away from my corporate career to pursue this path, not knowing what the heck I was pursuing, but feeling this deep calling. I'd never felt anything like this before, but the sacred medicine called me home to myself, and ultimately that led to an 18-month travel journey, which was incredible. I went all over Central and South America, did a lot of medicine work. And that was a deeply informative time in my life, but it was a very dark time, you know, to, again, be deep in the medicine work, the medicine journey, to reconcile all of my past hurts, to burn karma, so to speak. It was a big purification process for me. And essentially it was my full-time job for that 18-month travel journey to do my healing, to embrace my practices of meditation and yoga and journaling and contemplation, and also figure out why I'm here and the work that is mine to do. I must have asked myself thousands of times, you know, how can I best share my unique gift and offering? And that led to you know, and it was month 17 of an 18-month travel journey. I was in Oakland for Psychedelic Science 2017, and I came across this veteran organization called VET. We'll talk about that. It was Veterans for Entheogenic Therapy. I teamed up with Ryan McComb. He was kind of a lone ranger, so to speak, former United States Marine, had a deep healing journey in the Amazon, and came across his work. And it was very clear to me that this is where I was going to be spending my life's energy, my life's work, and teaming up. It was shocking that I had no idea that there was a veteran suicide tragedy and epidemic. We have 22 that die by their own hand every single day. That number is likely closer to 30 to 40. And it was this number that drew me in. It was, you know, 150 veterans had been through his program at this point before I jumped on board as the program manager. But it was upwards of 80 to 90% of the veterans. It wasn't the war trauma that was coming up in the healing. It wasn't the arm that was missing. It wasn't losing a buddy in war. Time and time again, it's the childhood sexual trauma. And deep-rooted hurts in the early years of childhood development that appears to be driving, you know, our soldiers to war in the first place. This has been a driving curiosity of mine since. And we're gonna cover some of the what I affectionately call the bullshit incorporated offenders here. The church, I think Sam Harris says it best. You know, if we had any Fortune 500 company that habitually employed sexually confused men, we would run them out of town so fast. But for some reason, the church gets a blind eye. And you know, I'm befuddled and dumbfounded as to why that's the case, probably because of the deep programming around fear and hell, but it's not right. And this plague, this sexual trauma plague that affects 1 in 5 of us, probably more, I believe is at root of the high majority of the war and conflict that we see here on Earth. And yeah, there was a statistic that I cite in my book this isn't just anecdotal story or my impressions of what's going on, you know, in this renaissance. But Sebastian Junger, he's the foremost expert of PTSD, homecoming, and belonging. He wrote a book called Tribe, and in it he cited some disturbing research that our modern day veterans that fought in Iraq and Afghanistan were 2 times more likely to report childhood sexual trauma in the early years of childhood development than those that fought at random in Vietnam. Mind you, I said report. Anybody that knows anything about men and sexual shame, you know, it's really hard in our society for us to talk about emotions, and so many of us have been shamed since we were children to express our emotions, and by virtue of the suicide tragedy and epidemic, you know, most people would rather bite a bullet than confront the sexual trauma in their nervous system. As far as pharma and, you know, the pills, there was a documentary called From Shock to Awe that shined light on this. They had 2 veteran families that pick the pharmaceuticals to pursue the natural medicine, like cannabis, and also ayahuasca and MDMA as well. And fortunately, Matt Paul was one of the veterans. He passed on last year. It was a really sad loss for our human family, and probably one of the more motivated, if not the most motivated, inspired person that I've come across on my journey in doing this work. And I showcase his brave spirit in the closing chapter of my book, Worth the Fight, and his call to action of empowering our veterans to really storm our corporations, storm our governments, not like the Capitol event from January 6th, but in a democratic manner of running for office and showing up. We have a very strong democratic container, and our veterans have been through the journey, and if they can find peace and well-being after going to war, that sends a big signal to all of us. Big believer that degree to which the big part of my messaging is the degree to which we lean into the darkness, our pain, the adversity, the trauma in our lives is the very same degree to which we can stand and share and love in our light. So there's an enormous opportunity with our veteran population as they've been through a real life hell. And for them to heal and get right. And another thing, they bring this spirit of get shit done to the psychedelic renaissance. And that's really important because they're action oriented. Sometimes these medicines, these experiences can be so profound that it's challenging to integrate. It's challenging, how do I make sense of the transcendent nature? So the idea that we have a subgroup of our population that knows honor, that knows integrity, that knows courage, they're all leadership trained. All they need is medicines that work so they can heal and they can lead the way and push this edge. And I guess that a lot of the last few minutes have been the final talking point of the industrial military complex and the true cost of war. And really flipping the script and looking and seeking that opportunity in our veteran population. Because of the bullshit incorporated triad, our veteran population does not get as much love or credit. We don't want to go near them. It's a very touchy, it's a very energetically charged, it's a very, these are deep-rooted questions that do not have clear answers, and we don't want to go near them. I had a conversation with a veteran that was on a panel here yesterday, and he had said about how he was doing work in Pennsylvania, and about how people from both sides of the aisle, the left and the right, were in this spirit of collaboration and unity when they were talking about veteran healing. And I've been beating this drum. I'm going to keep beating this love revolution drum. That as things get crazier and crazier in our world, the discourse gets and the divide gets bigger and bigger. The one thing, again, that the left and the right have in common is our shared humanity with our veterans. And this is something that we can come together over what is shared and stop all the bickering, stop all the fighting. We can't have an honest conversation about the present movement without taking a look back into our past. This was a quote from Ram Dass, having a cup of espresso with Terence McKenna at a cafe in Prague in the mid-90s, where they were discussing how things went off the rails in the 60s and 70s with the psychedelic revolution. And Terence McKenna had asked Ram Dass, what he thought about it, and he took a moment and paused and gave a very thoughtful response, and it was idealism and a sense of lurking righteousness. We lost touch with our what and why, and we lost touch of perhaps original intentions and sharing the medicine, being the medicine, living the medicine. And we can learn from those mistakes from the past and integrate those into this movement. I am very bullish on our world, and even with all the heavy energy and the precariousness of the times that we're in, our future is extraordinarily bright. The exponential sciences of psychedelics, meditation, and flow have me kicking the covers off most days. And we're gonna do a deep dive here around, let's talk about flow first here. This is a power quote from Stephen Kotler. Actually, this is my favorite paragraph ever written. It's kind of a strange thing to say, but this is from the book, The Rise of Superman. How much do we really know about true happiness, burning creativity, unbridled ecstasy? As children, we are taught not to play with fire, not how to play with fire. On the flow path, we are drawn forward by fire, by powerful hedonic instincts, by our deep need for autonomy, mastery, and purpose deeply fulfilled, by dizzyingly feel-good neurochemistry, by a spectrum of joy beyond common ken, by the undeniable presence of our most authentic selves, by a cognitive imperative meaning of experience, by the search engine that is evolution and its need for innovation, and by the simplest of truths. Life is long, and we're all scared, and in flow, at least for a little while, we're not. Again, that's from Stephen Kotler, The Rise of Superman. He followed up The Rise of Superman with what I believe to be the most important, maybe Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind, but the one that has impacted me the most is Stealing Fire, which is written by Stephen Kotler and Jamie Wheel. They do a deep dive, and they share really this underground revolution that is in plain sight about how things are shifting and changing, and quantifying this the opportunity of what is possible, expanding our perception of what is possible. And I'd love to tie this to a Robin Carhart Harris quote. Of course, he's one of the more esteemed neuroscientists from Imperial College of London. He says the ego is really just a network, and things like psychedelics, flow, and meditation compromise those connections. They literally disintegrate the network. With that said, and this notion that there's so much shared neurobiology between psychedelics, meditation, and flow, a lot is going on, in terms of, there's a lot of similarities with parts of the prefrontal cortex going offline, what they would call the DMN, the default mode network. And if that's the case, years back, I drew the conclusion that it's not about psychedelics, but it's about how are we getting into the flow state. And you all might be wondering, what is the flow state? The researchers would say it's when we feel our best, we perform our best, when action and awareness merge, and when we're, again, our best selves. The flow science shows that we have massively leveled up creativity, productivity, and learning. There was a McKinsey study that showed that executives in flow were 500% more productive than executives out of flow. There was the military, DARPA trained snipers, radio operators showed that they can learn twice as fast while in a flow state than out of a flow state. And there was a flow research collective, scientific study that showed that people in flow have creativity spikes of upwards of 600%. And I think that it's the flow state that the people that are in, the participants in the MDMA-assisted therapy clinical trials, they're in phase 3 with our federal government. They're working with the most troubled of the bunch, average of 17 years chronic PTSD. Something is happening. These people are shedding their diagnosis after 3 drug interventions and are no longer taking pills. So I believe they're getting into this flow state where they have massively leveled up creativity, productivity, and learning. They're finding a way to reframe the personal hell of the mind so they can move on, let go of the trauma, heal, and move on. Let's see if we go back here. We talked about the, how are we doing that time? Oh no, okay. I'm long-winded here, I didn't have an opportunity to time this. Wim Hof and the psychedelic renaissance. This is an integration strategy that's meant so much to my health. I trained with Wim and his team in 2016 in Poland. Essentially, you get high on your own supply, this powerful breath, breathing method, or rapid hypoxic breathing, kind of like this. You do 40 breaths or so, and this is Wim in Times Square back, I believe, in 2008, fully submerged in ice. He did not lose his core body temperature for up to 2 hours. And this method is something that anyone can train to practice, and it's very aligned with the psychedelic renaissance. We can get into these states, these altered states of consciousness on our own free will without external substances. And I liken to my breathing practice as a 1/20th of an ayahuasca ceremony. But I go back to normal breathing after 5 to 10 minutes or I go back to normal baseline reality after 5 to 10 minutes of normal breathing. So it's been extraordinarily useful and helpful to me and many of my clients. I'd love to pose this question: is microdosing psychedelics the supreme integration strategy? I believe that to be so. I've been hosting these magic and microdosing group coaching groups for the last few months, bringing people together on Zoom, 8-week programs, small groups. And these are my findings thus far. There's an extraordinary benefit with the elevated neuroplasticity that invites habit adoption, accelerated habit adoption. Our brains and nervous systems are dynamic, ever-changing. Microdosing works like slow drip rocket fuel with natural guardrails built in. It allows us to push our growth edge in an efficient manner. And let's see here. All right. Well, lastly, didn't get an opportunity to pull all the threads, but this notion of coming together over our war veterans, I believe that this is a rallying point. Again, these medicines, they invite transcendence, where we can see the best versions of ourselves, and I think the best versions of ourselves are wholehearted, and we take into account our brothers and sisters that have fought, served, and protected our freedoms, and to potentially realize that they are the ones that push this edge and to show us how to lead responsibly. And I think it's time for a love revolution.
Thank you, Matthew. We have some time for questions. If anybody would like to ask Matthew any questions. Andres, behind you.
I would just be curious, you mentioned some of the other threads in the last couple of slides, if you wanted to touch on any of those, or if you any other things that are exciting you, or
let me see. In terms of this. I'm hosting psychedelics and limitless personal growth. I have a meetup on Meetup, and I'm doing these microdose Mondays from 8 to 9 Eastern on a weekly basis. It's a great place to learn best practices around microdosing. It's essentially microdosing 101. The more that I study this, about a year and a half ago, I started seeing some trends. 90% of the coaching clients and people that are coming to me are coming to seek microdose support. So I'm looking at it more and more as a spiritual discipline, and a means of which we can get 80% of the peak psychedelic experience in terms of the benefit, with only 1% of the risk. It's not for everyone, and if it's things get too intense, we just stop microdosing. So there's very low risk relative to the peak experience. I think that meets the world where the world is at, and there's a lot of heavy energy, and maybe people blasting off and having peak experiences. While I'm all about it, when someone is earnest about healing trauma and being very intentional, it can be a challenging time to integrate. Thank you.
All right, please. Thank you so much, Matthew, for your presentation. Thank you.
I do have a couple books with me too, if any of you are interested, and I'd love to support. And I'm donating all the profits of my book to facilitate psychedelic healing and our war veterans amid a mental health crisis and suicide epidemic. So thank you so much for listening.
All right. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker who traveled far to come speak to us today. Dr. Peter Hendricks came to us from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, where he is a professor in their Department of Health Behavior and School of Public Health. He has his bachelor's from UVA in psychology, and then he went off to USF to do his graduate work before doing a postdoc in San Francisco and then landing the professorship in Alabama. And given that I was looking up his CV while we were doing this, I put in his name and I put in Peter Hendricks, Alabama. I pulled up his Rate My Professor ratings, which for the students in the room, he has pretty good ratings. So that's a good sign too. So thank you so much, Dr. Hendricks, for being here, and we'll look forward to hearing this is research that's really current in his lab. I know that if you listen to the talks this week, Dr. Hendricks has done a lot of work on smoking cessation, but the stuff that he's been doing with psychedelics is really exciting and really current, so we're very happy for you to be here. Your phone.
All right, thank you, Joey. Dr. Lichter, how many are students of Dr. Lichter have been? You know, I'm very jealous. I have to say, I really appreciate the atmosphere of sort of open, free inquiry and spirited debate. I think that's really important in all settings, especially academic settings. So keep in mind as I present this, that these are my ideas in the present moment, which I promise will likely change, maybe change today. I'm very open to feedback from you all. As you listen to the presentation, please feel free to offer your input at the end. Nothing is really ever set in stone. I just think it's fun to have spirited debate sometimes. So I'm very glad that the professor here seems to support that. So let's see, where to begin? Let me first tell you, try that again. Oh, there we are. When we use this term vulnerable populations, this is a term that's been in use now for nearly 3 decades. And vulnerable populations are defined as under-resourced social groups at higher risk for poor health outcomes. And there are many such groups. Here are just some examples. So socioeconomically disadvantaged individuals, people experiencing homelessness, racial and ethnic minorities, sexual and gender minorities, older adults, people living with disabilities and chronic health conditions, and individuals in the criminal justice system. Much of my work has focused on socioeconomically disadvantaged individuals, people experiencing homelessness, and those in the criminal justice system. And that's been the focus of my work for the past decade or so, although often we see individuals who represent these other groups in working with the 3 groups I just mentioned. Now, why are they important? These groups are important because they really tend to bear the burden of mental health conditions. And yet, as others have noted, these populations have been very conspicuously underrepresented in the clinical psychedelic research to date. Right? So we know that these are the groups of people who are especially likely to suffer mental health conditions, and yet they are noticeably absent in the literature. And as much as I respect, say, my colleagues at Johns Hopkins, their average participant tends to be quite well off and educated. And though certainly these people are worthy of intervention, I think there is a concern when we begin to survey the literature and realize this is generally what most participants look like. Okay, so how do we know that these findings might generalize to the majority of individuals who are dealing with these mental health conditions? Backwards. There we go. Okay, so I think you all know this, but just very briefly, when I say classic psychedelics, I'm talking about the serotonin 2A agonists. We're talking about
LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, DMT, which is found in ayahuasca. And as many of you know, and as many of the presenters here have already discussed, they are widespread in nature. They've been used throughout recorded history in ritualized contexts. They're thought to promote healing, to define the future, to enhance learning, to facilitate the dying process. I won't spend much time on this slide. So, how many people here know the two people on the left in that black and white photo? Many of you do. I'm happy to hear that. Your students, wonderful. Okay. So as you probably know from Dr. Lichter's class, psilocybin was forgotten in many ways by the Western world. And many of the archaeological findings we now realize were references to psilocybe mushrooms were thought to be references to peyote buttons. And the white man you see in this black and white photo, R. Gordon Wasson, was a banker, an amateur mycologist from New York. His wife was a Russian-American pediatrician. They began to think that there were indeed psychoactive mushrooms and that they were in present-day Mexico. And they began to search for these psychoactive mushrooms over a period of time. This eventually led them to Maria Sabina, who was an indigenous woman who worked with psilocybe mushrooms in the Mexican state of Oaxaca. She was an indigenous woman. As I've read, she did not speak Spanish, only her indigenous tongue. And R. Gordon Wasson was interested in participating in one of her mushroom ceremonies known as a velada. And Maria Sabina, being a healer by nature, did not feel that it was right to deny this experience to anybody who she felt came to it with an open heart, even though she had reservations. So she allowed R. Gordon Wasson to participate under the condition that he would not reveal her name or location. This was important to her. R. Gordon Wasson participated in a velada and within a year revealed her name and location in not only Life magazine, which was a very popular magazine at the time, but also in a book that he and his wife published. So he betrayed her trust almost immediately. I want to talk a little bit more about Maria Sabina. As I mentioned, she was an indigenous person from the Mexican state of Oaxaca. She did not feel it was right to deny anybody this experience, and therefore allowed R. Gordon Wasson to participate, as I mentioned, and he betrayed her trust. Now, R. Gordon Wasson's excursion was funded in part by the CIA. I'm not sure if R. Gordon Wasson knew this, but the CIA was extremely interested in psychoactive substances that they could potentially weaponize. I'm hoping that some of you are aware of this history as well. Please raise your hand if that's the case. Good. This is an important part of the history that we have to acknowledge. Now, after her name and location were revealed, there was just an unmanageable number of tourists who flocked to her village, and it made the relationship with the police already quite tense, or that was already quite tense, more tense. And she really regretted for the rest of her life having ever introduced R. Gordon Wasson to the velada. But I think those of us who work in this field need to acknowledge Maria Sabina, because without her welcoming R. Gordon Wasson to the velada, we may still not know of psilocybe mushrooms' existence in the way that we know them now, that they've been used in these therapeutic contexts. So I think of her as sort of the grandmother of all therapists, healers who work with psilocybin. So I'm giving her due, and I could talk longer about her, but I wanted to acknowledge her. Now, LSD also derived from a fungus, the ergot fungus. It grows on rye. Discovered by Albert Hofmann, I guess you could say twice, synthesized in the late 30s, and then intentionally ingested in 1943. You probably know of this story. And there was much pioneering work by Al Hubbard. I'm curious too, how many people have heard of Al Hubbard? Only a few. Al Hubbard is the gentleman here dressed like a police officer. As far as I know, he was not a police officer, but he was quite the character. There is Al Hubbard talking to Humphrey Osmond, and Humphrey Osmond coined the term psychedelic. Humphrey Osmond was a psychiatrist who was working in Canada primarily, and he was very interested in LSD as a treatment for alcohol use disorder. Humphrey Osmond administered mescaline to Aldous Huxley, and in their correspondence, Humphrey Osmond coined the term psychedelic. Now, you wonder, how does Al Hubbard factor into this? Al Hubbard was a Kentucky high school dropout, and he was known for smuggling things across the US and Canada border in the Pacific Northwest. He was hard to catch. He was eventually caught, had essentially struck a deal with the OSS, which was the precursor to the CIA. Here comes the CIA again. Where if he would help smuggle things into the UK from Canada during World War II, they would essentially wipe the slate clean. He agreed. But in this work, he came to know a number of CIA agents. Now, Al Hubbard contributed significantly to the work of Humphrey Osmond and Hoffer and others. And many of the elements that he developed in these therapeutic paradigms are used to this day. But I think it's important also to mention him because, advancing the slide here. Let me go back again. Though he played an important role in the therapeutic application of LSD, it's also a nice segue to LSD and its interest on the part of the CIA, which I'll mention soon. Now, I do want to mention there was some really great research that was produced during this time. And you've probably already seen some of this research here. So again, I mentioned Humphrey Osmond's work on LSD and the treatment of alcohol use disorder. There was a great study that was published in what is now JAMA Psychiatry on LSD and the treatment of opioid use disorder. Al Garcia-Renew discussed this just yesterday. There was some great work by Walter Pankey and later Stan Groff and colleagues on the use of LSD in the treatment of end-of-life distress, and this was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. So none of these were fringe journals. And, I'm a psychologist, so I often like to mention too that in our hallmark journal, Psychological Bulletin, there was a publication on the long-term effects of LSD use. So there was some really great research, and I want to emphasize that because I am going to discuss some of the abuses, but I want to make sure you're not under the impression that I'm only focusing on those abuses, but I do want to talk about those today. There was a very nice meta-analysis published by the Norwegian couple, Terry Krebs. That's my daughter, by the way. Terry Krebs and Paul Johansson, and they found that in some of the more rigorous studies conducted from 1966 to 1970, there was an effect favoring LSD interventions over the control conditions in the treatment of alcohol use disorder. So there clearly was a signal here. There clearly was some very good research that was conducted. Okay. But meanwhile, the CIA was very interested in LSD. Very interested in LSD as a potential mind control drug. They might weaponize it in some way to enhance interrogations. There was some thought that with LSD they could create the Manchurian Candidate. I don't know if any of you have read Chaos by Tom O'Neill. The speculation there is that Charles Manson was in some way an FBI or CIA asset, and that LSD had been used in some way to make him something of a Manchurian Candidate and to take down the counterculture from within. It's a fascinating book. It's a great read. I recommend it. The books on the far left and right otherwise document the CIA's attempt to essentially weaponize LSD, and that often involved administering LSD to involuntary, unwilling American citizens, observing them, getting a sense of what they might do with LSD. And somewhat humorously, the CIA was convinced that if an agent was caught, he or she would be dosed with LSD, and that would be used to interrogate that agent, to reveal state secrets, or maybe one day the Soviets would put LSD in our drinking supply to turn us all communists. And none of this ever happened. The CIA was very concerned about this, but we have to keep in mind these historical abuses when considering the use of LSD in clinical trials, especially to vulnerable populations. I'll talk about this more. There was some unethical research that was conducted at the time too, and I think it's important to acknowledge this. These are just two examples. In one case, LSD was evaluated as a treatment for homosexuality. Now, this was not unique to LSD. At the time, homosexuality was pathologized. It was in the DSM. So there would have been other treatment studies as well, but I still think this is something we have to acknowledge. There were also studies that administered LSD to incarcerated populations without their consent, sometimes without their knowledge. And you can even see in the title of this one article, LSD in a coercive milieu therapy program. That is appalling. So they're admitting right away, we were administering LSD coercively to people. At the same time, psychedelics, LSD in particular, became associated with the intelligentsia, the intellectuals. So there's Aldous Huxley. the previous speaker spoke of Ram Dass. You know, these were very intelligent, eloquent people. Paul McCartney was something of an advocate. I think he said at one point, to paraphrase, if all the world's politicians used LSD just once, we could put an end to poverty, famine, and warfare. Cary Grant apparently had many LSD experiences in Los Angeles, I believe with Sidney Cohen, and extolled its virtues and indicated that it was very helpful for him. We also have the philosophers Gerald Heard and Alan Watts. Now, I don't mean to speak badly of their speaking highly of psychedelics, of them advocating for it. I think there's a place for that. I think the issue, though, is that then psychedelics became associated with, in some way, either coercive and unethical applications, or there was the impression that the psychedelic experience was a luxury of the intellectuals or the very wealthy people at the time. That it was an experience that was best understood by people who were especially eloquent and gifted with their words, and that would be explained in terms that perhaps few people could really understand. I think that was problematic. It was problematic because it suggested that LSD and other classic psychedelics were, again, a luxury of only the most advantaged of the population. It also became associated with a university counterculture. Now, I have two images here from the trial of Chicago 7. I'm wondering how many people saw that one. Raise your hand if you did. Right, so you see Abby Hoffman, who was portrayed by Sacha Baron Cohen on the top left. The bottom right is also a picture of the real-life actor who played the name of the individual at the moment. I'm having trouble finding the name of it, for you know if he's Jerry Rubin, thank you very much. So Jerry Rubin in the bottom right. We have Timothy Leary at the Human Being in San Francisco. And then we have also a protest in the Haight-Ashbury, my former neighborhood in San Francisco. So again, there was this association of classic psychedelics with a very specific segment of the population. It seemed to be one that was especially educated, especially affluent, and especially privileged. Psychedelic use perhaps became a privilege of the upper crust. Now, ultimately, as we know, that first era of psychedelic research came to an end, and I'm borrowing this triptych from one of my former professors, Jonathan Haidt, one of my very favorite former professors when I was at the University of Virginia, who was such an inspiration to me. This is from one of his TED Talks. Okay, this is a triptych by Hieronymus Bosch. It's called The Garden of Earthly Delights. And he uses this to describe the psychology of morality and psychology of political orientation, and the general thought that, well, conservative and liberal forces work like yin and yang to bring about progress, but not too quickly. And this is supposed to capture what happens, the idea that what could happen if progress happens too quickly, right? So in the beginning, things are as they're supposed to be, they're ordered, and order begins to slip a bit in the middle and descends into chaos. And I think there was this perception on the part of, say, Nixon and others that, hey, this counterculture is just tearing apart the very fabric of our society, and we need to do something about this. And one way that we could bring an end to this is make the very substance that appears to be fueling this counterculture illegal, and we're just going to lock it away. I often think of the end of Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where they take the Ark and lock it up in a box and file it away in a large silo somewhere. There was this thought that you just file LSD away and everyone would forget about it. But, facts are stubborn things. And despite this first era of research coming to a close, we saw something of a renaissance. I'm not sure that I love that word because it's a pretty modest renaissance at the moment. I would like to see much more of this research happening. I'm so happy that an event like this is happening. I think we could really turn this field into a true blooming renaissance, but it's getting there. This really started with Rick Strassman's work with DMT in the mid-90s. Here are two such studies. But I really think of this as the study that started it all. And you heard Al talk about this yesterday. This is the 2006 study by Nolan Griffiths on the effects of psilocybin in healthy volunteers. Now, I want to say as an aside, people always ask me why I'm interested. How did I become interested in this field? In 1998, 99, I worked at a homeless shelter in San Francisco. I then went to graduate school to understand addiction better, and I especially wanted to understand addiction from the perspective of vulnerable populations, in particular those who were experiencing homelessness, who were very low income, How does this lead me to psilocybin? Well, take a good look in the upper left-hand corner of this article. See, it was published in the 187th issue of the journal Psychopharmacology. That happened to be the same issue of the same journal of my dissertation. Don't worry about the title of this project, it's not very interesting. But I came to this field when a complimentary issue of this journal was delivered to my little closet of an office at UCSF. I opened it up thinking, I'll turn to my article and see my name in print and be so proud, but I instead turned to Roland's article and was just, from that point, I think transfixed and really interested in doing this with myself. And that was a little departure, a little tangent. Let's move on. So the question is, where do we find ourselves? And one question I often ask is, are we back to where we were? Is there this sense that psychedelics are a privilege of those of the most education and income? Is it a privilege of only the elite and the wealthy? And so we have Michael Pollan there in the top left, his documentary that's about to be released. We have Tim Ferriss, who's an advocate. We have Steve Jobs, who's spoken of his experiences. We have Anderson Cooper there in the bottom right corner, and some celebrities who've endorsed psychedelics. Again, I don't mean to speak badly of their advocacy. I think there's a place for it. But I think one question we have to ask ourselves is there this growing perception that psychedelics are a privilege of those who have the most resources, the most education? And I think there is that possibility, because if you look at the prevalence of psychedelic use in the population of the United States, it tends to be accounted for primarily by white individuals of higher socioeconomic status. So when doing research with vulnerable populations, we have to consider this right off the bat, right? Is there this perception that classic psychedelics are for higher socioeconomic status individuals only, and it's a privilege of those who have wealth and education? Some of the studies I'm doing now includes administering psilocybin to people who are dependent on cocaine in the deep south of the United States. And it would not be uncommon for one of my participants to say to me, yeah, I've heard of psilocybin before. That's one of those crazy white people drugs, isn't it? And in some ways I have to acknowledge that the data might support this idea that this is not a drug that has been historically used by some vulnerable populations. And we also have to consider how the research enterprise has exploited some of these vulnerable populations. Okay, so I'm in Birmingham, not far away from Tuskegee, where the Tuskegee experiments were conducted. I'm hoping most of you are familiar with these. Tuskegee experiments are often discussed as one of the very worst things that you could possibly do as a scientist. So that's one concern, is working with vulnerable populations who have a history of being exploited by the scientific enterprise. I think we also have to concern ourselves with the idea that psychedelics might also be associated with the war on drugs. The war on drugs and draconian policy. The war on drugs that has done little to actually benefit the public health. So could these be substances that are only associated with this war on drugs? Might there be a hesitancy to participate in the study if there's only that association with illicit drug markets and draconian legal policy? I think we also have to be concerned with the idea, if we think of Maria Sabina especially, that in some cases, some people, in particular American Indians, might object to the commercialization of what is otherwise a sacred process or sacred drug molecule. Okay, despite this, there have been some very nice studies conducted in contemporary times on vulnerable populations. This was one study conducted by John Halpern at Harvard. And here they just looked at some of the longer-term effects associated with participation in the Native American church. I don't know if you can see, but they did find that those who participated in peyote ceremonies relative to some control conditions reported greater general positive affect and psychological well-being. So there's some evidence there that participation in peyote ceremonies can be beneficial to mental health. There's also a really interesting study conducted in British Columbia on the use of ayahuasca and a First Nations Indigenous group for the treatment of addiction. And what you might notice in the left column are percentage of participants who reported using any one of these drugs at baseline, and then the percentage who reported using these substances at follow-up after their participation in these ayahuasca retreats had been completed. And I'm encouraged to see that in the case of cocaine, 60% of the sample, it's a relatively small sample, reported use of cocaine beforehand, whereas everyone reported quitting after. My colleague Ellen Argento has done some great work also in British Columbia with marginalized women, many of whom are Indigenous and sex workers, and found that having used a psychedelic broadly defined, so that would include both classic psychedelics and MDMA, was associated with reduced risk of suicidality. And we conducted a study in Birmingham in the criminal justice, in our community corrections criminal justice system. Right? So we had 25,000 people who might have been arrested and committed an offense that the judge would often deem as being related to a substance use problem. So rather than sending them to jail or prison, they would be diverted to this program. They would continue to live and work in the community, but they'd be assigned a caseworker. They'd perhaps attend some substance use counseling classes and anger management classes. And if they successfully completed the program, then their slate was quite clean and they were on the way. Okay, now at entry to the program, they assessed which substances these individuals were using. And we wanted to see in this very large study if the use of hallucinogens, broadly speaking, was associated with outcome in this program. And to our surprise, hallucinogen use was associated with a decreased likelihood of failure. So these are people who are more likely to complete this community corrections immersion program, whereas use of virtually any other substance was associated with an increased likelihood of failure. These were findings that were replicated in a sample in Chicago by my colleague Zach Walsh, here among men with a history of substance use. So these findings suggest that there very well could be therapeutic outcomes among not your typical participant in a clinical trial, but among those whose lives are challenging and chaotic, difficult, but despite that, there is some evidence that there's a therapeutic signal. One of my favorite studies of the modern era, Brian Anderson's work that Al again discussed yesterday on gay-identified HIV surviving men. And this was evaluating psilocybin and treatment of demoralization. And here he found a signal suggestive of effect. Now, there was no control condition in this study, but it suggests that future studies should be conducted. Okay, so a few recommendations I want to make. And these have been copied and pasted from the paper that Al and I wrote along with Cynthia Ortiz, who's not here at the moment. So, one question is, if we're going to do research with any of the vulnerable populations I mentioned, like what makes most sense moving forward? And there are a few things to keep in mind. So, I think that study rationales may be less acceptable to individuals from some vulnerable populations. Those who have not been exposed to Michael Pollan's best-selling work, who have not seen Gwyneth Paltrow talking about psychedelics on Netflix, or who are not going to see Michael Pollan's upcoming documentary on Netflix. People might only think of psychedelics as yet another illicit drug associated with the war on drugs. People might only think of psychedelics as a luxury of the most advantaged of our society. I think we have to be very clear and transparent about our objectives. And I think we need to really think about how we can recruit from the community of interest by partnering with people in the community. I think another issue is that the subjective effects can be very challenging to characterize. Like they're often labeled as ineffable, and very difficult to put into words. Well, there are a lot of very, very intelligent people who may not be formally educated. And the thing about formal education is you learn how to express yourself in words time and again. And that's something that we may take for granted. especially if we spent a lot of time in formal education. So a big question is, if, say, the average American reads at the 5th grade reading level, which is, as far as I know is true, how do we communicate these so-called ineffable effects in language that might make sense? I would say that referring to the works of Aldous Huxley is probably not the most efficient way of doing this. And so I think we have to think about a way to communicate these effects in accessible language. And our self-report measures, often developed by people with PhDs. I often think about this when I look at the Mystical Effects Questionnaire. Al, I'm not calling you out, but I have to say, it was really written by Walter Pankey, who is a divinity student in the 60s. And I sometimes look at these questions and I think, I don't understand what the heck they're talking about. I think we have to consider even the self-report measures we're using and whether we're using appropriate language. And of course, we have very few measures that exist outside of English. One of my colleagues, Eduardo Schönberg, has developed some Brazilian Portuguese measures. There are some measures in German, but beyond that, we have very few measures that exist, for example, in Spanish. I think there's a need to do that. You just did it. Wonderful. I didn't know that. Wonderful. So in case you didn't hear, Raphael said that they validated the acute measures in Spanish. I'm really happy to do that. One thing too is religiosity tends to be a bit higher in many of the vulnerable populations that I mentioned. And I think we have to be careful not to trivialize these experiences. We have to be willing to see these as very valid subjective experiences that people have. A few other things to mention. It would be common for people from vulnerable populations to have experiences of powerlessness, especially in healthcare settings. This could affect their willingness to participate. It could also affect the treatment response. So I think it's really important. We try to do this always, but I think especially when doing psychedelic research, you need to engage participants as equal partners with full agency. We have to prioritize therapeutic alliance. We have to consider struggle during the acute effects of psilocybin with understanding and empathy. I'll give you an example. I had a participant years ago. This was a Black man, and we formed a very strong bond. We got to know him over the course of 4 2-hour weekly sessions. Now, during the acute effects of psilocybin, which I think were a bit overwhelming for him, he did indicate at one point that he wanted to go home. That's not an uncommon experience, and we reminded him this was the safest place for you to be. We're going to stay here today. And the rest of his experience was really quite profound, and from his perspective, very therapeutic. And he laughed afterwards, and he told me, there was a moment where I looked over at him and I thought, what did this white guy do to me? And is this another Tuskegee experiment? But that was only for a brief moment. And he said, no, I know who that is. That's Peter. I know him and I trust him. But so I think that's a good example of the sort of thing that we have to keep in mind. And again, I think we have to be very transparent about what these drugs can do, and both the good and the bad, and consider language that is as easy to understand as possible. And again, this is not to suggest that these vulnerable populations are not intelligent, but that those of us who spend a lot of time in education probably take for granted how much training we have in expressing ourselves in language that is not especially accessible. A few other points I want to point out. So as I mentioned, individuals from vulnerable populations have not been well represented in the literature. This is a problem, and I think we really need to consider how meaningful representation as incorporating scientists and staff from these populations can improve procedures and outcomes. And Al mentioned this yesterday. I think we feel the same way here. People who are proponents of community-based participatory research have long said that we can really improve how we do our research by including people from these very same populations, and I would advocate for that. But one thing I would just caution, at least from the perspective of psychotherapy, there's no evidence that simply matching therapists on patient on certain demographic outcomes is going to have an impact on outcome. Right? So you can match on the basis of race or gender, and there's even some evidence on sexual orientation, and it doesn't in fact improve outcome. It seems to have no impact on outcome. It may help with recruitment and retention, however. Now in saying this, I'm certainly not saying that I'm in some way opposed to diversity. In fact, I'm very much in favor of it. But I think when we're working with these populations, we have to really think beyond just perhaps a superficial approach and saying, well, if we're going to recruit, say, women, we're going to ensure that all the therapists are women. That alone will likely not get the job done. Multicultural competence or humility, as was mentioned previously, is really the key here. And that is important regardless of personal background. Now, it's fair to say we don't entirely know what multicultural competence is and how to train multicultural competence and whether it's different from, say, empathy, but we know that it's certainly important to be understanding and humble and open and empathic. A few other things, and something I'm thinking about too, because there's lots of talk about what might happen when psilocybin and other classic psychedelics are available, approved by the FDA and available in treatment contexts. Well, right now, these are very resource-intensive interventions, and there's a big question as to who might reimburse for these treatments, whether they'll be affordable. And I think when it reaches that point, we'll have to think about reducing the number of sessions and try to reduce the costs here. To also be open to holding sessions outside of normal business hours to account for challenging schedules, to utilize mobile technology perhaps, and administer both the preparation and integration sessions, give some leeway to reschedule appointments, provide reasonable compensation for participation, and to think a bit about the exclusion criteria, which to date have been pretty strict. Right? We know psilocybin does carry some very legitimate risks, but I think that the research to date has probably been pretty conservative. And I understand why there's this heightened political lens around psilocybin because if something goes wrong, it could bring an end to the research movement. But my own sense is that psilocybin is quite safe, and we could liberalize our inclusion and exclusion criteria to allow more people to participate. Okay, one last thing I wanted to mention. I'm so glad that much of what I'm talking overlaps things that Al and Raphael said today. I think we have to be aware of the dangers of hype. Right? We know that the media will build us up, but they'll certainly knock us down. And adverse outcomes, and I used to say if they occur or when and if they occur, but I've now settled on when they occur, will likely be hammered to death. And here's one such example. So Art Linkletter was a famous television personality in the 50s and 60s. He hosted, I think, Kids Say the Darndest Things and maybe some hidden camera shows. Very tragically, his daughter committed suicide. And it was his belief that her use of LSD prior to her suicide is what caused it. And it certainly could have been a precipitating factor. It's not clear. And he really made it something of his mission in life after that to warn the dangers of LSD use, to warn the dangers of drug use. He confronted Timothy Leary when he had the opportunity to do so. Now, I absolutely think that some people have and can be harmed by classic psychedelic use. The existing data suggests that it appears to be relatively rare. But still, I think to this day, there's this perception that you use a psychedelic and you might throw yourself out of the window, in part because of what Art Linkletter did. Not to pose him as a villain, obviously he lost his daughter, it was tragic. But we have to be aware that when something bad happens, it will really be blown up. So how do we address that now? I think we have to be very transparent from the beginning, very, very clear about the real risks and benefits that are associated with classic psychedelics. So here's just one example. I mean, I mentioned that NYU, Hopkins, and UAB will be doing a study on psilocybin for smoking cessation. Now, the very best treatments to date will produce success rates of around 20 to 30%. If we can double those, we'll be at 40 to 60. That would be a boon for the public health. It's huge. But keep in mind, that would mean that if 100 people received psilocybin as a treatment for smoking cessation, 40 to 60 of them would have still been smoking. Right? And certainly those who are still smoking might be disappointed if you consider media coverage to date, which has been overwhelmingly positive. Right? So to avoid angry patients and to avoid disappointment and demoralization, we need to be really clear now about what we might be thinking in terms of efficacy, and be very clear about the risks. So I want to leave some time for questions. I think I have one more slide. There we go. White Tree. Questions?
Thank you so much for that talk, Dr. Hendricks. First of all, I want to tell you that Jonathan Haidt's righteous mind, what separates people with religion and politics, is like a a recommendation I give to almost anybody. So what a wonderful thing to be able to take his classes. Yeah, I'm jealous. I wanted to tell you that some of my students are here, and we can tell you straightforward that when they do journal club presentations, so many of them look at table 1 of the demographics for whether it was Griffith's work, Strassman's work, and all of them, which are generally Hispanic students, say, where's the diversity? So I want to ask you, point blank, it's so important. How do you recruit people of diversity? Where do you go? How do you find them?
So how do we recruit from diverse populations? Traditionally what we've done is we've partnered with community gatekeepers. I think it requires being very, well, you need to build relationships and make it clear that you are not going to, like as has been done in the past, be this scientist that sort of flies in your alien spaceship, does your experiments, and then disappears. I think you have to be clear that you want to work with them, that you want to establish a long-term relationship, that you're hoping it can be a mutually beneficial relationship, that you share your results with them, you give them ongoing progress reports, and that you have some sort of, as I mentioned, community partnerships or engagements so that you're interacting with the population of interest rather than just, say, putting an ad in the newspaper, which would represent a convenient sampling approach and would attract perhaps only those who see the ad. So I think you have to think about the people you want to recruit, where you might find them, and establishing relationships with the gatekeepers so that they understand that you're not there to only collect the data and leave, and that you need to establish essentially a philosophy where you're not there to only collect the data and leave, but you're going to establish a long-term relationship.
That's really important. I think a lot of the research out there collects from psychedelic events where they recruit people, or psychedelic bulletin boards online. What they call bulletin boards anymore, but you know what I mean. So the question I'm asking is exactly that. How do you develop the relationship without seeming like you are, vultures trying to, get into somebody else's culture and impose something. So it's good that you talk about that, developing relationships. Questions from the audience? And then I see a lot of hands, so Andres, you might want to.
That was fast. Hi there. So you mentioned that part of your current research is about utilizing psilocybin for the treatment of cocaine addiction. Is that also including crack cocaine or just like the main type?
Right, so it would include powdered cocaine or crack cocaine. My own read of the literature would suggest that the distinction may not be especially meaningful. So it might be, what's the difference between alcohol dependence on a very fine wine relative to Mad Dog 2020. In both cases, it's alcohol, and a lot of the discussion about crack and its concern around crack has been generated by the media and an attempt to associate crack specifically with lower income African Americans. There's really no evidence to suggest that one is especially more dangerous or addictive than the other. So we include anyone who's using cocaine.
Great, thank you. And also, has your research already been published in that, or is it upcoming?
It is, we are very close to having dosed our final participants. So we have a target sample of 40, and we are following up with them more than really 6 months after we administer the drug. So my hope is that we will dose our last participant very soon, and we'll have collected all of our data 6 months after that, and then we'll start working on publication, which can sometimes take a while. So hopefully within, say, a year, we'll have those findings to share.
So watch this space. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
If you have questions, please raise your hand so Andre can find you.
Hello. I have 2 questions. So first one would be, when you're doing your therapies, would you do them in doses of microdoses, or how do you dose? How do you control?
Macro doses. So we dose on the basis of weight, which is, I think, now falling out of favor, but we're administering 25 milligrams per 70 kilograms. I think somebody asked me, well, what's the equivalent dried mushroom? I don't really know, but I would guess maybe 5 to 6 grams. So it's a big dose. You need to be lying down. You don't want to be walking around.
And my second question is, do you know any research that has shown that it's going to help you with your physical health, as in
yes,
physical explore activity where it helps you?
There's some emerging data there. So a colleague of mine, Otto Simonsen, who's in Sweden, has done some analyses with the National Survey of Drug Use and Health, and he's found that those, or I should say, lifetime use of classic psychedelics is associated with a reduced risk of diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and some other health outcomes. But that is a correlational finding. We tried to control for some confounding factors. We don't really know if that's a causal pathway, but it could be, and I think more research could be devoted in that area.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering about the mushrooms. Are they all the same strain? Are they all the same potency? How are you keeping it?
Good question. I should have said, we're working with the drug molecule itself, so it's just psilocybin. It was created in a lab by a chemist. His name is Nick Cozy at the University of Wisconsin. So we are giving people pure psilocybin, not the mushroom matter itself.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm wondering, my students are probably going, David Nichols didn't synthesize the psilocybin?
I don't know if he really wants to anymore. Yeah, I think
he's done everyone's.
Yeah, he didn't synthesize mine. I guess I was left out. I know Dave well. It's okay. Nick Cozy's psilocybin is very nice.
Dr. Hendricks, thank you for being here. I appreciate what you shared with us. I guess what I'm most curious about, I'm a counselor and therapist myself, and so when you speak of the quote-unquote experiment itself, like I can say from my capacity with work I've done in the past that you are always part of the experiment, and so I'm curious as to preliminarily, like when you prepare them for this, what's the interview like? Is it a very specific approach in how you interview them? And essentially, what you're doing aside from finding out this information is you're building the rapport. I mean, like I can say as a counselor, like my success is not if for anything else, it's really when you're eye to eye with these people that they do get some a particular sense of trust that you gain with them. And especially in a situation like this, of which I've never been, with the kind of experiment you conduct. I mean, that's a deep dive. It's a trust fall of its own kind. And so I am very curious as to how you kind of introduce all of that to get them into the right setting, the right mindset, feeling that they're entrusted surrounding, and do they get to dictate maybe any of that, whether of what their activity is or what they do or what they don't do or anything like that?
Right, so as has been mentioned today and previously, we don't know what the ideal counseling platform might be. We are in many ways relying on the older literature that seem to suggest that it's important that participants feel comfortable. There's some literature also suggesting that a psychological state of surrender can facilitate the experience, that you don't want people feeling preoccupied beforehand. And I think really considering the work that the folks at Hopkins have done, much of what we do, there are really two parts to what we do, right? So we're in part engaging in essentially a client-centered therapy process where we're trying to communicate empathy, rapport, and build alliance. We want to ensure that our participants feel that when we get to the day that we administer the drug, they can trust us completely. That's easier said than done. And it, as you probably know, requires a lot of work, and it requires just you do your very best to be truly, authentically empathic and humble in that interaction. So we spend some time, let's say in the 2-hour preparation sessions, at least an hour just trying to connect and get to know our participants, express empathy, engage in reflective listening, and so on. The other hour is spent providing a manualized and empirically supported cognitive behavioral therapy for cocaine use disorder. The idea is that in this study, since half of our participants are receiving a placebo, we felt ethically everybody should be getting at least something that we know does work. Right? So there is that portion as well. And we're establishing rapport in that case as well. So some of my background involves motivational interviewing. You're probably familiar with this. I think it's been very helpful. We try our very best to just be as empathic as we possibly can. And as the drug administration date approaches, to be very clear about what might happen. We don't want there to be any surprises.
So to follow up on that particular area of discussion, as you do know, both of those experiences take about like 8-10 hours per person. If you're intending to do it on a mass scale, how would that be logistically done?
That's a good question. That's a brilliant question. I'm so glad you asked it. How do we do that? How do we do that, especially looking to this one day being available in hospitals and clinics, noting that we have to work within the confines of managed care that is going to want to maximize cost benefit. In other words, reduce the costs. There's going to be a push for this to be less resource intensive. I will say that the sort of research I do would be considered an efficacy trial. That is, the only objective is to show that this intervention could have an impact on this outcome. It's not to conduct a trial as it might appear in the real world. And I think that would be a challenge for people who design those sort of studies. And it's something that I should be considering more. How is this going to scale? Now, I'll tell you that some of my colleagues at Elucis, and I helped with this work, developed a pretty novel paradigm that could be one potential solution. And in this case, they essentially have their participants come and stay on a Monday. They did their preparation that day. They stayed overnight. And then they administered LSD to up to 3 people at a time. Each of those people had their attendant in a room with them with a remote monitor watching the rooms from another location and intervening if necessary. And I think there was some hope in that context that could potentially be more scalable. We don't really know, but I think it's going to require some creativity. Like, how do we make this more scalable? I think that's why there's a drive towards shorter acting psychedelics.
It's more since, okay, so equationally, there's 2 of you guys, and this whole room needs your help. Where are you going to get the 500 hours of dosing? You know, because it's going to be 10, 10, 10, you know, times.
Right.
It's one thing to look like daddy daycare, maybe, where it's just put them
But
all
then
in
you
a
wouldn't be
room.
able to individualize the therapy. Because I understand what you're saying with the LSD thing, you know, because then you can just send them and make sure they don't bump into anything. But as far as like the psilocybin, and you're dosing people 6 grams at a time, and you need to be there presently for, you know, 8 to 10 hours, how do you intend to do that with, you know, the entire population?
It's a great question. The short answer is I don't know. I think when you think about it, I think we need to be creative. I don't think that like group administration is in the future. I think there are too many risks there.
We need more administrators.
Yeah, we need more people who are going to do this. I think so one thing I think about often, esketamine, this is nasal ketamine, is struggling a little bit right now in the real world because the FDA requires that those who receive it be monitored for a period of time. It's very costly, and many esketamine clinics are bringing in their esketamine millies and being taken up. And you know, whether we like it or not, there needs to be some kind of viable business model here. And I kind of shudder to say it, but that's how it's going to work in this country. And you know, one question is how we can make that happen. I just think we need to be talking about it, and you know, getting some people who have expertise in that area. That's not really me. Thinking about how we can do that. But I think one obvious place many people are looking is towards shorter acting psychedelics like 5-MeO DMT, which Raphael can talk about as well.
Sure. Thank you.
I had a quick question. First of all, I just wanted to say that I enjoyed your sneaky rickroll in your presentation. The media will build you up.
Thank you. I didn't realize I did that.
Oh, really? I thought it was so intentional. I was like, wow, that was so clever. Anyway, my question is kind of going off of this discussion. At what point do you feel, and maybe you don't feel this way, but at what point do you feel that as a researcher and, you know, someone who is in the helping profession, you know, at what point do you feel like we need to be pushing for policy change and for changes in the healthcare system? Because I feel like, you know, kind of in what you're saying is like, well, under the current healthcare paradigm, under the current system, you know, it's untenable for us to be able to do, you know, the level of therapy that we need to and the level of care that we need to provide. So I'm wondering, at what point do we as healthcare providers push back on a system that is essentially failing people rather than trying to contort ourselves to fit into,
That's a good question. I can tell you that on many occasions, even publicly, I've said, look, I've thought about it, and I think we need a single payer system. I think this is where I'm falling. I'm not an expert in policy, but the more I think about it, the more I think we need socialized medicine. Now, the VA provides that. I think that's wonderful. Canada, elsewhere, but I think that's where I'm landing, and I think you're right. We probably need to push for that because I don't think for-profit healthcare is going to get the job done.
Okay, well, when you feel inclined, maybe we can put together an open letter from, scientists and people doing research and what's necessary for getting this out to people who need it.
Too, I want to mention, the senator from Hawaii, Brian Schatz, and Cory Booker are very interested and have been, asking the NIH about what's happening here. We kind of wonder if we could also get in their ears and see what they think. They're the people making policy. Could they push for that themselves? I mean, it's such an uphill battle, but I would be happy to go on record as advocating for that. I guess there's one question. Are we moving on to the next thing?
Dr. Hendricks is going to be on the stage for the next segment, so if you have questions for him, please just maybe hold them. Thank you so much, Peter, for that. It was excellent. We are on our last panel of the weekend tonight. I'm really excited about this one because we are really taking researchers, politicians, lawyers, and putting them on the stage together at the same time so that they can battle it out. No, so that they can talk and share their thoughts on the direction forward. So I want to welcome to the stage Peter Hendricks, who's just up here, and he'll hopefully get a drink of water before he has to get up here. Ryan Morales, who is running for Commissioner of Agriculture in Florida. Dr. Al Garcia Romeo, who spoke yesterday, is coming to us from the Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic Research. And Rafael Lancelota, who's going to join on stage as well for the panel. Hopefully they know that. Hopefully. I also want to introduce the moderator because this is quite interesting. Dr. Josh Falcon, when I started the FIU Psychedelics course, we had a club and we found out that there was a research group on campus already. And I was like, who's running it? They're like, this guy Josh Falcon, he's been here for a long time. And we never connected. And finally, just before the conference, he just defended his PhD. So he's now Dr. Josh Falcon. So big congratulations. And did his PhD research on entheogens here at FIU, which shows you that FIU is willing and prepared to develop the next generation of psychedelic researchers. So Dr. Falcon, I'm excited for you to be able to moderate the panel, and panelists, I'm excited to have you on stage. Hopefully the microphones are all available to you. If not, you may share. And then this will be the last session, so please stick around, ask questions, and thank you all so much.
All right, so hi everyone. My name is Josh Falcon. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I don't have to say anything else probably about myself. I wish I was as calm and collected as Pete Hendricks is. I'm going to try to channel that right now. Like Dr. Victor was saying, for my PhD research, I kind of looked at the use of psilocybin in the wider cultural context, so outside of clinical settings and how people are using them. And so I did interviews with people in Miami, and I also conducted online research, which some people refer to as ethnography, which is a whole other thing altogether. And I have some writing on politics and philosophical kind of implications of psychedelics as well. And so I'm really happy to be here and to be part of this, and I really give a huge bow and thank you to Dr. Victor and the Psychedelic Club for putting this together, and everyone else who was involved, because it's remarkable to see what's happening at this university after so many years. So thank you for that. So the talk for today is kind of the direction forward. What can we expect to see in in the next coming years of psychedelics? What are some of the recommendations, some of the risks, the pitfalls, and things like that? So to open it up, you should all know all of our panelists: Ryan Morales, Dr. Albert Garcia Romero, Rafael Lancelada, and of course, Dr. Peter Hendricks. And so the first thing I would like to say is, or ask our panelists, is what can we expect to see maybe in the next near future, the next few years, in terms of cannabis and psychedelic research, business, policy, and perhaps even wider culture?
You know what? All right. So here in the state of Florida, basically we're in an election year. So if you really want to see this expand and grow quickly, you're going to have to vote one particular way. So I'm a Democrat. I'm for this. I'm the only candidate that's for this. That's not only pro-cannabis, but pro-psychedelics, as well as other drugs, because I believe the war on drugs is just a complete failure. We need to focus that on being a healthcare issue, not a criminal issue. So let's focus on letting people do what makes them happy and just keeping them safe, because my biggest thing is the reason why people die from drugs nowadays is basically because they're not doing what they think they're doing. They're getting stuff stepped on with fentanyl or other garbage, and that's what's killing them, not the drug itself. So as long as we educate, and that's really the biggest thing is education, we'll be able to get through this little hump that we're in. But basically, if we start electing the proper officials on the political level, you're going to get things moving along. Until we do that, we're going to have trouble, and we're going to continue to linger in the state of Florida. So if you guys want to make movements, I know Charlie, Chris, I know Nikki Fried, myself, and all the other Democrats that are running for the cabinet position are all pro-cannabis. The other side, not so much. So we want to make sure that we keep this going and make sure that we keep the progress that we've done moving forward, because I want to continue to see more of the studies. I want to see more of the research. I mean, I'd like to get to the point where this is the normal. We're not giving people prescriptions or these crazy drugs that these pharmaceuticals are pushing. Those are more deadlier than anything else to me, in my opinion. So I'd like to see, as somebody who relates with the land and the indigenous folk and all that, to me, it's important to use nature to heal yourself. I believe in that, and that's the way I'd like to see this world go.
Sorry, I think there's just a lot of questions that I could just talk for a couple hours easily, but, we're talking about cannabis and psychedelics. Even the psychedelics, we're talking about a bunch of different substances. And then we're also talking about research, law, and business, and then healthcare. So there's a lot of different domains of where you're going to see different shifts. But speaking from a research background, I think we're going to see wrapping up of MDMA phase 3 studies, which will move towards a federal approval of MDMA as a medicine for PTSD, and that will also lead to some sort of rollout at a nationwide level in terms of training clinicians and creating clinical infrastructure. So that's really encouraging, because I think also not long after that we'll see something very similar for psilocybin, which is entering phase 3 studies for depression. And so again, we'll already have MDMA as a sort of model, and then see psilocybin and potentially other classic psychedelics move into the FDA approval. Some of the state-by-state legislation is obviously moving forward, or even local criminalization, which is interesting. And I think Oregon will be a great experiment to see what happens out there. And there's a ton more research to be done, because we're just starting to scratch the surface with other types of compounds and other indications. We just came back from a cannabis research conference in Ireland, and it was really interesting, but they were mainly saying what Dr. Bideau was saying yesterday, which is if we're talking about THC and we're talking about CBD, we're just barely talking about anything, because there's so much more to it than that THCA and CBN and CBG and all these other compounds. So research-wise, there's a lot more to do, and there's a ton happening, and I think it's an exciting time for the field.
I don't have a great deal to add. One thing I would mention though, I think, especially because we have a politician on stage, I think, is that right? Yeah, hi. It would make sense to decriminalize all drugs, thank you, for personal use. I think especially it makes sense to decriminalize the more harmful drugs like cocaine, amphetamine, and heroin, because people who are using them are already suffering a great deal, and it doesn't help to also hit them with criminal penalties. And I think one thing that some people in this world have mentioned is, well, there's this psychedelic exceptionalism where we say we should decriminalize psychedelics because they're good for you. Well, I hate that argument because that means we won't ever decriminalize the drugs that are clearly bad for you, and then where we'd have greater benefit to the public health if we didn't decriminalize these drugs in the first place. So that would be a really good idea. And of course, when we say decriminalize, I'm not saying that this means you can now buy it at Walgreens. It just means we won't hit people who are suffering with addiction with criminal penalties. So that's one thing I'd say. Otherwise, I would just echo what's already been said. I mean, there's so many questions about these treatments and how do we optimize them? What are the best behavioral platforms? Who seems to respond best? What are the best dosing parameters? And then, as we mentioned, like, can we actually make this accessible to as many people as possible, especially those who could really benefit from them in a sort of a profit-driven model? And I'm not entirely optimistic that we can.
Hey, at the end of the day, it's all about money with these people, right? So if you can sell them on a brand new revenue stream, then I'm all for it because these people go for it. That's how they think. But really, we do got to make sure that we do decriminalize this. The experiment's already been done. Portugal, Argentina, 2 countries that decriminalized it all ages ago. Have you seen any problems? No. As a matter of fact, their ODs dropped by 30%, crime rate, all that, everything dropped. You got to just stop making things taboo. The more you make it taboo, the more people are inclined to want to do it stupidly without any sort of education behind what they're doing. So let's not make it taboo, let's educate, and let's move forward.
Thank you for those awesome responses. And so the next question, you might find yourself repeating some of the things that you've already mentioned, but what I would like to ask is, what are some of the best recommendations? What would you like to see happen going forward? And what are some of the best policies or business models or research methodologies that we can use going forward to help advance and what's going on in psychedelic science and cannabis science, but also to learn from the mistakes that we've seen from cannabis and psychedelic research?
That's pretty loaded, but I'll start. And I'm not even gonna ask you to repeat the question, but basically we just need to focus on doing everything right. The research needs to be there in order to back up everything, correct? So in order to make sure that we move this forward, we got to show people the facts. So for me, it's just important that we just continue this research and continue to move the ball forward so we could actually get this to a point where it's available for everybody. So. Oh yeah, sorry, the vertical thing is my biggest business model that you mentioned. I definitely don't want to see that go into effect for this sector, so that's my thing on that.
Yeah, so I think going forward, in the next few years, one thing that I would love to see is for financial efforts to be put towards research. I know that there's a lot of people that are excited to be in the industry for it, but like you just said, we need more research, and I think Al has said, I have said, and Dr. Hendricks has said that we need a lot more research before we can say things for certain. So I think the work on the ground in terms of what do lay people need to do, what do voters need to do, what do our politicians need to do. I fully agree. I think decriminalizing all drugs is going to be a very positive step forward. It's going to move our healthcare system to a harm reduction model. Harm reduction model is going to reduce the judgment and the stigma of mental illness. It's going to reduce the judgment and stigma of people who use drugs. And it's also going to create a society that has appropriate places for drug use, whether that's recreational, whether that's medical use, and we can start to, have healthy relationships with substances as a whole. So I think, kind of thinking, in the next few years, like that's sort of how I see in terms of the work that people need to be doing right now. And then in terms of where to invest money in those, harm reduction initiatives, investing money into decriminalization movements, invest your time into decriminalization movements, and then also, put your money towards researchers who are studying the things that matter to you. If you are passionate about PTSD and psychedelics, start asking around and say, which researchers are looking into that? Who has, or if you're interested in a particular psychedelic, invest in a researcher at a university who is doing the research. The reason why I would urge that is that academics are not doing research to get a particular result. We are specifically wanting to examine these things to know if we're right at all. And the conclusions that we arrive at with clinical research then can be used to produce the evidence to have safe and effective treatments that people can benefit from. The one other thing that I really would like to push, and I've said it a few times at this conference, is really pushing for socialized healthcare, universal healthcare. Everybody deserves to be able to access healthcare, and lots of other countries have done it, and it's a very reasonable thing to do. I just think, if we stop thinking so much of like, oh, but then, I don't want to pay for somebody else's healthcare. You're paying for your healthcare too, because you're going to have a healthier neighbor. You're going to have healthier people on the street. There's going to be less people that are homeless and, struggling mentally, So when we're investing in these sort of socialized systems, we're also investing in our environment. So I would say those are the main things. So for me, I'm thinking like, okay, these are the steps forward. And hopefully, once that evidence gets done, once the evidence and research is done, then we can move into that place of, okay, how do we create those infrastructures and services and, what people are right now calling industry, then those things can be built to provide the services that are going to be needed based on the evidence-based treatments.
I'll just piggyback just a little bit and say, I was just thinking, I think maybe 3 of us here represent like maybe half of the institutions on the planet that are doing work in this area. So we really do need much more research funding so we can do this work. And we each come to this work too with our own biases, and so we need a greater diversity of people doing this work so that these questions can be answered from a variety of perspectives. And we want to make sure this work continues, so anybody here who's an aspiring scientist, like, explore this further, see if there's a career here for you. And I would love to retire and see a thriving, field that is just moving forward, and something that sometimes keeps me up at night is what if after we're done doing this, nobody continues with it? That would be a real shame. I don't think it's going to happen, but if you're a student here, consider a career in this field too.
And I would just add, I think the only other thing that hasn't been mentioned is it's really hard and expensive to work with these substances, and dealing with FDA and DEA is, it takes months and months or years sometimes to get some of these studies going. So if we could streamline that process, change the way that is done, that regulatory system, that would be great, because it just, I think, makes our work unnecessarily difficult, to have these giant safes to hold the psilocybin in, to measure the psilocybin every single day. It's a freaking powder, it's not going anywhere. It's not going to harm anybody if, so they treat it like it's, explosive. I mean, it's really, the amount of paperwork alone that we have to deal with. I'm talking about, pages and pages of printed out like phone books to get forms, to get stuff, approved. It has to go through 3 different committees. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So, and it's the same with cannabis research, actually. If you're trying to do cannabis research, it is extremely difficult. And if I want to just go buy cannabis at a store down the street, I can. But if I want to do research in a lab with doctors,
We have to, fill out these phone books full of forms and deal with the government for months, so it just doesn't make any sense.
Sorry, you have to go through that. Hopefully I can make a change in that for you.
All right, so the next question is a little difficult, but I think it nevertheless needs to be addressed, and it's the question of indigeneity in relation to psychedelics. And so we know that many of the classic psychedelics, especially DMT, psilocybin, and mescaline in their naturally occurring forms, have traditional history of usage in indigenous populations, and that's in a way how we came to derive our own knowledge from these communities. And so I know that Natalie, Lila Ginsberg from MAPS and a few others have a publication trying to get some type of reciprocity for Mazatec communities which Maria Sabina was part of. And so issues related to intellectual property rights, biopiracy, and these type of things. And so how can we do more justice and make sure that indigenous people are included and valued in the future of psychedelics?
That's a great question. So first of all, I struggle a little bit with this topic because when people are sort of narrowing it down to psychedelics, it's like, this is not about psychedelics. I mean, it is, but this is about a very, very long tradition of using indigenous people, period. So the work is not like, how do we protect the psychedelics? The work is really, how do we stop, how do we actually repair our relationship with indigenous people and allow indigenous people to, have their land, have their practices, and have their way of life. So I kind of think of it in that way. And then specifically with psychedelics, the solution is we're not going to be using peyote from Native American people. We're not going to take mushrooms from people in Mexico. I think it's also worth saying that although Maria Sabina did, give psilocybin mushrooms to white people, psilocybin mushrooms grow all over the world. And so for me, I feel a little bit like with psilocybin mushrooms, I don't feel like we're not using the ceremony, the veladas, we're not using that in research, right? We are using the substance, but we're using it in a way that is somewhat different. I think it's great to, talk about the origins and talk about traditions that have used psychedelic mushrooms. I think it's important to attribute that indigenous wisdom and acknowledge the fact that there have been people who have been using these substances safely and to great effect for a very, very long time. And I feel the same way about ayahuasca. I don't think that ayahuasca is going to be used in a therapeutic setting as a brew, for example. At least not super soon, at least not here, perhaps in Brazil. So I think in terms of like, how do we address this? Oftentimes I would say like, if mescaline is going to be used, it's probably going to be synthetic mescaline. If psilocybin is going to be used, it's probably going to be synthetic psilocybin. If DMT is going to be used, it's probably going to be a synthetic form of DMT. So we're not going to, indigenous people's land, taking their medicine and doing therapy with it, right? So I think the concept of reciprocity, yes, we need to do that. Specifically about psychedelics, I don't know if that's really the best justification for it. The justification for it is like genocide and a long history of stealing people's land, right? Like it's like, this is one additional thing, but we should be doing those things anyway. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. So I kind of think of it that way, and I think it is important to recognize that there are traditions that have used psychedelics for healing purposes. But I think it's also very important to recognize that white people and / modern society is a very, very different world. And so although there are some things that are echoes of indigenous practice, we really have to create our own way forward, and we have to deal with the problems that we have created here. These are very unique problems. These are not problems that indigenous people, have had to deal with. So, yeah, so it's a bit rambly, but hopefully addresses your.
No, if I can just clarify, because I agree with a lot of things you say, and I think that psychedelics have been decontextualized and recontextualized in a new Western way. Synthetic substances are much different than, naturally occurring substances. But I believe Oregon's they have a bill that's just used one particular type of psilocybin mushroom in mushroom form. I believe it is. And the other thing is, these are very, very difficult questions, because who do you give money back to? Which community do you reinvest in, or do you then give, include in future research or business proposals and things like that? It's very difficult how you're going to trace that back. But the fact that we derive this knowledge from these groups in the first place is something that I think it's very difficult to understand what we can do, but it's still something that we have to recognize and acknowledge, and somehow try to, I think, be more equitable in a sense, and more conscious, and give more voice to that, because a lot of these psychedelic conferences, it's nothing to do with indigenous peoples at all. And so that's just my own personal opinion.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree with that. Absolutely.
Yes, there was one interview with Jenny Bickrow this morning, yes.
So
I was hoping she would have been here.
So to answer what you're saying, I recognize as a Latino Indigenous American, so I do understand the indigenous side of this. And, my cousins basically said that we need to protect what's sacred. And they're more concerned with us basically pouring out their products that they consider very sacred to them. So it's just, we need to be respectful. They don't mind us doing the research. They don't mind us studying and making sure that, it's going to help people. They just don't want you to retail it out and go all over the place and have it all over the place, because that's not what it was meant for. It was meant for them. It's a spiritual thing. It's a connection to the earth. It's all part of Mother Nature. So we have to be respectful. Now, like paying people back and all that stuff, I actually am not really big on that. I just truly believe that we just need to invest in all our communities, not just one particular group, because it's not just one particular group that has suffered due to the war on drugs. It's been a hell of a lot of people, the Latinos, the brown, the black. It just doesn't matter who. It's just been, everybody has been affected by this, because even the white man has been affected by the drugs and the alcohol and all this stuff. So respect, peace, love, unity, respect. That's all we basically need to just focus on at all times, and that's the way that I live my life, and that's the way I'd like to see things go. So as somebody who understands my indigenous cousins, I feel like we need to be respectful, but we need to make sure that we do things right, so we're not offending them and getting them upset for no reason.
Well, that kind of segues into the other question I had, which is the war on drugs and people who have been incarcerated. And so there's a lot of people who, William Leonard Picard was supposed to be here, and he's faced 20 years of imprisonment for LSD production. And so and the war on drugs, I've written about this, disproportionately affects Black and brown communities more than any other community. And so there's a lot of states now that things are becoming legalized, people are getting licenses, but people are still in jail. Only a few states have introduced expunging records and allowing people to not get drug tested at work and stuff like that. So what can we potentially do in the future to try to help people who have been incarcerated for these substances that are now potentially being rescheduled and making their way into the wider population?
Pressure your lawmakers, basically start making sure you're putting people in there who are focused on your best interest and not the other way around. That would be my main thing.
Yeah, I think making sure that nonviolent drug offenses are expungible, and I think if somebody just has a nonviolent drug offense on their record, I don't think that says much about that person in terms of their behavior, other than
Well, you got to go a little deeper than that too, because there's guys that have gone into jail for having possession, and then while they're in jail, they've now gotten themselves in life because of the 3-strike rule here in Florida. Basically,
Right.
They've either gotten into a fight or they were protecting themselves, and now they're facing life. I have at least 10 people I've spoken to that are in that situation, which to me is terrible. So we need to just basically review every case of anybody who's ever been caught with anything to see what the whole situation is. It's just bad.
I heard one idea, this is definitely not my area of expertise, I'm just a clinical psychologist. What do I know? But I heard one idea was you commute the sentences of those who've been arrested, say, for distributing cannabis. You get them out of prison and you give them some grant money to start their own business. Because you have to consider there are people who are becoming millionaires off the cannabis industry in places like Colorado. And people who are doing the same thing, or is illegal, are doing 10, 20, 30 years in prison. So let's take them out and give them some money to start a business.
I would love to do that here, but because of the vertical system we currently have with the cannabis program, we can't. But that would be an ideal way to actually pay people back for for basically screwing their lives. And some of these people have been in there for decades, so please let them all out. There's no reason to keep these people in jail. Well, here too. This is Florida. Yeah, they're actually starting to get some good guys out.
All right, well, I'm going to shift gears to something a little easier now. You're all very knowledgeable and you all know lots of resources. And I'm wondering, this is an educational conference. Are there any resources that you can give to our audience members to learn more? I know Raphael mentioned clinicaltrials.gov was one place you can find clinical trials. Is there anything else that you all know about that we could share with the audience who would like to know more about cannabis or psychedelic research?
Well, I can list off quite a few different resources. One resource that I have heard good things about, and I think could be helpful, is the Fireside Project, which is basically it's like a live text line. So if you can imagine like a suicide crisis line, but for psychedelics. And they do also provide some support if you have had a drug experience, really any drug experience, and you need to talk to someone about it without any judgment. I think that's a great project to have, and it's a great phone number to have in your phone, just in case your friend is took too much mushrooms and they're having a bad time and you don't have time to text with them all night. You say, hey, text this number, they're really nice, you can call them, you can text them, and they will take care of you until you come down. So that's one resource that I think I want more people to know about, and it is right now. Yeah, you can go and text them right now. So that's a great service to check out. Another thing that I would recommend as a resource, there is a directory called Cannadelic.support. That is a directory of licensed professionals. So it not only mental health professionals, but they also have a directory of various doctors and healthcare professionals who are informed about psychedelics or are friendly to psychedelics, so that if you're seeking healthcare and you want a practitioner who is either aware of psychedelics or can talk to you about those things, that's a good resource to find people who are licensed and are professionals in their field. Trying to think of some other resources. There's arrowhead.org, which is a very basic one, but arrowhead.org is one of the oldest harm reduction websites that has lots of information about literally any drug that you can, plants, drugs, anything mind-altering. Arrowhead has information about it. It talks about dosage. It talks about, you can read about people's experiences. And so that's a really good place, to educate yourself about drugs that you are interested in, or drugs that you're thinking about taking, or drugs that somebody else is taking. So that, I think that's a great resource to be informed. I'm trying to think of what else. Dance Safe is another great organization that is more geared towards recreational substance use. I'm friends with Mitchell Gomez, who works there, and several of the other people, Kristen Harris. So yeah, Dance Safe provides drug testing kits, so you can test the substances that you have. They also sell fentanyl strips, so you can test to make sure your substances don't contain fentanyl. And to ensure that if you're choosing to use a substance, you're doing so safely, and you have a pretty good idea of what substance you're taking. There is also a website, I think it's true. There is a website where you can send a sample of drugs and they will test those drugs for you, which I think it used to be ecstasydata.org. Yeah, so I think it's still that website. So they cannot tell you the percentage of purity, but they can tell you what substances were found. So if you send in, what you think is a tab of acid, and you want to know, like, is there fentanyl on this tab of acid? They can test it, and they can tell you, okay, this only contains LSD, or they can tell you this has LSD and fentanyl or whatever. So that's a good resource if, for example, you have drugs that you are not sure about and you need to send a sample in. That is a service that exists as well. I'm trying, I don't know what else.
One thing that just comes to mind, if you're interested in the indigenous issue that you mentioned before, there's the Indigenous Peyote Conservation Initiative.
Another organization that you might want to check out is ICEERS, ICEERS. And so that's an international organization, and they're really focused on plant medicines. They've done a lot of work with ayahuasca. They've done a lot of work with iboga, and they're very focused, similar to the peyote conservation. They're very interested in making sure that that there's indigenous reciprocity, and they also are making sure that there's sustainable and ethical use of plant medicine. So if you're interested in plant medicines and resources related to that, I mean, that's a great organization to be connected to. So.
That's great. And so just to follow up on that, so IPCI.life, I think is the website. So if you're interested in helping conserve the peyote cactus and ensure that the lands where they're grown and that medicine is available to the indigenous people who use it, then you can check out that website and get involved, donate. So.
Yeah, I would just add, for students, definitely students for sensible drug policy, SSDP is a great organization to be part of, chapters all over the country. Drug Policy Alliance is also similar, really good, progressive reform organization that lobbies and actively lobbies in DC to try to move forward some of these important, issues like decriminalization of drugs. So that's a great organization. They have a great meeting every couple of years, which I like to attend. MAPS obviously is a huge one in this area, and they got, besides clinical trials, they have a lot of just resources available on the website, including literature, newsletters. And for people who are looking into jobs, I get a lot of inquiries from people who are interested in jobs in the sector. Psychedelic Alpha, I think, is a really good resource. It's a website with a lot of different industry-related information.
Since you started talking about students, the Intercollegiate Psychedelics Network is another really great student organization. They're relatively new, but I highly recommend checking them out. If you're a student, they're international, and they have, if you're involved with leadership, they have a leadership retreat every year, which to me, I'm like, oh my God, I wish I had this when I was in my undergrad or master's. So definitely check them out. They're lovely people. I recently spoke at their conference. There's one other. Also, I'm a board member at Source Research Foundation, so please do check out sourceresearchfoundation.org. We're a nonprofit organization that gives grants out to students as well as to community members for psychedelic-related projects. We also recently started doing a travel award. So definitely consider checking us out. And yeah, I think that's a pretty exhaustive resource list. Feel free to email me if you have more questions.
Source Research Foundation funded my dissertation research, so thank you very much. or.org, I don't know exactly, but it's ran by anthropologist Beatriz Lavate, and she tries to give perspectives from the global South predominantly. Johns Hopkins University has a newsletter, I think, that you can sign up for through email. They give updates, I believe it's monthly. And I know Michael Pollan's working with some journalism stuff at Berkeley, and I think he has something called Microdose. I'm not sure if he's running that, but it's like every week they post something on psychedelic news. It's called the Microdose. Yeah, so I'm going to open it up now to the audience for questions, because I think we probably have a lot of questions. So.
I'm from some classes around, but I wanted to ask a question first. Hi, my name is Andrea. I'm an undergrad student here at FIU. I was actually part of Dr. Victor's Psychedelic Renaissance class last spring semester, which is part of why I'm here. And I wanted to ask if any of you think that there's any value in therapists or researchers themselves having past experiences with psychedelics prior to administering them to their patients.
So I think one of my favorite quotes is from a paper that was published in 1957 by Humphrey Osmond, where the word psychedelic was invented. And he very clearly says in this paper, it is not advisable for you to be administering these drugs to people if you have not taken them yourself first. He says it pretty clearly. The man invented the word psychedelic. He did a lot of seminal research in the area. So I mean, I respect that opinion. There's obviously a lot of other people like Rick Doblin, Sasha Shulgin, Albert Hoffman, who are notable in the field, who were using these, self-experimenting with these substances. I think if you're administering them in clinical or research settings, there's at least a necessity to be well informed about the nature of altered states of consciousness, and that doesn't necessarily mean using substances to get there, but it certainly helps to be informed, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and the only thing I think I would add is just that it would be ideal for therapists to have that experience, and I think ideal in training capacities for therapists to be able to have that experience. I think it's unethical to force people to to say like, oh, you want to be a psychedelic therapist, now you must take 5 grams of mushrooms. I think that's starts to feel a little cultish. I think it would be really preferable to have a legal framework where if people are receiving training to be a psychedelic therapist, they would have a formal opportunity to receive a session or multiple sessions in order to have the experience of being in that vulnerable position. I think that would be very valuable. At the same time, I agree with Al that it's also, people need to be very well informed otherwise.
Yeah, I agree with both. I think also something to consider that's interesting. I had a discussion with someone recently who's sort of a meta-scientist, so he studies the science of science. And he was also one of Robin Carhart-Harris's mentors in Bristol many years ago. And he mentioned that, one thing that the psychedelic field should probably attend to at some point is this notion of allegiance bias. So the idea is if a scientist has a strong sort of allegiance to the hypothesis, they have a strong desire to prove their hypothesis, or if they simply truly believe that their hypothesis is correct, there's a stronger likelihood that they will in fact confirm their hypothesis. You can study allegiance bias and typically find that the stronger that allegiance is, the more likely you are to confirm your hypothesis. And that's fine, that's how science works. We try to eliminate our bias as best we can. That's just how it goes. I think it would be interesting, there's just making much more research being conducted, for this sort of research to also be replicated by more skeptical people at some point too, so we can show that even when you don't have a strong allegiance to the hypothesis, you still have an effect.
All right, next audience question.
Yeah, thank you. I don't really have this fully fleshed out, but seeing that we have like 3 members of academia, not to exclude you, brother, but I just wanted to ask, as far as the intersection point between, I know it's kind of touched on before, but the intersection between academia and capitalism, right? So not to put you on the spot, Al, but like Tim Ferriss is pretty open quoted as saying he totally stopped all his angel investing, would not do any, he moved out of that area, blah, blah, blah. Totally open saying, I don't invest in anything other than psychedelics. Then he gets announced in 2019, John Hopkins gets funded by who else? Tim Ferriss. And the Coens, don't get me wrong, but, I just, and like I said, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but also, like you're talking about, Raphael was talking about, you're talking about scholastic funding. To be frank, not to call you out, Raphael, but I think it's very naive to think like, oh, we're gonna have your average citizen fund these trials, because they're so ridiculously expensive anyway. So like, let's be real. Billionaires are funding the billionaire couple that are funding the Hopkins Center. I'm not saying anything other than they're billionaires. Like those are the people who are funding these. So that said, what is the conflict of interest in having private funding these studies? And like, I don't know. We're obviously talking about a broad range of different things, like the broader paradigms and politics and academia and medicine, and there's a lot to consider, don't get me wrong. But then you also have, like someone commented about the other festival in Miami several months ago that was like all specific capital driven. So like, I don't know, it almost feels like there's like little silos now. So like you have like the psychedelic science coming in Denver next year, and then you have like this is sort of hybrid, and maybe, I don't know, I didn't go to that other one in Miami, but then you have like the pure capital, there's just one in Malta, it's like pure capitalist, so it's just interesting seeing these different sectors. And then like, I have to imagine that, let's stick to the, it's all stick to the science, the science drives the policy, which also drives private sector. And like these major players who are really, it's like, oh, we're talking like, oh, the politicians are the ones with all the power. Is it though? Because it's really the private sector and pure capitalism. So if those people are funding the trials, how, like, what is the skew? I mean, are you conscious of that? Or is that, because like, you could argue that, okay, and this is an honest question. Okay, so if Ferris is partially funding Hopkins, is that just giving him a leg up on being able to find the emerging science so that he can know where to invest next? Like, I would ask him this straight up to his face, because I don't feel like enough people are asking the question of where is the crossover? And it's like we have this dramatic increase in clinical trials.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to know, because your question's getting very long and I want to answer it, but
I'm finished. I think
okay. I'm like, oh, there's so many things that I could respond to.
Yeah, no, I'm finished. Just where the capitalism meets academia, and yeah, finding proper funds, and not to say that private is wrong, but it's just, yeah, where does that intersection? How much are you conscious of? Would you like to see change? However you want to take that. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk a lot about this as well, and I think a lot about it because I have a lot of qualms about capitalism personally, particularly in the healthcare system, because I think for-profit healthcare is unethical. But what is interesting about the gifts that we got to fund the Psychedelic Center is they were really there to sort of fill a gap. I think that most research funding in the United States is through the federal government, through the NIH. So I know you're saying that the kind of average Joe is not really funding clinical trials. That's not necessarily true. A lot of the taxes that get taken out of our paychecks go to the NIH, which then fund clinical trials. However, because of bias in NIH in terms of the way that they were viewing psychedelics, just the long-standing stigma, there was no therapeutic research funded on psychedelics until last year, I think, when our research group got the first grant in about 50 years to do that. And so, meaning basically we were being starved to get funding to do this work. And the only way we were able to do the work at Hopkins was through
basically philanthropic donors like Bob Jesse and people like Cody Swift, who has River Styx Foundation, who thought this was really important. And so they were giving us funding to do the research through nonprofit organizations. And this is also true of the Ferris Collective, which is a group of 4 different investors who gave us $2 million each. And then the Cohen Foundation, who gave us another $8.5 million roughly to do the center. And what's actually kind of written into the contract there is that there's not going to be any sort of patent or proprietary sort of stuff coming out of that. And they want all of the science that we do to be publicly available. So anything we find, we need to put it out there, which is true of NIH funding too. But then when you start looking at, say, these big pharmaceutical companies, and they like create a new molecule and they want to test it, you know, they don't have to publish those findings. They don't have to put that information out there, and they have a very vested interest in, like Peter was saying, allegiance bias and finding a certain thing. So, you know, because they want their molecule to be successful and they want to be able to sell it to recoup their investment. Now, what you said makes sense. For instance, about somebody like Tim saying, well, he's giving us money, and so now he's kind of in the loop, and so he might know where to jump next for investing. That's potentially, you know, a possible thing that you could do. But right now, it's kind of like a no strings attached gift. He said, you guys want to study this drugs for Alzheimer's treatment, for instance. We believe that you guys are on the right track, so we're going to give you the money to do it, but it's basically a no strings attached gift. So we do the work, and then if we find something, great, and if we don't, you know, it's, you know, we just learned that it didn't work, pretty much. But even if it does work, it's not like he's going to come back and say, all right, I own this new medication, psilocybin, which, you know, has been around forever.
So just one really brief on that, maybe to clarify, because I just wasn't sure, because he's talking about private invest. I don't mind people making money in private industry, that's all good. I just wasn't sure if he didn't really clarify that part. And just lastly, the part that what you just touched on is, I would further say, if anyone cares to comment on like Compass Path, you know, because then now I like Tim, I like the comments, I like everything about Hopkins, don't get me wrong. But then you have like Compass.
So I was going to go there next. So then you have to look at the different kind of, you know, so I mentioned before the pharmaceutical companies. Compass is set up much more in a sort of standard traditional pharmaceutical model, which is it's a for-profit company. And so what they're trying to do is create all these patents, you know, be the owners of this certain type of therapy and treatment, prove that it works through the medical model, and then be able to recoup their investment, which, you know, from a capitalist standpoint makes sense. From just your regular rational standpoint, of course, it doesn't make any sense because, again, people have been doing this stuff for years and years, decades or hundreds of thousands of years in some cases. So it's a little weird to think about. But yeah, so I mean, you have actors in the space like Compass, but you also have other actors like USONA and MAPS, which has created a public benefit corporation where the idea is ideally, you know, that the money that went in there to get this drug approved is going to create this nonprofit that continuously funds more research, but never creates this sort of upward distribution of wealth that just kind of gets hoarded by, you know, companies and families like the Sacklers who, you know, were infamous for, you know, the Oxycontin scandal and all this type of thing. So, I mean, but I agree, it's a slippery slope, and there's, especially now with so much interest and money kind of being put into the equation, it really does make it important for us to be aware of conflicts of interest and to be monitoring, you know, the ethics of this and what are people's angles, you know.
And I just to speak to one other point that you had said in terms of, everyday people are not going to fund psychedelic research. I just want to clarify that that is not my expectation at all. And I think that, you know, psychedelic research is not going to be crowdfunded. But I guess I meant for people who are talking about investing in psychedelics, that those people should be investing in research rather than private companies. That was the point that I was trying to make, because you know, if you're investing, for example, in Compass Pathways, you are investing into a model that is not open science, it's not accessible to other researchers, it's not collaborative, it is siloed, it's privatized, and it doesn't really move the field forward. It actually cuts off progress, right? So hopefully, does that make more sense to clarify that aspect of, you know, I don't expect the average person to fund it. there are people out there that have a lot of money who are thinking, I want to invest. And I'm saying right now is not really the time to invest in privatization. Right now is the time to invest in research so that the information can be publicly available. Once we have evidence-based practice, then we can invest, people can invest in privatized, services. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, the free market is the free market. I understand where you're coming from. I mean, I love USANA, MAPS, of course, the fact that they're super open as far as how they can make them.
We only have time for like 1 or 2 more questions, so if you could talk to them afterwards, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, so next question. I think we have a question back around here as well.
I can ask the question. This is more directed to the competition. My name is Andres Aguila. I attended Professor Victor's class last semester for psychedelic medicine. And you guys did mention about Portugal and how it's been an example for decriminalization of drugs. What could the United States take away from Portugal that they could emphasize into the laws?
The research and the program that they have in place basically will give you a guideline on few things, basically society, criminality, basically what were the results of what happened with this experiment? What happened when we let people use drugs freely? And, it's there because the research started, I believe, 2001 when they actually legalized it. So that's what, 20-something years already. And Portugal's still there. They didn't blow up, they're fine. So by all means, we should take that research and we should take that data and go off of that and really just focus on moving forward at that point. Like I said, the war on drugs is done. We need to just start focusing on fixing that whole system and reparations and getting people out of jail and making sure that we just continue to move the needle forward.
Hi. So my question was around, I heard that a lot of the compounds that are being tested are synthetic and they're the isolated compound. But as you all know, as there's different cofactors or coenzymes in, eating a carrot to get better absorption rate on vitamin A, do you foresee that there's any other compounds within these mushrooms or other naturally occurring structures that also need to be looked at versus just the synthetic isolation of it?
Okay, so I have talked for hours and hours and hours and hours about this, including one of my good friends, Alexander Sherwood, who is the chemist at USANA. And so in some cases, in the case of cannabis, for example, cannabis is a prime example of a, naturally derived psychoactive plant that really does depend on many different compounds working in a synergistic way to produce psychoactive effects. When you look at psilocybin mushrooms, for example, we're still lacking research, so I don't want to say that they're anything conclusive because that would be unfair. But what I will say is that Alexander Sherwood did work and publish a paper where they did examine many, if not most of, all of the other tryptamine-related compounds found in psilocybin mushrooms, where they isolated all of them and they tested each one of them in mice to find out, do they have what's called the head twitch response. And I don't know if you're familiar with that. The head twitch response is this very characteristic response that mice have to psychedelics, to classical psychedelics. So it's just this weird thing that happens that when you give a psychedelic to rats, they start twitching their head in a very, very characteristic way. And that's a way that researchers have found out, is this new compound, would this compound be psychedelic? And a lot of times when you have that response, there's activity at the receptor site that is associated with psychedelic effects. So in doing so, they didn't find the head twitch response with a lot of these compounds. And so the theory that kind of emerged from there is that it is possible that some of the other compounds, they might serve as like a substrate for MAO, which means that, you know, the enzymes in your body that break down psilocybin into psilocin, and, you know, break down, for example, DMT into serotonin and its other metabolites, those other compounds in psychedelic mushrooms could essentially distract those enzymes, and, you know, change the experience slightly because maybe more psilocybin is available, or the rate of conversion into psilocin is happening at different rates. So in the case of psilocybin, you know, that's what I would say is that you know, synthetic psilocybin is actually very similar to you know, psilocybin mushrooms, because there really aren't, it's not like there's other drugs in psilocybin mushrooms that are doing something. In the case of ayahuasca, you have, you know, plants that contain DMT, but then there are also admixture plants that contain DMT and NMT, alongside some other compounds. Those differences, as well as the ratios of how much DMT, how much of the, you know, MAOI, hormonal alkaloids, those are all going to, you know, have an effect in terms of how ayahuasca works. In a clinical setting, you know, it's probably a long time before people decide, you know, what is the optimal ratio of DMT to hormonal alkaloids for a therapeutic effect. And so for right now, research is really focusing on pure DMT, which can be administered, you know, in a short session, or, you know, in a slow infusion sort of way, the way ketamine has been administered. And then in the case of other psychedelics like, you know, mescaline, there are different compounds in peyote, different compounds in San Pedro cacti. You know, those are, they do actually have psychoactive effects. So there are some differences, you know, in those plants. However, when you look at reports of pure synthetic mescaline compared to pure peyote, or not pure peyote, peyote or San Pedro cactus, it's close enough that it's not like a totally different substance. Whereas with ayahuasca, for example, when you add the MAOI, that really does change the experience significantly. So, yeah, so there are those things. And then in the case of something like 5-MeO-DMT, which is, you know, something that I've studied extensively, like, you know, the research that we've done, there's really no difference between synthetic 5-MeO-DMT and 5-MeO-DMT derived from, you know, the Sonoran Desert toad. The toad venom, it really just contains 5-MeO-DMT in the vapor. So, so in terms of, you know, will we see this sort of entourage effect that we see with cannabis? I think with a lot of other psychedelics, it's not really necessary. I forgot to talk about Iboga, but Iboga is one that probably has a lot of that to do with it, because there are so many different active compounds in Iboga root bark. So, you know, I think that there's still a lot of research. However, you know, pure ibogaine also works. Yeah. So anyway, thanks for letting me answer that. Like lots of things to cover, but hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. We have room for one more question before we have to get out of this building.
Hi, my question is about drug education reform, and what does that look like for middle school kids and high school kids? And I don't think we've really talked about what education should look like and what kind of panelists we should be presenting or pushing for public schools to include on just drug education.
Well, as someone who had the DARE program right here in South Florida, you know, one thing that I would like to suggest and propose is really just providing harm reduction education to students, right? Not saying, well, here we're gonna talk about these big bad drugs that are going to kill you or ruin your life, but we're gonna say, hey, these are drugs that exist. These are drugs that people take. These are the different types of effects that they have. These are the reasons why people use them. Here are some, here are some circumstances that are appropriate for using these substances. Here are ways that are inappropriate for using these substances, and these are the ways that these substances are dangerous or illegal, which hopefully, I'm kind of thinking in a post. Right. Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
From an institutional perspective, I'm talking about public, like what is the state's responsibility in really providing research, and what kind of research should we be providing?
I mean, in my opinion, it is absolutely the state's responsibility to provide harm reduction education, not fear-based education. That's what my opinion would be that. But ultimately, that is up to voting and
But honestly, it would actually probably come down to my department. The Florida Department of Agriculture will probably be in charge of some of that regulation. So right now, there is none of that. How would it look like? How would I like to see it look like? It's got to be so simple that a third grader can understand what's going on. So we have an opportunity right now to really start with a fresh new slate and just kind of build out this program. And I see a lot better chances of doing this right now because of these people like this next to me who are actually doing the research, talking about it, studying and doing what they need to do. So for me, it's going to be important to consult with them when it comes to building these regulatory and these, proper teachings on how to deal with these things. So the future of it is still open. It's still going to be a while before we get to that. But if we could start laying that groundwork now, I think, that would be awesome. So if you have any suggestions, please feel free to email us and we'll be more than glad to go through it.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, I think we got to take an honest approach, and we can't use an approach that we use, which is don't have sex, which is your sex ed, and don't use drugs, which is your drug ed. Because
don't say LSD in high school.
Because that doesn't work. So you gotta just tell people what are the facts, and I think you put it right. So
don't make it taboo. You gotta focus on teaching the facts. Educate, educate, educate. That's what I'll always tell people.
I want to end this panel, and before everybody claps and says, goodbye, I want to thank Ryan for being on this panel, but I really want to thank Al, Peter, and Raphael for coming from out of town, speaking as much as you did to educate the community here. We've read a lot of your work in my class, and so we knew that you dedicated so much time professionally to this. But to come out, I know how busy all of you are, to come out and spend the weekend and chat with everybody, and be honest about what you're doing and trying to help understand this stuff. Thank you so much from the club, from the university, and from Cannadelic. Before everybody leaves, I also want to bring up one other group of people to the stage specifically. So all of the FIU Psychedelic Club volunteers, if you wouldn't mind coming to the stage. So I said the first day, we set this gratitude journal assignment, right? I'm a professor, you can't stop giving assignments. It's kind of stand there. I want to, I gave gratitude to so many people, but what you don't know is the amount of work that the Psychedelic Club did to make this happen, besides holding the doors, driving the speakers here and there, taking your tickets, making sure everybody was okay, letting us know how the expo was going, letting us know, coming here early in the morning and helping set up. You all have done so much, and I wanted everybody to be able to acknowledge you guys. So you're doing wonderful things. And if we can also have Colleen and Pete from Cannadelic come up here. We wanted to get the whole organizing team together, including the club as well. We wanted to thank everybody for coming out to this event. A lot of people, and I said this the first day, a lot of people have experiences with cannabis and psychedelics that they feel a certain thing, either it has been influential in their life or maybe it was dangerous to them. And what we wanted to do is provide a conference where people can talk about this openly, which is why we had all voices to be heard. The Recovery Project was here talking about folks that they've worked with who have substance abuse issues, and other folks were here to tell them about the ways that psychedelics may help. And listening to those conversations has been really wonderful. So to the team, congratulations, I think we did a wonderful job. So thank you all for coming.
And we cannot forget, of course, Dr. Professor Joseph Lichter, who actually has a job in addition to helping organize this conference, who's been amazing, nothing short of amazing, and we couldn't be more grateful for you and your help for this and bringing all this education to everyone. So thank you for everything that you've done.
We'll see you at Cannadelic FIU 2023. Thank you, guys.
So, you know, I don't regret it. I definitely tell people that you don't want to advertise, but I'm one of the very few people who have it in the world. So, and now, so we usually just put out a blog, you know, there's, you know, there's 120 certificates, bachelor or master's. Your master's degree studies are on the business, and it's very, you have your master's every forward plus on out every school, university. But there's a wonderful medical program, they have they have a certificate. And the fact that there's a lot of right now, and so it's really I talk to everyone, and you have no idea like, oh, I what do you do? You don't know who you're going to be, you don't know who has spread the education happens. I think I just after that, I was trying to think about this, spoke to a lot of physicians, I was so burnt out, I think, 12:30 today. I think also now,
I was hoping that.
I was thinking why you should not get I was like, and Instagram is hard, that's why I'm trying to even if you don't use their content, wow, that's why we post like right off, it's not my post yesterday is not a post and now I want to know what the benefits Instagram I don't want to start a blog, but I'm going to go to WordPress because Instagram, there's so much censorship. TikTok is the same, but you're trying, I put something last week, I'm letting people they know. It sounds nuts, but you have to be careful, I was I started my job on Monday, so I'm going to be messaging my school director because something like this would have been really good. You know, they were talking about they need your help, and it's like, this was just a little bit good. And that's the biggest thing, like, when you took it, all, you know, like, I didn't know anything about law, and then I was too law. There we go. Every month. They change monthly. Like, that's what thing. This is the most, I get passionate about it. I have like getting into the market. Whatever way you can get in, because even if it's your dispensary, I look at it is we were going out there, so like, somebody's gonna stumble and, you know, I was actually saying that I am going to go to the street, and I'm here, and I'm going to switch my dust, I had no idea, I started to air, I started to like, and stuff down. You know, he was the original when she got her out of the role and trying to change jobs, so there was originally so there I met the president of the company and like the way that that's what I'm doing. My boss saw me there was gonna be here. I'm the marketing director for distribution and I never met him and I was like living in a like I was here a week and that's the whole thing. That's why I'm serious. That's why I was asking the question. And that's why I want to see what these people have to say because they're not telling you some of the United States where they're blocking this. Why are they I think about it, I think there's a lot of movement, but I do think that, I think it's a lot of, yeah, you know, there are people like on the top, and like I did, like I'm curious to talk from my long program, like I would love to see it every day, that's good, but I know, I took a whole course on it.
If I could still.
And I didn't only deal with the physical effects and the mental effects. It's down to like the